Their practicality has increased by more than 10 times. And that's not all, he has also unlocked 2 new bloodline talent abilities. Golden Dragon Wings, Dragon Transformation. Golden Dragon Wings. Effect: with this ability, you can condense a pair of golden dragon wings that are comparable to legendary equipment for flying, defense, and attack. Half-Dragon Transformation. Effect: after using this ability, the activity level of the golden dragon blood within your body greatly increases, allowing you to transform into a half-human, half-dragon form, with all attributes tripled. Note: the higher the blood concentration, the stronger the enhancement. Perfect timing. Knowing the effects of these 2 talent abilities, Ren's face was filled with joy. After reaching the legendary level, he found that the Wind and Thunder Wings technique and the Indestructible Fury talent could no longer keep up with his pace. Now, his flying speed has far surpassed the limits provided by the Wind and Thunder Wings. This technique cannot provide him with a speed boost. The Indestructible Fury talent is also similar. As a rare level talent, it is obviously impossible for Indestructible Fury to double the physical attributes of a legendary powerhouse. Being able to increase it by 5% is already good enough. In the past, the talent that had achieved great feats has now become a disappointment. However, the Golden Dragon Wings and the Half-Dragon Transformation are 2 new innate abilities. Undoubtedly, they can perfectly replace the outdated Wind and Thunder Wings and the uninjured Fury. It can be said that with these 2 new bloodline talents, Ren's combat power has once again made a huge leap. After digesting all the system rewards, his strength has greatly improved. With a joyful mood, Ren walked out of the seclusion room and headed towards the delivery room. He wanted to reward Tina, the great contributor, properly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Following Tina, Jessica, Lifa, and Katie also gave birth to Ren offspring one after another. 1 boy and 2 girls. The talents of these 3 children are quite impressive, not disappointing Ren. 2 at the silver level and 1 at the golden level. The rewards given by the system are also quite good. The 3 children provided him with a total of 160 years of chi cultivation and 50 years of magic cultivation. He converted all his chi cultivation into magic cultivation. After fusion, since Ren has already comprehended the laws, he broke through to the 16th stage without any bottleneck in the magic realm. A successful promotion to a legendary mage. The quality of his magic power suddenly increased by 30 times. The strength of his soul increased by about 10 times. This wave of breakthrough not only gave Ren the ability to release 7 ring arcane arts, but also granted him a legendary specialization called Extreme Spell Enhancement. This specialization ability can increase the power of released spells by more than 3 times. It can be regarded as a boon for those who suffer from insufficient firepower. While the Habsburg family welcomed 3 newborns, the outside world was not very peaceful. Because there were rumors that the Orc Empire was preparing for a new round of invasion wars. Their target was the Kukarn Empire. Chapter 153 Grain Business, Silver Dragon Girl reappears. At the beginning, no one paid attention to this baseless rumor. Until someone caught a spy from the Orc Empire. The truth of the rumor was confirmed. The entire Kukarn Empire was shaken by this. The Emperor of the Empire called for a meeting overnight to discuss countermeasures. After all, as one of the mainstream races on the Roland continent, the strength of the Orc Empire cannot be underestimated. With 8 demigods presiding, nearly 200 legendary beings, and millions of elite Orc armies, it can be imagined how powerful their military force is. Although the 5 human empires can easily crush the Orcs by joining forces, but individually, it would be quite difficult. Most likely, there would be more losses than wins. That's exactly it. Now the atmosphere in the Kukarn Empire is also quite tense. As the territory of the Kukarn Empire, the province of Lance has naturally been greatly affected. Everyone is in a state of panic. They have started hoarding food and weapons frantically. The prices of food and weapons in the province of Lance have been rising all the way. A storm is coming. Looking at the intelligence gathered by the Shadow Organization in his hand, Ren sighed and thought to himself. However, he is not too worried either. After all, the territory of the Orc Empire is located on the edge of the continent. It is quite far from the province of Lance. If the Orc army really comes here, then the Kukarn Empire is probably not far from destruction. He believes that the Emperor and ministers of the Kukarn Empire, as long as they are not idiots, will do everything they can to prevent such a thing from happening. Therefore, Currently, the province of Ren is still very safe. This is a great opportunity to make money. Putting aside the worries in his heart, Ren also saw great business opportunities from this major event. Due to the fact that the Orc Empire is preparing to invade the Kukan Empire. Now, the prices of food and weapons in the province of Ren, and even the entire Kukan Empire, have skyrocketed many times. And he happens to have a lot of food in his hands. So far, the high-yield crop in the territory, white taro rice, has matured for many seasons. Apart from the food supply for the population in the territory for the next year, he now has a reserve of more than 3 billion kilograms of food. If he sells it at the current high price, doubling the wealth of the Habu's family is not a problem. Thinking of this, Ren was immediately tempted. If you want to do it, do it. Ren immediately ordered the members of the Shadow Organization to spread the news of the Habu's family's intention to sell a large amount of food throughout the province of Ren as quickly as possible. This wave of publicity had a remarkable effect. After all, now everyone is hoarding food, and it is very difficult to buy food. When they heard that the Habu's family was going to sell a large amount of food, everyone naturally flocked to it. In just 2 days, there were hundreds of merchants and nobles coming to buy, almost breaking down the threshold of the Habu's manor. The inventory of more than 3 billion kilograms of food was sold at an extremely fast pace. If it weren't for Ren to maintain food prices and maximize profits, he wouldn't have released all the food at once. I'm afraid it would have been sold out in less than 5 days. 1 month later, Ren sold all the more than 3 billion kilograms of food, making a profit of nearly 6 billion gold coins. With this huge wealth, the days of the Habu's family became extremely prosperous. The development of the territory has been greatly improved. Time passed little by little. 1 week later, Ren received a letter from the 50th child, Pantaleon. He said his wife had given birth. She had given birth to a boy. Ren had been looking forward to this child. After all, Pantaleon was the first married golden-level heir. The probability of having a child with high aptitude was quite high. Sure enough, this child did not disappoint him. According to the system prompt, his grandson had a super-grade martial spirit aptitude, high-grade martial spirit aptitude, and was the first golden-level heir of the 3rd generation of Habus. He would become a transcendent above the 10th rank in the future. It was like holding a winning ticket. However, unfortunately, no matter how excellent the aptitude of the 3rd generation descendants was, Ren could not obtain item rewards. Even the cultivation rewards had to be reduced by half. Therefore, this golden-rated grandson only provided him with 50 years of martial spirit cultivation. However, even a mosquito is meat. After absorbing it, Ren martial spirit cultivation was enhanced. Receiving the letter from his son, Frenna was also very happy. She became a grandmother. Darling, shall we go to Pantaleon's house to see the child? Frenna held Ren's hand, her face full of anticipation. Okay. No problem. Facing his wife's small request, Ren naturally couldn't refuse. He immediately had a carriage prepared and headed to the city of Cardia. However, walking halfway. Ren suddenly received feedback on the 2nd-level magic lock, Elemental Fury. There is a legendary powerhouse secretly infiltrating the Habs Manor. Who is this person? What do they want? Upon receiving this information, Ren's expression froze. He immediately activated the golden dragon wings, swiftly flying towards the direction of Habs Manor. His wife and children are in Habs Manor. If this legendary powerhouse has ill intentions, then things will be troublesome. Although he has left many safeguards in Habs Manor to protect his wife and children, with the permanent clone summoned by the dual body talent and the presence of the legendary powerhouse, Valkyrie, guarding the manor. But if a real fight breaks out, given the strength of a legendary powerhouse, the aftermath of the battle is bound to affect people like Janice. If any accidents occur, then. Thinking of this, Ren became even more anxious. Activating half-dragon transformation, increasing his attributes threefold. Full speed ahead. 1 minute later, Ren crossed tens of kilometers and successfully returned to Habs Manor. Guided by the magic lock, Ren quickly found the legendary presence that sneaked into the manor. It was a silver-haired girl wearing an exquisite princess dress. Angelina? Upon seeing this girl, Ren couldn't help but show a look of astonishment on his face. Because he realized that this was his acquaintance. No, it should be the dragon. He had previously tried various ways to conquer the other party. But whether it was due to the influence of the magical disaster or the deep impression he left on her before, she never appeared in front of him again. He thought that this little female dragon had already run away overnight. He had already given up on the idea of conquering her and bringing her home to have a litter of dragon-human hybrids. Chapter 154 Ren, Miss Angelina, pay me for you. Why did you suddenly come back? Seeing Ren figure. Angelina, who was sneaking into the Habsburg Manor, was dumbfounded. Her pretty face was filled with panic. She had been waiting for Ren to leave before taking action. Who would have thought? This guy Ren actually came back and caught her red-handed. Recalling her previous encounter with Ren, Angelina instinctively wanted to use teleportation to escape. However, Ren obviously wouldn't let Angelina go. After finally seeing this little female dragon again, he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Without hesitation, Ren directly used the divine incantation to distort and disrupt the surrounding space. Teleportation was already an extremely delicate spatial magic. With this disruption, the teleportation gate that Angelina had just opened collapsed on the spot. The spell failed. Angelina, who suffered from the backlash of the spell, suddenly became stiff. When Angelina regained her ability to move, she found that Ren had firmly grabbed her hands and feet. Unable to move. You evil human, let go of me quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Feeling this familiar sensation, Angelina suddenly felt the memories of her lost dragon heritage resurfacing and attacking her. Her fair and flawless delicate face was filled with embarrassment. This time, she must restore the reputation of the dragon race. The reason why she couldn't match the power of this despicable human before was because she hadn't grown up yet. But now, it's different. She has entered the legendary realm and truly become an adult. Even though the silver dragon race is more proficient in magic, a dragon is still a dragon. Power is absolutely incomparable to humans. With a strong sense of confidence, Angelina began to struggle with all her might. It must be said, the strength of the silver dragon girl is indeed more than 10 times stronger than before. This struggle. Ren immediately felt a strong force transmitting to his hands. However, his strength has grown astonishingly. The legendary physique brought by the promotion to the legendary level, coupled with a 30% boost from the golden market dragon bloodline. The physical strength he now possesses is no less than that of an adult red dragon, which has the greatest strength among dragons. Not to mention the silver dragon, a magical dragon. Even if he were to be promoted to the legendary level, he would never be able to arm wrestle with him. Ren exerted force. His hands were as strong as the strongest shackles in the world. He firmly controlled Angelina. No matter how the little female dragon struggled and raged, she couldn't break free from his restraint. Even after realizing that he had been promoted to the legendary level, he was still easily controlled by Ren. The self-esteem of the silver dragon girl instantly became riddled with holes. Coupled with several defeats at the hands of Ren, Angelina became more and more aggrieved, unable to help but burst into tears. She cried so sadly. You, a human who deserves to go to hell, only know how to bully me. Seeing the tearful appearance of the little female dragon, Ren suddenly felt embarrassed. A hint of helplessness appeared on his face. His mental resilience was really poor. He hadn't done anything yet. And the little female dragon was already crying like this. If one didn't know, they would think he had done something bad. His head ached from the crying. Ren chose to take the initiative and immediately questioned with an expressionless face. Miss Angelina, what were you sneaking into my house for? It couldn't be that you were planning something bad, right? How is that possible? Upon hearing this, Angelina seemed to be struck in a sore spot, and her crying instantly stopped. Her eyes flickered back and forth, and she stuttered, unable to speak. Her little face was flushed. Visible guilt. If you don't tell the truth, don't blame me for being impolite. Ren was curious about the true intentions of this little female dragon. He continued to threaten and interrogate. If Angelina wanted to harm his wife and children, then he wouldn't be polite. Even if he has thoughts about this little female dragon, he will never let anyone who attempts to harm his wife and children go. I heard that you made a lot of gold coins selling grain recently. You used to bully me. I thought about taking all your money while you were away, seeking revenge on you, and enriching my collection. It seems that Ren sensed the killing intent emanating from her. Angelina was immediately frightened. She dared not hide anymore. She quickly revealed her purpose for this trip. So that's how it is. Upon hearing this, Ren's face immediately softened. As long as it doesn't harm his wife and children, everything is negotiable. He still believed Angelina's words. This is indeed the behavior style of a dragon. Seek revenge for grievances, and love treasures. That's right. I really have no ill intentions, nor do I have any thoughts of harming anyone. Feeling Ren change in attitude, Angelina nodded her head repeatedly. She hoped that after resolving the misunderstanding, Ren would quickly let her go. No. Ren flatly refused. How could he easily let go of this little female dragon? What if this little female dragon runs away again? He has suffered so many losses because of her. This little female dragon probably won't dare to provoke him again in the future. In that case, won't his idea of marrying this little female dragon be ruined? This is absolutely not acceptable. He is prepared to settle this matter with the little female dragon today. Thinking like this, Ren spoke again. You came to my house to steal things. Although you didn't succeed, punishment cannot be lessened. Tell me, Miss Angelina, how do you plan to compensate? If it satisfies me, I will let you go. Little did Angelina know of Ren's sinister intentions. She thought Ren wanted her to compensate with money and immediately said with a pained expression, "Can I compensate you with 10 gold coins?" Dragons are all misers. For them, besides their lives, the most important thing is the treasures they have collected. Some dragons are so obsessed with wealth that it drives them to the point of madness. They care more about money than their own lives. Even if they were to be killed, they would never give up their treasure. This is a common theme in the legends of bards. Although I have heard of dragons being hoarders. But when I heard that Angelina was only willing to offer 10 gold coins as ransom, Ren was speechless. Although he didn't lack money, this little dragoness was being too stingy. Miss Angelina, do I look like someone who needs these 10 gold coins? In my treasure vault, gold coins are piled up like mountains. Your compensation lacks sincerity. Ren spoke up. Piled up like mountains? The silver dragon girl's eyes lit up. Although she knew that Ren, as a human, had earned a lot of money. But she never expected this guy to be so wealthy, with mountains of gold coins in his house. Thinking about her own barren dragon treasure, Angelina felt the urge to rob Ren rise again. However, seeing her hands and feet firmly restrained, Angelina instantly despaired. This human was truly a monster. She was no match for him at all. Want to rob him? Just not being robbed by this guy would be a blessing. So what do you want me to compensate you with? With your wealth, I'm sure you wouldn't be interested in my compensation. Or maybe you should just let me go. Waking up from her overnight dream of sudden wealth, Angelina put on a pitiful look and began to negotiate. She was young, just coming of age, a genuine poor dragon. 10 gold coins were already the highest ransom she could offer. Anything more, and she would rather die than submit. You don't have to compensate with money. There's something else on you that I'm interested in. As long as you're willing to compensate me with that, I'll forgive your theft this time. Ren said with a smile. Hearing that she didn't have to pay with money, the miserly Angelina felt relieved. Then, curious, she asked, what is it? Of course, it's you yourself. Chapter 155 Silver Bullet Offensive, Silver Dragon Girl Falls. Since you can't compensate me with money, then I'll take you as compensation. Ren said straightforwardly. Upon hearing Ren's words, Angelina was instantly shocked. She never expected that this evil human, Ren, would want her personally. Impossible. You're dreaming. Regaining her composure, Angelina, a small female dragon, stared at Ren with wide eyes and decisively refused. She looked fierce and cute at the same time. After all, she was a proud silver dragon. How could she possibly be given to a human and become their possession? This would be a great insult to the honor of dragons. If she didn't know that she couldn't defeat Ren, she would have bitten this damn guy to death. Then compensate me with 6 billion gold coins, Ren said again, smiling without insisting. Impossible. This is robbery. Upon hearing these words, the silver dragon girl's reaction was much stronger than before. She struggled and wriggled frantically. She couldn't even bear to spend 10 gold coins. And now Ren wanted her to pay a sky-high compensation of 6 billion gold coins. If she agreed to it, then all the dragon treasures she had accumulated throughout her dragon life would have to be handed over to Ren. And she would become the poorest dragon in the history of the dragon clan. Thinking of such a miserable future, Angelina was so angry that she clenched her teeth. She kept twisting her body, trying to break free from Ren restraints. She turned her head, wanting to bite this despicable human, Ren, to death. Unfortunately, under Ren's unimaginable strength, no matter how much Angelina struggled, it was useless. As for transforming back into her dragon form, she couldn't do it directly with her huge body to break Ren's shackles. Because Ren had already used a silent attack, causing the magic inside her to go haywire. Temporarily lost the ability to cast spells. Angela's dragon transformation spell naturally cannot be successfully cast. Ignoring the futile struggles of the little dragon, Ren interrupted and said, "I'm not robbing you. There's already this much money in my treasure vault. If you stole it from me, my loss would be this number. Risk and reward go hand in hand. Since that's the case, if I catch you, naturally you have to compensate me with an equal amount of wealth. Isn't that reasonable, Miss Angela?" Upon hearing this, Angela was immediately stunned. Her first reaction was that this despicable human really had money. If only she could have so much gold, she would definitely enjoy sleeping on a bed made of 6 billion gold coins. Her second reaction was that this human seemed to have a point. It was indeed not unreasonable for her to compensate with so much money. Phew. These are all fallacies. She snapped back to her senses. Angela shook her little head, as if trying to shake off the thoughts in her mind. That's 6 billion gold coins. Even if she sold herself, she couldn't afford to compensate. And even if she could, she wouldn't. No way would she pay so much money. Seeing Angela, the silver dragon girl, making a cute face that showed she would never surrender or pay money, Ren smiled slightly in his heart. He knew the timing was almost right. "Miss Angela, make your choice. Either you compensate me by giving yourself to me, or you compensate with 600 billion gold coins. I forgot to tell you. Giving yourself to me doesn't mean becoming my slave maid, but becoming my wife. After becoming my wife, you will also have a share of the 6 billion gold coins in my treasure vault." Ren tempted. First, suppress the other party's psychological bottom line to the lowest point, and then offer better conditions based on that. This is a negotiation technique that was very common and effective in the past life. Under Ren tactics, this inexperienced silver dragon girl was instantly moved. Not only did she not have to pay a sky-high compensation, but she could also obtain a large amount of gold coins to enrich her treasure trove. This was simply a great opportunity. If she married another dragon, there would definitely not be such benefits. For a dragon, even the closest companion, will never be able to share their dragon's treasure. Thinking of this, Angelina suddenly felt that Ren, this human, seemed not so annoying. The dragon clan's criteria for choosing a mate are actually quite simple. The most basic and important is having enough strength. Next is the beauty of appearance. And then, it's about the dragon's treasure they possess. The wealthier the dragon, the more favored they are by the opposite-sex dragons. And Ren, apart from not being of the same race, is perfect in every other aspect. Marrying him seems quite good. However, she has just come of age. Is it too early to have a partner? The more she thinks, the more conflicted she becomes. For a moment, Angelina doesn't know how to choose. "As long as you marry me, I am willing to give you 1 billion gold coins as a dowry." Seeing Angelina hesitate, Ren adds fuel to the fire. Hearing this, Angelina's eyes suddenly light up. Under Ren's relentless silver bullet attack, this quite materialistic little silver dragon instantly falls. She agrees to Ren's proposal. After signing the most binding magical contract, flower petals fall. Ren immediately begins preparing for the wedding. For a strange girl who has never been to his home before, Janice and the others naturally want to know her background. Ren doesn't hide anything either. He openly states that Angelina is an adult silver dragon. A dragon? Upon hearing this, Janice and the others are all dumbfounded. They never expected that this seemingly young and weak, beautiful girl would be the powerful dragon that bards speak of, capable of traveling hundreds or even thousands of kilometers. The contrast is too great. It's truly hard to believe. Faced with Janice and the others' questioning of her identity, the proud Miss Silver Dragon doesn't waste any words and immediately dispels her human transformation. Next second, a massive creature, over 50 meters long, with a streamlined body, appeared in the Habs manor. 00. It had 2 slender dragon horns on its head and its entire body was silver blue in color. Like the finest silver. Under the sun's rays, it shimmered with dazzling light. It looked extremely beautiful. It must be said. Among the many dragons, the Silver Dragon clan was outstanding. Only a few dragon species, such as the Sapphire Dragon and the Rainbow Dragon, could compare to it. Roar! For the first time, witnessing the appearance of a dragon, a transcendent race at the top of the Roland continent. Janice and the others exclaimed in excitement, their eyes filled with excitement. As for fear, there was none. Although the huge size of the dragon in front of them was intimidating. But as long as her husband Ren was by their side, they would never worry about being harmed. Moreover, this silver dragon girl was going to marry into the Habs family. She definitely wouldn't harm them. Coming back to their senses, Janice and the others couldn't help but touch the smooth dragon scales of the silver dragon with their own hands. Feeling the admiration from Janice and the others, Angelina had a proud smile on her face. Finally, she regained some pride as a silver dragon. In such interactions, Janice and the others quickly accepted Angelina as a member of the Habs family. After all, the Silver Dragon clan often helped kind creatures. They had a good reputation on the Roland continent. With this kind of perspective, Janice and the others naturally had a high opinion of the Silver Dragon girl. They actively helped prepare for her wedding. At the same time, they sent wedding invitations to other nobles. Soon, the news that Ren was going to marry an adult silver dragon spread throughout the province of Lance at an astonishing speed. And even spread rapidly throughout the entire Cocaine Empire. Chapter 156 Marrying the Silver Dragon Girl, the War of the Two Great Empires begins. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Humans marry a giant dragon. This is explosive news. You should know. The Dragon Clan is naturally powerful and extremely proud, looking down on other races. Although many dragons may mate with other races, but it is extremely rare for them to truly become partners. Now, in the entire Roland continent, there are no more than 20 humans who can become partners with dragons. That's why the reaction from Ren family is so intense upon hearing that he is about to marry a silver dragon girl. That's why the news spread so quickly. Oh my god. Marrying the proud dragon, Count Ren is truly a role model for us human males. Really enviable. I heard that the mother dragons of the Silver Dragon clan become beautiful women after using human transformation magic. Count Ren is truly fortunate. The sexual ability of the Dragon clan is extremely strong. I hope Count Ren won't be drained, otherwise, it would be a disgrace to our human race. Even if I die under the peony, I would still be romantic. If only I could also win the favor of a silver dragon beauty. June 10th. What kind of dream are you having? The Silver Dragon clan is much more proud than ordinary dragons. Without advanced legendary level strength, the Silver Dragon beauties won't even look at you. Everyone is discussing it. Their tone is full of envy for Ren. He is a dragon at the top of the extraordinary races on the continent. To marry him. Not to mention anything else. The sense of conquest is off the charts. And as time goes by, this matter completely escalates. Ren also gains the title of a dragon rider. Thanks to this, Ren, who originally had little fame within the Kukane Empire, became well known overnight. There are even many minstrels who compose cross-racial love stories featuring Ren and the Silver Dragon Girl as the main characters. I don't know the storm that Ren marriage to the Silver Dragon Girl has caused. Ren, Janice, and others are busy preparing for this wedding. Time passes bit by bit. Half a month later, this highly anticipated wedding takes place as scheduled. There are terrifying numbers of guests attending. In addition to the nobles of the Lance province who received wedding invitations, there are also many imperial nobles from other provinces who have come from afar to join in the fun, hoping to participate in this rare dragon wedding. Regarding this, Ren naturally wouldn't refuse. Today is his day of great joy. All who came were guests. From 8 in the morning until 12 in the afternoon, Ren received over 1,500 imperial nobles. Among them were some top dignitaries who held high positions in the Kukon Empire. Due to the unexpectedly large number of attendees, the venue originally prepared at the Habs Manor was simply not enough. There was no other way. In order to ensure that this highly anticipated wedding could proceed perfectly, Ren could only use his divine gift to distort reality and magically expand the wedding venue tenfold. With this move, Ren instantly stunned everyone present. After coming to their senses, everyone's attitude towards Ren became even more enthusiastic. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the mingling of people, time quickly passed. Soon enough, it was time for the wedding ceremony to take place. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Ren led the silver dragon maiden, Angelina, up to the high platform. Today, Angelina looked extremely beautiful, wearing a pure white wedding gown, coupled with her ethereal temperament. She looked just like a fairy. The guests watching around were all stunned. In their hearts, they were even more envious of Ren's good fortune to be able to marry such a stunning dragon maiden. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of others, Ren and Angelina completed the wedding ceremony step by step. Several tens of minutes later, the two officially became a newlywed couple. The wedding ceremony concluded. Next, Ren, together with Angelina, thanked the guests who came to witness the ceremony. Until the sun set. Only then did this grand dragon wedding come to an end. Seeing off the last guest, Ren, filled with anticipation, entered Angelina's room. At this moment, Angelina was happily counting her gold coins while lying on the bed. Today, the wedding has ended. Ren will give the promised 1 billion gold coins as a dowry to Angelina. For the first time, little Mother Dragon felt extremely excited to possess such wealth. She repeatedly wiped each gold coin. Her pretty face was filled with a happy smile. Seeing the greedy and innocent look of his newlywed wife, Ren was speechless and also found it amusing. Don't count anymore, little money lover. Today is our wedding night, you don't want to keep counting coins until dawn, do you? He sat down next to Angelina and teased her. Why not? Counting coins is so much fun. Ren, will you count with me? I want to count the 1 billion gold coins tonight and personally polish each and every one of these cuties until they shine. Angelina said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Ren was dumbfounded. Goodness. These are 1 billion gold coins. Counting them one by one would take until next year. He didn't want to waste time with this money-loving little dragon. Ren took matters into his own hands and got to work. With a cry of surprise from Angelina, the lights in the room went out. It must be said, compared to ordinary humans, dragons are truly gifted. Even in their first battle in the Imperial City, Angelina displayed an extremely powerful strength. Facing Ren, a seasoned warrior, she didn't fall behind at all. This battle continued until the afternoon of the next day before it stopped. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The silver dragon girl, Angelina, had completely adapted to life in the human world. To be honest, she was very satisfied with her current life. After marrying Ren, he treated her with great love. Knowing that she liked to collect gold coins, he would give her several million gold coins every month to make her happy. During this time, her little treasure trove had grown visibly rich. In addition, she no longer needed to do anything. She didn't need to hunt for food herself anymore. Just enjoying life and good food every day was enough. This sought-after laid-back lifestyle brought her a sense of full happiness. Gradually, her sensory perception of Ren was also getting better. The relationship between the two gradually heated up. There was a change in attitude towards the silver dragon maiden. As Ren's bedside companion, he naturally received it. He was also quite happy about it. However, I don't know if it's because the dragon clan itself is difficult to conceive. These 2 months, no matter how hard he worked, there were no signs of pregnancy on Angelina. This matter made Ren quite depressed. After all, he still wanted to have a little dragon person as soon as possible. Angelina is a pure-blooded silver dragon. Maybe that child could directly receive a platinum level or higher evaluation. Unfortunately, Angelina's belly wasn't cooperating. There's no way. Ren could only choose to go with the flow and work harder. As long as he keeps sowing. He believes that even if the pure-blooded dragon clan is difficult to reproduce, she will definitely get pregnant. Besides this matter, there is another very important thing. The Orc Empire has officially declared war on the Kukarn Empire. Millions of elite orcs, accompanied by tens of millions of cannon fodder orcs, formed a massive orc army to invade the border of the Kukarn Empire. The war between the two different race empires has begun. Since the Kukarn Empire had received the news early and made sufficient preparations, faced with the grand invasion of the Orc Empire. They didn't suffer much losses. Instead, they slightly gained the upper hand by relying on their local advantages. Both sides fought fiercely. However, Ren didn't pay much attention to the war between the two empires. It was too far away from him. It's better to pay more attention to his wives when he has the time. Princess Shah, Serena, Emek, and the other 13 wives have been pregnant for nearly 9 months. The time for delivery is approaching. The Habs family is about to experience a wave of massive baby boom. Chapter 157 Senior Family Blessing, Legendary Fox Maiden. More than a month later. On this afternoon, Serena and Emek, the two sisters, gave birth one after another and were sent to the delivery room. 15 minutes later, the two sisters gave birth to offspring for Ren. Among them, Serena gave birth to a pair of twins. Emek gave birth to a girl. These 3 children are Ren 137th, 138th, and 139th children, respectively. According to the system prompt, the aptitude of these 3 offspring is considered good. 2 have a silver level evaluation, and 1 has a gold level evaluation. In this situation, the system rewards are naturally quite generous. In total, they provide Ren with 160 years of Qi cultivation and 30 years of magic cultivation. In addition, there is a 6-star combat skill called War Trample. After using this combat skill, it can cause a strong shockwave, inflicting huge damage to surrounding enemies, and also stunning them. It can be said to be quite practical. Regarding this wave of system rewards, Ren is quite satisfied. After absorbing and integrating all of them, his strength has improved a lot. Another 13 days passed. Princess Elsa also gave birth. Ren has high expectations for the child in Elsa's belly. After all, Elsa's first 2 children were very good. They didn't disappoint him. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, the cry of a baby finally came from the delivery room. Detected the birth of the 140th child of the host. The magic aptitude of this offspring is super, the Qi aptitude is super, and the evaluation is gold level. Reward, 100 years of Qi cultivation, advanced family blessing, eternal youth. It's a pity it's not a platinum level offspring. Listening to the system prompt in his ear, Ren felt a little regretful. However, a gold level offspring is also good. It can be considered average. Although there are no particularly surprising surprises, it is still acceptable. Upon regaining consciousness, Ren chose to accept the reward. The Saint Dragon Qi technique began to operate. In just 2 minutes, the 100 years of Qi had completely merged with his Qi origin. Combined with the Qi cultivation he had absorbed before, Ren's aura increased significantly. His Qi realm reached the mid-stage of the 18th rank. He adjusted to the enhanced power within his body. Then, Ren began to examine the effect of the advanced bloodline blessing. Advanced family blessing, everlasting life. Effect, increases the lifespan limit of all members of the Habsburg family by 50 years. It must be said, the effect of this advanced family blessing is truly powerful. It directly adds 50 years to the lifespan of all members of the Habsburg family. In this way, the members of the Habsburg family effectively have twice the cultivation time of ordinary people. It can be said that this reward greatly enhances the growth potential of the family members. In the long run, the Habsburg family will undoubtedly produce more strong individuals. This value is no less than that of a legendary weapon. Satisfied, he nodded. The disappointment in Ren's heart about Elsa's inability to give birth to a platinum-level offspring disappeared instantly. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Following Elsa's 3 daughters, the other 10 wives also gave birth to Ren's offspring one after another. The Habsburg family once again added 10 newborns. These 10 children, most of them have decent aptitude. 2 are at the gold level, 6 at the silver level. Only 2 are at the bronze level. In this situation, the rewards given by the system are naturally quite generous. 10 children provided him with 400 years of fighting spirit and 50 years of magical cultivation, as well as 7 combat techniques and item rewards. After integrating all his cultivation, Ren successfully broke through to the 18th stage limit of fighting spirit. His magical cultivation also reached the mid-16th stage. His strength increased significantly. As for those combat techniques and item rewards, most of them were useless. Ren directly handed them all over to the family store for recycling. In the end, he exchanged them for trading points equivalent to 300 years of cultivation. Meanwhile, as the Habsburg family welcomed a large number of newborns, the war between the Kukan Empire and the Orc Empire became more intense. The initial probing had already ended. Now the battle between the two armies officially entered a fierce stage. Although the Orc Empire's army had stronger overall strength, the Kukan Empire's army had an absolute advantage due to the large number of defensive fortifications built in the early stages, occupying favorable terrain. Every step forward for the Orc Empire's army was extremely difficult. This move had a significant effect. Caught off guard, the Kukan Empire's army suffered a major loss. Not only were their border defenses breached, but they also lost 2 provinces in an instant. Having won such a great victory, the Orc Empire's army naturally had a soaring morale. On the other hand, the atmosphere within the Kukan Empire became increasingly tense. The previously stable prices skyrocketed once again. Feeling the winds of change from the outside world, Ren naturally couldn't remain unresponsive. Although he didn't believe that the Orc Empire's army could really reach the province of Lance, he still needed to make necessary preparations. After all, it concerned the lives of everyone in the Habsburg family. There was no room for carelessness. He strengthened the family's armed forces and arranged escape routes. In the midst of such busyness, a month passed quickly. On this afternoon, Governor Laska issued an order to all the nobles in the province of Lance. Starting from today, everyone must conduct a thorough investigation of their own territories. Ensure that no Orc spies have infiltrated and engaged in destructive activities. Once Orc spies are found within the territory and have a detrimental impact on the war situation, the noble ruling the territory will be strictly held responsible. In fact, it's not just the province of Lance. Nobles from other provinces of the Kukan Empire have also received similar instructions. Because the person issuing this order is His Majesty, the Emperor of the Kukan Empire. Knowing this, no one dares to be negligent. They immediately begin investigating the people within their territories overnight. And Ren is no exception. The lords of the major cities in the Rhine region are ordered to implement martial law and seal off the cities. They start searching for Orc spies. Among them, recent arrivals in the Rhine region are the main focus of the search. However, most Orc spies carry treasures that conceal their own aura. They are also skilled in disguise and illusion. It is not an easy task to identify them from the vast sea of people. It takes more than 10 days. Just barely catching a few weaklings. The subordinates did not perform well. There's no other way. Ren has to take matters into his own hands. His golden dragon eyes can see through most illusions in the world. Seeing through the Orc spies' disguises. That is as simple as can be. After searching a few major cities, Ren caught a big fish. It was a fox woman with legendary strength. Chapter 158 Master of Illusion, Capture the Legendary Fox Girl. Cartier City. On the square, everyone is lining up in a long queue, receiving Ren's scrutiny. 1. 10. 100. Inspecting up to the 63,836th person, Ren gaze suddenly freezes. That freckled girl has a problem. Activating the golden dragon eye to its fullest. In Ren field of vision, the appearance of the freckled girl instantly transforms into a beautiful mature woman. She has a fair and flawless oval face, a well-endowed and curvaceous figure, and a pair of enchanting fox-like eyes. Most importantly, she has a pair of snow-white fox ears on top of her head, and a furry fox tail behind her buttocks. It is obvious. This is a fox woman. A spy from the Orc Empire. After working so hard, I finally caught a big fish. A smile appears on Ren's face. Based on the information revealed by the golden dragon eye, this fox woman, disguised as an ordinary human girl, possesses legendary level strength. This level of powerhouse. Clearly, she cannot be just an ordinary Orc spy. Perhaps she is the head of Orc spies in the province of Lance. Just as Ren was using the golden dragon eye to observe, that legendary level fox woman suddenly had a feeling that her entire body was being seen through. Has my identity been discovered? Feeling Ren's scrutiny, Orion is extremely shocked in her heart. To be able to see through her carefully crafted disguise at a glance. That human is definitely not simple. His strength must far surpass hers. Thinking of this, Orion decisively activates her illusion technique and runs away. The next second, the freckled girl transformed by Orion suddenly disappears abruptly. Just like a pencil drawing erased by an eraser. Such a bizarre scene. The people in the queue around show no reaction at all. They turn a blind eye. As if this person doesn't exist at all. Seeing this scene, Ren instantly understands the extraordinary profession that the fox woman serves. Illusionist. This is an extremely rare mage class. It deceives the senses and memories of creatures by creating incredibly realistic illusions. It can even achieve effects similar to deceiving the world. Its combat power is average, but its abilities are extremely mysterious. However, thinking of escaping from him with these deceptive tricks is wishful thinking. If it weren't for him not wanting to waste his monthly pause time and unwilling to cause a large number of casualties by fighting within the city of Cartier, this legendary fox woman would have no chance to escape. She was captured by him a long time ago. You can't escape from my palm. Using the golden dragon eyes to lock onto the aura of that legendary fox woman, Ren immediately pursued her silently. One person and one fox, one in front and one behind, left the city of Cartier. After getting far away from the city, there were no more concerns. Ren immediately stopped restraining his power. He flew towards the location of that legendary fox woman at the fastest speed. Damn it. Feeling the powerful aura behind her without any concealment, Arian, who thought she had already escaped danger, instantly had an extremely ugly expression. She immediately increased her flying speed. At the same time, she used illusions to create more than 10 identical clones of herself, scattering in all directions, confusing Ren line of sight. However, it was useless. In front of the golden dragon eyes, those illusory clones of legendary powerhouses were full of loopholes. They were instantly seen through. Without any hesitation, Ren locked onto Arian's true body and continued to pursue her. In just a few tens of seconds, the distance between the two of them was reduced by more than half. If this continued, in less than a minute, Ren would easily catch up to Arian. My illusions don't work on this human. Feeling the powerful aura rapidly approaching from behind, Arian's heart sank completely. The illusions were useless. And she couldn't match the speed of that human. Today, she was probably in grave danger. However, it is impossible to let her be captured like this. Next, Orion used all her tricks. Hypnotic illusion, soul shackles illusion, real illusion, thunderfire strangulation. The first encounter with the bizarre attacks of an illusionist. Ren was unprepared. He was instantly hit. However, with the protection of the soul barrier and this innate defense, in less than a second, Ren broke free from the illusion. 3 minutes later, Ren easily caught up with the fleeing Orion. Blocked her way. Surrender obediently. I can spare your life. Looking at the legendary fox woman in front of him, Ren calmly spoke. This is a big fish. If he can capture her alive, he will definitely obtain a lot of crucial information. For example, the list of orc spies in the Rhine region, and even the contact information of the province of Landshau, and so on. You despicable human, you're dreaming. The orc race will never surrender. Orion's fox eyes were filled with determination. Even if it means death, she will take a bite out of this human in front of her. You underestimate me. Understanding Orion's gaze, Ren didn't take it to heart at all. Unless this fox lady directly possesses half-divine grade strength. Otherwise, she doesn't even have the qualification to harm him. The realm of illusion descends. Sensing Ren's disdain for her, Orion's eyes flashed with light. Without hesitation, she unleashed her strongest move. The next second, a purple mist, suspended between reality and illusion, enveloped the surrounding area for dozens of miles. Countless powerful monsters appeared out of thin air, condensed together. Bearing their fangs and claws, they attacked Ren. Ren even saw the figure of an adult blue dragon among them. Interesting. A hint of interest flashed in Ren's eyes. It has to be said. The abilities of an illusionist are truly amazing. Even though they are illusory creatures, he can still feel that once these monsters of his are hit, they will also suffer real and substantial damage. However, but it's still far from enough to defeat him with this move. Activate the Holy Dragon Fighting Chi. Ren wields the Judgment Great Sword and slashes with one strike. Boom. Golden holy fire appears out of thin air, transforming into a flame storm several kilometers in diameter, enveloping all the mythical beasts emitting powerful auras. Just with one strike, This seemingly grand army of magical beasts is completely annihilated. Just as Ren is preparing to capture the legendary fox woman, he suddenly receives a series of future visions. In the visions, he falls into the trap of this legendary fox woman. She continuously drives the mythical beasts to attack him, seemingly at a loss and struggling in desperation. But in reality, she is secretly lowering his guard by pretending to be at the end of her rope, waiting for him to approach. This fox woman directly activates a magic scroll containing a 9-ring single-target magic spell of destructive thunder. Without any defense, nowhere to hide. Being hit by this powerful magic that is comparable to a half-god's full-force attack, he instantly falls into a severely injured and dying state. The vision ends here. Receiving a warning from the talent of danger prediction, Ren is dumbfounded. To be honest, he never expected that he would be killed by this weak legendary fox woman. I haven't encountered an evenly matched opponent for too long. My mentality has become somewhat inflated. Battle changes in an instant. No one knows what astonishing trump cards a seemingly weak opponent may have to reverse the situation. Coming back to his senses, Ren begins to reflect on himself. After all, based on the future visions, the reason why he was killed was completely because he underestimated his opponent too much, resulting in falling into the opponent's trap and being taken out in one go, wasting a life in vain. Learning from this lesson, moving on to the next level, Ren no longer carries the mentality of playing cat and mouse, directly going all out, using the power of the divine maxims to imprison the fox woman. At the same time, using Void Rush to charge in front of her, followed by a Silent Strike, directly depriving her of the ability to cast spells and self-destruct. A combination of moves easily takes down this legendary fox woman. Chapter 159 Ren, Miss Fox, you Dawn and hashtag 039, T want your companion to have an accident, do you? Unable to understand the meaning, the whole person of Orion was dumbfounded as she became a prisoner under Ren. This was completely different from the script she had anticipated. Wasn't this despicable human being extremely disdainful of her before? Why did he suddenly become aggressive? Miss Fox, you have taught me a lesson. If I hadn't been cautious enough, you would have succeeded. As he spoke, Ren reached into Orion's clothes from the collar. From a pair of tender and jade-like super treasures, he pulled out a top-grade magic scroll made of white dragon leather. On it were engraved incredibly complex and mysterious magic patterns. This was the key item that the Miss Fox in the future scene used to kill Ren. The production of a magic scroll of this level is extremely difficult. Only a mage who has reached the level of half-divine grade and is proficient in magic scroll knowledge can create it. It can be imagined how precious it is. Indeed, Ren had not expected that this fox lady still had such a treasure on her. It's unknown if it's because of its special storage location. Ren smelled a faint milky fragrance from this magic scroll. Damn human. In the face of Ren's extremely presumptuous actions, Orion's face turned red. While feeling embarrassed, she was also extremely shocked. How did this human know about the trump card in her hand? And even knew where it was hidden? Could it be that this human can read minds? Orion's doubts were unknown. Ren put this extremely precious 9th ring magic scroll into his bag. Immediately, he spoke to this legendary fox lady. Miss Fox, what is your name? Humph. In the face of Ren's question, Orion coldly snorted. She had no intention of answering at all. Did he want to extract information about the Orc Empire or the spy list from her mouth? There is no door. She absolutely wouldn't let this human succeed. From the moment she led the spies into the Kukan Empire, she had already prepared herself for death. Seeing Orion's uncooperative attitude, Ren wasn't angry either. He didn't expect the other party to speak easily in the first place. After all, the spies sent by the Orc Empire must have tight lips. Otherwise, once caught, they would leak information. That would be digging their own grave. Miss Fox, it's useless if you don't speak. At most, it will just trouble me a little. I believe you have already witnessed my ability to see through illusions. Even illusionists who have stepped into the legendary realm like you cannot escape my eyes. Other orc spies are even less likely. As long as I personally visit every province of the Kukan Empire, the spies of your Orc Empire will definitely have nowhere to hide, and by then. Ren calmly spoke. As soon as these words were spoken, Orion's psychological defense line was instantly breached. Her enchanting fox eyes stared at Ren intently, full of killing intent. It seemed as if she wanted to crush Ren on the spot. And indeed, that was the case. If she wasn't imprisoned and controlled, her magic power wasn't silenced, she would immediately self-destruct and blow Ren to death. Miss Fox. If you don't want something like that to happen, it's best to cooperate, answer the questions I just asked properly. Don't make me angry, okay? Appreciating the anger and killing intent on Orion's face, Ren showed a faint smile. An orc female spy who doesn't let anyone in? Still easily controlled. My name is Orion. Just ask whatever you want to ask. Anyway, no matter how you threaten me, I won't reveal any information about the Orc Empire and my comrades, Orion said, suppressing her anger and speaking expressionlessly. Although she wished she could crush Ren to pieces in her heart, the situation was stronger than her. For the sake of her fellow orcs, she had to deceive and manipulate this despicable guy. It doesn't matter. I'm not interested in that, he said. On the contrary, I'm very interested in you personally, Ren said bluntly, looking at this lonely girl. He was serious. After all, this fox-like beauty had a charming and alluring appearance, and her figure was extremely voluptuous. She had exaggerated curves that normal humans could never achieve. Enormous, plump, and firm. Flawless from any angle. In addition, she possessed the dual attributes of a fox spirit and a beast-eared girl. Her attack speed was buffed to the maximum. She was simply a heavenly beauty. And she was also a legendary-level illusionist. If he could have a child with her, he wouldn't dare to say it would be a diamond-level offspring. But having a platinum-level offspring was definitely almost certain. Upon hearing this, Orianne, who had prepared herself for death, was also stunned. Then, as if hearing some humiliating words, "Don't even think about it. You disgusting worm, don't even think about playing with my body." In the human aristocratic circle, there were quite a few people who liked orc slave girls. Cat girls and fox girls with outstanding appearances among the orcs often fell victim to human slave-catching teams, secretly captured and sold at high prices to human aristocrats as playthings. Having been influenced by this, Orianne naturally harbored extreme hatred towards these perverted human aristocrats who harmed her own people. She wished she could kill them all. Therefore, upon hearing Ren's words, she immediately misunderstood their meaning, thinking that Ren wanted her to become his exclusive concubine. Of course, even if there was no misunderstanding, Orion would never agree. The orcs and humans, two major races, have been at war for years, with deep-seated hatred between them. If there were choices, she would never submit herself to a human. Seeing Orion's reaction, Ren also knew that being soft wouldn't work. He immediately changed his strategy and took a tough approach. Miss Orion, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your companions, would you? Facing Orion's furious outburst, Ren calmly uttered a classic line from a movie. He didn't want to resort to this method either. But who made the two sides enemies? Only by doing so could he possibly tame this fiery mare and make her willingly bear his children. Upon hearing this, the curses from Orion's mouth suddenly stopped. The look in her eyes towards Ren was filled with anger. This human was truly disgusting, despicable, and shameless. He actually used her companions as a threat. However, he did hit her sore spot. If Ren really managed to uncover all the orc companions infiltrating the Kukan Empire. No, even if he only found most of them, the Orc Empire would suffer heavy losses. The originally favorable situation might be ruined. Thinking of this, Orion, who was extremely loyal to the Orc Empire, suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. After much contemplation, this fox-like mature lady finally lowered her proud head. I am willing to become your woman, but you must sign a contract with me, the River Styx Covenant, and you absolutely cannot help the Kukan Empire investigate my companions. Chapter 160 Marrying the Beast-Ear Mother, Another Baby Boom. Regarding the conditions proposed by Aurelian, Ren did not refuse either, and responded ambiguously, saying, I can agree to this condition. But all the orc spies in my territory must be eliminated. As a noble who joined the Kukan Empire halfway, he did not have a strong sense of belonging to this empire. As long as there are enough benefits, he doesn't mind being a bystander. Of course, this is also because he believes that the Kukan Empire will definitely be able to deal with those orc spies on its own. A huge human empire ruling billions of people. If they don't even have this ability, then they deserve to perish. In Ren's opinion, even if he doesn't take action, The cocaine empire will at most have a slower efficiency in investigating orc spies. Okay. Hearing the resolute tone in Wren's voice, Aurelian did not negotiate further. As a prisoner held by the weak spot, it is already quite good that the other party is willing to offer such conditions. An agreement is reached between the two. The next thing is simple. They sign an irrevocable contract of the sticks. From today onwards, Aurelian belongs to Wren. There is no longer any connection with the Orc Empire. If Aurelian acts in a way that harms Wren interests, for example, secretly continuing to serve the Orc Empire, her soul will fall into the sticks and never find release. Subduing this charming and sexy fox lady, Wren also does not continue to waste time on this. He returns to the city of Cardia, continuing to search for orc spies in his territory. Although he can directly ask Aurelian who is by his side. No matter what, she is the mother of his future children. He should take care of her emotions. It will just take a little more time to investigate on his own. There is no need to burden this fox lady with the accusation of betraying her comrades. 10 days later, Wren thoroughly investigates everyone in his territory. Finally, more than 30 orc spies are found. All of these orcs are employed in a special profession called disguise master, as a branch of the assassin profession. This profession abandons the extreme assassination and explosive power in exchange for almost perfect camouflage ability. One can transform into another person, from breath to appearance, even able to read memories from the brains of other creatures. It can be said that it is a profession specifically designed for espionage activities. And these orc spies all have a minimum strength of at least level 10. Clearly, this is an elite orc spy team from the Orc Empire. They were all escorted to the governor's mansion in the province of Wren. Wren's father-in-law, Governor Laska, was also extremely surprised. He exclaimed that Wren had made great contributions. Immediately after, he couldn't wait to have all these elite orc spies sent to the dungeon to be interrogated rigorously, attempting to extract some high-value intelligence from these orcs. After successfully completing the mission, Wren did not stay long at the governor's mansion. He chose to go straight back home, returning to the Habs manor. Upon learning that her husband had returned home, Janice and the others immediately came to greet him. "Darling, weren't you investigating Orc Empire spies this time? How did you manage to bring back a sister for us?" Seeing the seductive and sexy beauty standing behind Wren, Janice and the others were speechless. They found that their husband's luck with women was unbelievably good. No matter what he did, he could encounter this rarely seen super beauty and bring her home. If they didn't know any better, they would have thought Wren was the illegitimate child of the god of love. "Doesn't that mean your husband's charm is amazing? You should be happy," Wren said with a smile. Although this time conquering this fox woman relied on force. But force is also a kind of charm, isn't it? You have a thick skin. Seeing her husband being shameless like this, Janice and the others rolled their eyes in a cute and coquettish manner. Then, they began to inquire about Orion's background, identity, and so on. Considering the external situation, Orion's background and identity were very sensitive. In order to avoid trouble, Wren chose to temporarily conceal Orion's identity as an orc fox woman. He only said that Orion was the daughter of a merchant from another province. That businessman from another province, in order to curry favor with him, directly gave his daughter to him as a lover. Regarding Wren's words, Janice and the others naturally wouldn't suspect. Soon, Janice and the others accepted the presence of Orion. They began to plan the wedding of the two. Regarding this, Wren naturally wouldn't oppose. Although Orion didn't willingly become his woman. But the proper status still had to be given. After all, no matter what, she would be the mother of his future child. 3 days later, under the preparations of Janice and the others, a grand wedding banquet was held at the Habs manor. The main characters of the wedding were naturally Wren and Orion, wearing a pure white wedding gown. Orion's emotions at this moment were very complicated. On one hand, as the head of the Orc Empire's intelligence agency branch, she was now devoting herself to a human. This made her feel like she was betraying her race. On the other hand, she didn't expect that Wren, this human noble, would not treat her as a plaything to vent his desires, but rather marry her and bring her home. In any case, this matter caused a great change in her perception of Wren. The resentment in her heart also dissipated quite a bit. unknown to Orion's psychological transformation. As the wedding was about to begin, Ren immediately took Orion up to the stage. Under the blessings of the crowd, the two completed the wedding ceremony and became an official couple. After the wedding, Ren entered Orion's room. The two completed the final step. It must be said, the first experience of a fox spirit with animal ears was quite amazing. Their first encounter. Ren's enthusiasm was also very high. All night until dawn. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. During this time, the Cocaine Empire has carried out many actions against orc spies. With considerable success. Most of the orc spies have been eliminated. The remaining few stragglers are no longer capable of causing much damage. Thanks to this, the unfavorable situation on the front lines has significantly improved. The Cocaine Empire's army, which suffered a major defeat before, has begun to regroup. They are holding off the Orc Empire's attacks. They are only waiting for the arrival of reinforcements to launch a counterattack. To reclaim the 2 provinces that were lost. While the outside world is undergoing changes. Ren, however, does not pay too much attention to this. He focuses on impregnating his wives. With his efforts, Arian, who has just entered the door, has successfully become pregnant. At the same time, Florina, Tina, Jessica, Lifa, and Katie are also pregnant. As for the Silver Dragon girl, Angelina, her belly still shows no response. There's nothing he can do. Legendary creatures like dragons are naturally powerful, but their reproductive abilities are relatively low. If they were both naturally powerful and had strong reproductive abilities, the Roland continent would have long been occupied by the dragon race. Normally, for a pair of dragon spouses, it would already be quite good to have one child after hundreds of years. However, Ren is not a dragon. In theory, the difficulty should not be so high. However, theory is one thing. When Angelina can successfully become pregnant, he cannot predict. He can only let nature take its course. Besides this frustrating matter, there is also good news. After more than 9 months of pregnancy, Valkathi and the others are about to give birth. The Habs family will welcome a large number of newborns. Among them, Valkathi, the High Elven matriarch, is having her first child. This makes Ren feel very excited. Chapter 161 Top-Level Kung Fu Deduction Card, 9-Star Kung Fu Bright Secret Code. In anticipation in Ren. Time flies by quickly. Half a month later. Valkathi, Larisha, Charlene, Layla, Murphy, Betty, Anna, Cecilia, and Iris, the 9 women, enter the delivery period one after another. Valkathi, who has been pregnant the longest, is the first to enter the delivery room. After more than 10 minutes. Accompanied by the cry of a baby. A very obvious fluctuation of dark elements emanates from the delivery room. Detected the birth of the 151st child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is epic, and the martial aptitude is super. Hidden bloodline, high-level drow elf, awakened, possessing talents such as dark vision, high-level dark affinity, high-level shadow affinity, etc. Evaluation, platinum level. Reward, 500 years of martial cultivation, 100 years of magical cultivation, and a top-level technique deduction card. A platinum-level offspring? Hearing the system prompt in his ear, Ren's eyes are filled with excitement. Valkathi's first 693 pregnancy did not disappoint him. A great start. The 5th platinum-level offspring of the Habsburg family is born. Such a high-aptitude offspring. Naturally, the rewards given by the system are also extremely generous. In addition to the guaranteed 500 years of martial cultivation, there is also 100 years of magical martial cultivation and a top-level technique deduction card. Among them, the 500 years of martial cultivation and 100 years of magical cultivation go without saying. The most crucial is the top-level technique deduction card. Technique deduction card, top level. Effect, after use, it can optimize and deduce a technique, raising its quality to 9-star level. Damn, awesome. Seeing the effect of this top-level technique deduction card, Ren is instantly invigorated. As is well known, the quality of techniques on the Roland continent is divided into 0 to 9 stars. The higher the star level of a technique, the more terrifying its power after cultivation. Both the efficiency and the limit of cultivation far exceed those of low-star techniques. A 9-star technique. For the human imperial royal family, it is a precious hidden inheritance. continuously cultivating until the demigod stage is never outdated. It can be imagined how valuable it is. And the effect of this top-level technique deduction card is to optimize the deduction of techniques, raising it to a 9-star level. This reward is too useful. Ren had a smile on his face. The Holy Dragon Battle Chi he is currently cultivating is only at the 7-star level. If he could use this top-level technique deduction card to raise it to the 9-star level, his combat power would definitely increase several times over. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Ren couldn't wait to choose to receive the reward. In an instant, 500 years of battle chi cultivation merged into his body. After complete integration, Ren cultivation realm smoothly broke through from the 18th stage limit to the 19th stage. One step closer to the demigod realm. After the completion of the battle chi cultivation fusion, next is the magic cultivation. After stepping into the legendary realm, the amount required for the advancement of magic cultivation level has increased by more than 10 times. 100 years of magic cultivation merged into Ren consciousness. His magic realm barely broke through from the mid-16th stage to the late 16th stage. He is still at least 200 years of magic cultivation away from advancing to the 17th stage. After the completion of all cultivation fusion, the last thing is the top-level technique deduction card. A flash of light. A platinum card engraved with special runes appeared before Ren's eyes. It is obvious that this is the top-level technique deduction card. As for how to use the combat technique deduction card, there is no need to think too much. It is definitely to strengthen the Holy Dragon Battle Chi technique. Although the top-level technique deduction card can turn any quality technique into a 9-star level, considering factors such as the attributes of the technique and the loss of transformation, improving the quality of the Holy Dragon Battle Chi technique is his best choice. No hesitation. Ren picked up the top-level technique deduction card and used it on the Holy Dragon Battle Chi technique. Under the influence of some mysterious power, Ren felt his brain's thinking speed increase. Inspiration burst forth, continuously deducing and optimizing the Holy Dragon Battle Chi technique, making it more profound and mysterious. About 10 minutes later, a 9-star level technique based on the deduction of the Holy Dragon Battle Chi technique was freshly released. Unnamed technique, 9 stars. Technique characteristics. Infinite radiance, controls radiance, illuminates the world, uses light attribute techniques, power increases tenfold. Indestructible radiant flame, combines the destructive and creative power of radiant holy fire, can erupt with extreme destructive high temperatures, can also transform into healing fire, dispel curses, cure diseases, controlled by the heart, difficult to extinguish. Radiant dragon body, refines the entire body with the power of radiance, over time, can obtain a physique and magic resistance comparable to legendary dragon breeds. I have to say, the power of this 9-star level technique is truly overwhelming. Far surpassing the Holy Dragon Battle Chi technique by several levels. Although it only has 5 characteristics. But the effect of each characteristic is incredibly strong. Indeed, a 7-star level technique and a 9-star level technique are not the same concept. Although it seems to only have a difference of 2 stars, in reality, it is a difference between heaven and earth. Ren sighed in his heart. The name Holy Dragon Battle Chi is no longer suitable for this 9-star technique. He decided to give this unnamed new technique a nice name. This 9-star technique has many characteristics closely related to radiance. Then let's call it the Radiant Codex. After giving this new technique a good name, Ren couldn't wait to start transforming his technique. Activating the Radiant Codex. Convert the Holy Dragon Chi in the body into bright Chi. I don't know if it's because of my own comprehension of the law of light or the compatibility with the secret book of light. Ren discovered that the efficiency of his Chi conversion was astonishingly high. In less than half an hour, he successfully completed the transformation of his cultivation method. The total amount of Chi decreased by 1/10. But the intensity of Chi increased by more than 10 times compared to before. In this situation, Ren combat power naturally soared. Adapting to the surge in his own power, Ren immediately walked towards the delivery room. He wanted to reward Valkathi. At this moment, the filth in the delivery room had also been cleaned up by the maids. Just as he walked in, Ren saw Valkathi holding a girl with a sweet appearance and pale purple skin, feeding her. A charming and delicate face was filled with maternal radiance. Ren, you're here. Look at how handsome and cute our child is. This little guy seems to have excellent aptitude. He triggered the resonance of the shadow element as soon as he was born. Valkathy said with joy and pride. This was her first child. With such outstanding appearance and aptitude, it naturally made her extremely happy. Valkathy, you've worked hard. For giving birth to such an outstanding child for me. Ren embraced Valkathy, who had just finished giving birth, and said softly. Upon hearing Ren's concern for her, Valkathy's face was filled with a sweet and happy smile. Like a little woman, she leaned against Ren's chest, quietly enjoying the sense of security that Ren brought to her. Completely devoid of the cold and lofty demeanor of the High Elf Grand Mistress when they first met. Chapter 162 Behemoth, the Orc army is approaching. In the blink of an eye. Half a month has passed. Following Valkyrie, Lalesia, Betty, Iris, Anna, Cecilia, Charlene, Murphy, and Layla have all completed production. The Habsburg family has added 8 new babies. Detected the birth of the host's 152nd child. The magical aptitude of this offspring is extraordinary, the fighting spirit aptitude is average, and the evaluation is gold level. Reward, 100 years of fighting spirit cultivation, advanced forging mastery, Detected the birth of the host's 153rd child. The magical aptitude of this offspring is high, the fighting spirit aptitude is high, and the evaluation is silver level. Reward, 30 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 10 years of magical cultivation. Detected the birth of the host's 154th child. The magical aptitude of this offspring is epic, the fighting spirit aptitude is average, and it possesses a hidden bloodline, succubus queen, semi-awakened, naturally possessing advanced charm, captivating charm, advanced dark affinity, and other extraordinary abilities. The evaluation is platinum level. Reward, 500 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 100 years of magical cultivation, 3rd level magic lock boundless void. Detected the birth of the host's 155th child. The magical aptitude of this offspring is extraordinary, the fighting spirit aptitude is high, and the evaluation is gold level. Reward, 100 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 30 years of magical cultivation. Detected the birth of the host's 156th child. The magical aptitude of this offspring is high, the fighting spirit aptitude is high, and the evaluation is silver level. Reward, 30 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 5-star combat technique, 14 thunderous lightning steps. It has to be said. The quality of this batch of children is extremely high. 1 platinum level, 3 gold level, and 4 silver level. In this situation, the rewards given by the system are naturally very generous. The minimum guaranteed fighting spirit cultivation is 920 years. In addition to that, there is also a 210-year magic cultivation, advanced forging mastery, 3rd order magic lock boundless void, and so on. There's nothing much to say about the cultivation of chi and magic. As for the rewards in items and knowledge, the most noteworthy ones are undoubtedly the advanced forging mastery and the 3rd order magic lock infinite void. The reward of advanced forging mastery can provide him with a large amount of forging experience and skills, allowing him to become an advanced forger and gain the ability to forge legendary grade magic weapons. And the 3rd order magic lock infinite void is even more impressive. Once activated, it can immediately create a sealed independent void to trap enemies, making it almost impossible for those below the half-divine grade to escape. At the same time, it can also generate spatial rifts to attack the trapped enemies. Its power is extremely formidable. Such a good thing. Accessing the reward information given by the system in his mind, Ren couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. This wave of system rewards is really amazing. Without hesitation, Ren chose to claim the reward without hesitation. The next second, an immensely powerful fighting energy appeared out of thin air within his body. After integrating all his 920 years of fighting energy cultivation, Ren, who had just broken through to the 19th stage not long ago, directly reached the 19th stage limit of the fighting realm. It is estimated that with an additional 200 to 300 years of fighting energy cultivation, he will be able to break through to the next level. Next is the magic cultivation. After integrating 210 years of magical power into his consciousness sea, Ren magic cultivation successfully broke through to the 17th stage. The total amount and quality of magic power increased by nearly double after completing the integration of all his cultivation. Next is the mastery of advanced forging. Refining techniques, tempering secrets, metal formulas. A bunch of knowledge about advanced forging merged into Ren memory and quickly became comprehended. It was as if he had personally practiced it countless times. When all the knowledge and cultivation were fully integrated, A transparent crystal ball appeared in front of Ren, seemingly empty inside. This is the core of the third-level magic lock, the Infinite Void. As for how to use this thing, Ren currently has no ideas. After all, this thing is obviously not a defensive lock, but a large-scale trapping formation, used to protect the Habs Manor. Clearly not suitable. Once activated, I'm afraid the entire Habs Manor will be swept in. And also, now there are several legendary beings guarding the Habus Manor. The Guardian lock is not really necessary. The previous Fury of the Elements lock was almost sufficient. Put it away for now. We will need it in the future. Thinking this way, Ren put the transparent crystal ball into his spatial ring, saved for later use. In the blink of an eye, another month has passed. During this time, the Kukan Empire dispatched 2 main night orders to support the frontline army. After the reinforcements arrived, the Kukan Empire's army went on the offensive. They sounded the horn of counterattack. At the beginning, the counterattack went very smoothly. The greatly strengthened Kukan Empire's army was unstoppable. They directly defeated tens of thousands of orc armies, successfully reclaiming a province. However, just as the Kukan Empire's army was preparing to pursue and completely drive the orc army out of the Kukan Empire's territory, they fell into a trap carefully set by the orc army. In that large-scale battle with millions of participants, the orc army deployed a secret weapon that had never been used before, the Baiman Behemoth. This is a top-tier legendary magical beast of the earth attribute, known as the King of the Land. It has naturally strong physical strength, extremely high defense, and immunity to most magic damage. It also possesses numerous advanced earth magic. Its combat power can be described as extremely formidable. Even the dragon race, which is at the pinnacle of extraordinary races on the Roland continent, dare not engage in a direct confrontation with the Baiman Behemoth on the ground. Otherwise, most likely it will be torn into pieces by its sheer strength. Such a powerful behemoth. The orc army mobilized 5 of them in one go, without any defense. The formation of the Kukan Empire's army was instantly torn apart by those rampaging Baiman behemoths. The orc army of 100, taking advantage of the situation, pursued and killed. After several hours of fighting, the Kukan Empire's army was defeated. Not only did they lose hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers, but also more than half of their 2 main night orders. In terms of territory, not only did they lose the province they had previously recovered, but they also lost 3 more provinces in one go. You should know that the Kukan Empire only has a little over 60 provinces in total. The loss of 5 provinces represents nearly a tenth of their territory. Upon receiving this news, Emperor Kukan was greatly angered. He immediately mobilized more powerful individuals and armies to support the front line. At the same time, he ordered the imperial nobles in the surrounding provinces of the occupied areas to hinder the advance of the orc army. Originally, this had nothing to do with Ren. But unfortunately, the nobles in the surrounding provinces of the occupied areas were too weak. They couldn't withstand the powerful military force of the orc army at all, coupled with the collapse of the frontline army. For a while, they were unable to organize an effective defense line. The orc army, with no one to stop them, launched a full-scale attack, crazily seizing cities and territories. One of the orc diversionary forces has already reached the neighboring Jaik province of the Ren province. If the Jaik province can't hold on, the next step for that orc diversionary force will undoubtedly be to invade the Ren province. In this critical situation, Governor Laska decisively issued a wartime mobilization order, calling on all imperial nobles to gather at the governor's mansion to discuss how to resist the orc diversionary force. Naturally, Ren is no exception. Chapter 163 Soldiers approaching the city, the legendary Peak Wolf Girl. Debit City, Governor's Mansion. Hundreds of imperial nobles have arrived one after another, gathered in the council chamber. No one has the mood for idle chatter, their faces showing a serious expression. It is quite obvious that orc detachment, which is about to arrive in the province of Lance, has brought them great pressure. I hope that orc detachment doesn't have any divine grade half-deities leading them. Otherwise, things will be troublesome. Feeling the heavy atmosphere on the scene, Ren, sitting in the council chamber, also feels some worry in his heart. This orc detachment is coming with great momentum. If they can't stop it, the province of Lance will inevitably be trampled by the orc detachment. By then, Just when Ren is considering how to deal with this crisis, Governor Laska hurriedly walked in. Everyone, the situation is urgent, so I won't waste words with pleasantries. I believe everyone is aware of the news of the Empire's frontline defeat. Now the Orc army is rampaging within our Kukain Empire. A detachment of orcs is already heading towards the province of Lance. According to current intelligence, the highest commander of this orc detachment is a 20th level wolf woman, suspected to be a berserker with extremely strong strength. The number of orc soldiers is approximately around 500,000, with elite troops of at least intermediate warrior level. No nonsense. Governor Laska immediately revealed all the intelligence he knew. These pieces of intelligence were obtained by him through his connections with other armies that have fought against this orc detachment in the past few days. I dare not say they are 100% accurate, but they are definitely close enough. As soon as he finished speaking, the council chamber fell silent. Everyone was stunned. 500,000 elite orcs with at least intermediate warrior level. And 1 Baiman beast and 3 legendary powerhouses. Among them, one of them has reached the 20th level in strength. It is only one step away from breaking through to the 21st level and achieving the realm of a demigod. I have to say, the strength of this orc detachment is truly formidable. Even if all the nobles in the province of Lance unite, they cannot contend with it. Of course, this is without considering the exceptional combat power of Ren. It's good that there is no half-divine grade existence. Ren breathed a sigh of relief. With his current strength, as long as there is no half-divine grade existence making a move, he can completely handle it without any reservations. There shouldn't be any problem blocking this orc detachment. There's nothing more to say about what comes next. Everyone freely expressed their opinions and discussed strategies to resist the orc detachment. Several hours later, everyone reached a consensus. It was decided that each family would send their armed forces to form a joint army and station it in the border city between the provinces of Lance and Gik, the city of Dillon. At the same time, they would mobilize master enchanters to strengthen the city's defensive magic array. In short, they would use all means to stop this orc detachment from entering the province of Lance. After the pre-war meeting, everyone returned home and began mobilizing their families' armed forces to head to the city of Dillon. 2 days later, Ren led the Griffin Knights and arrived at the city of Dillon. With him came his daughter, Hilda. There are no rules on the battlefield. For the sake of Hilda's safety, he originally didn't want her to come along. However, Hilda said she is the commander of the Knight Order. She absolutely cannot be absent. She insisted on coming along. Unable to resist his stubborn daughter. And considering that changing commanders right before the battle would indeed reduce the combat effectiveness of the Knight Order, Ren had no choice but to bring Hilda along. Anyway, he's taking care of it. There's no need to worry about Hilda getting into trouble. Arriving at the barracks in the city of Dillon, many soldiers wearing various types of armor are gathered here. These people are all private soldiers of the major nobles in the province of Lance. Now they are all gathered in a barracks, naturally at the request of Governor Laska. After all, facing the large-scale invasion of the Orc army, it is impossible for each family to fight alone. Only through unified coordination can the strongest combat power be exerted. After transferring the temporary command of the Griffin Knights to Governor Laska, Ren is not idle either. He starts to arrange some backup plans to ensure that this crucial battle can be won smoothly. Although the apparent strength of this orc army does not exceed his ability to cope, who knows what powerful cards these orcs have up their sleeves? A lion must go all out to catch a rabbit. He has already learned his lesson from underestimating the fox lady before. Naturally, he won't make the same mistake again. The 3rd level magic spell, Infinite Void Lock, plus the 9th ring magic scroll obtained from Orianne before Thunder of Destruction, should be enough to deal with this orc army. Ren calculates in his mind. The 3-realm magic spell, Infinite Void Lock, is enough to trap and kill most legendary powerhouses. The 9th ring magic scroll, Thunder of Destruction, is also a powerful weapon. Even a half-divine grade powerhouse? If caught off guard, they would still suffer heavy injuries. However, this thing is a disposable item. Once used, it's gone. Plus, it is extremely precious and difficult to replenish. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Ren will not use this 9th ring magic scroll. After setting up the backup plans, he also set up some magic arrays for surveillance around the city of Dillon. After all preparations were made, Ren, who had nothing else to do, began to guide his daughter Hilda in her training. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. On this day, Ren, who was guiding his daughter's training, suddenly sensed that the alarm magic circle he had set up was triggered. He intentionally set up this alarm magic circle to only be triggered when a large number of creatures passed through within a short period of time. The possibility of a false alarm is almost non-existent. The orc army is here. Ren's gaze froze as he looked towards the southeast. At the same time, in the dense forest 100 kilometers southeast of the city of Dillon, tens of thousands of orcs wearing rough iron armor formed a mighty long dragon, continuously advancing. Leading them was a valiant wolf woman wearing black magic leather armor. With a pair of wolf ears on her head, her silver long hair casually draped. Below is a delicate and petite, good-looking, oval face, filled with fearless and confident aura, paired with a healthy and vibrant wheat-colored skin. Her whole body exuded an untamed wildness. Lady Melita, the scout team has discovered a human magic circle nearby. Our whereabouts may have been exposed. Should we change our direction of attack? A male werewolf walked over and reported the situation. No need. Based on the intelligence from the scouts, there is no main force of the Kukarn Empire or even a demigod in the Lance province ahead. Just some private soldiers of the human nobles. They are not our opponents at all. We can just crush them. Melita said nonchalantly. Even if their tracks were discovered in advance, so what? In the face of absolute strength, everything is futile. Yes. An hour later, this orc army arrived at the outskirts of the city of Dillon. The great battle was about to begin. Chapter 164 Slaying Legendary Orc Warriors, 9-Ring Magic Space Barrier. Organize the queue. The orc army immediately launched an attack. Group Meteor Shower, prepare. An old orc wearing a necklace made of beast teeth and dressed in shaman attire shouted with great vigor. Dozens of powerful shamans around him acted together. They communicated with the spirits of heaven and earth through their minds, mobilizing the power of the elements in the world. The next second. Boom. 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 In the sky, hundreds of small meteors with a diameter of over 10 meters fell rapidly. They were crashing towards the city of Dillon. Each one possessed a formidable power comparable to a fifth ring magic. With hundreds of meteors falling, even a mountain would be leveled. However, the protective magic array of Dillon City, reinforced by a master magic array expert, was not to be underestimated. Before the meteor attack arrived, a faint blue light curtain rose out of thin air, enveloping Dillon City. All the meteors that fell on it were resisted. It seems that the human nobles of this province have made quite a preparation. Seeing that the group attack spell cast by the shamans was ineffective, Melita immediately ordered 2 vice commanders with legendary level strength to take action. Break through this turtle shell. Clear the way for our army to advance. 2 16th level legendary powerhouses made their move together. Attack after attack with astonishing power bombarded the defensive formation of the city of Dillon. For a moment, this defensive formation, jointly funded by the nobles of the Lance province and made with a large amount of rare magical materials, was trembling from the onslaught. The radiance quickly dimmed. 1 minute later, under the relentless bombardment of the 2 legendary powerhouses, the defensive formation completely shattered. Kill. 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 Seeing the disappearance of the turtle shell, the orc army, which had been preparing for 533 shots, immediately let out excited howls. Their eyes revealed a bloodthirsty gaze. They couldn't wait to hack these humans into pieces. Under the command of the orc general, hundreds of thousands of orc soldiers rushed towards the city of Dillon from all directions. The 2 legendary powerhouses followed closely behind. In addition, the gigantic Baiman beast, measuring hundreds of meters, also moved. Like an invincible tank. With a terrifying momentum that crushes everything, it charged towards the city of Dillon. Clearly, the orc army was preparing for a fierce attack to decisively secure victory. To end this battle, these 2 legendary orc warriors and the Baiman beast will be dealt with by me. You come help me hold the line, guarding against the attack of the legendary orc army commander with peak strength. Inside the city of Dillon, seeing the fierce attack of the orc army, Laska's eyes were filled with seriousness, immediately saying to Ren beside him. Compared to the defending army of Dillon City, the orc army already had overwhelming strength. If those two legendary orc warriors and the Baiman beast were allowed to charge in, there would be no need to fight this battle. Dillon City would surely fall quickly. Governor Laska, let me handle it. The army of Dillon City still needs you to command. Ren spoke up. Governor Laska, after all, was his father-in-law. Under the circumstances, he naturally wouldn't let him take risks. If anything happened to Laska, Tina would definitely blame him. All right. Take care of yourself. Don't try to show off. Understanding that this was his son-in-law's good intention, Laska didn't delay either. He knew Ren's strength. Much stronger than him. Even if facing two low-level legendary warriors at the same time, plus a legendary-level Baiman beast, there would definitely be no problem. Okay. Hearing this, Ren nodded. The situation on the battlefield, Tian Mia is willing. The two orc warriors and the Baiman behemoth are about to charge towards the eastern city wall. Ren doesn't waste any time. He immediately takes action and rushes towards them. Humans, you think you can stop us alone? You're underestimating yourself. The two legendary orc warriors attack Ren with a fierce smile on their faces. Dozens of extremely violent chi slashes towards Ren. As if they want to cut Ren into pieces. Weak attack. Ren remains unchanged, showing no intention of stopping his defense. He continues to charge towards the two of them. At the moment the attack is about to hit him, a layer of golden dragon scales automatically appears on his body, blocking these chi slashes. How is this possible? Seeing this human in front of them taking their attacks without any damage, the faces of the two legendary orc warriors show disbelief. As if they have seen a ghost. They thought he was just an ordinary human legend. Who would have thought that the clown is actually me? Their full-powered attacks couldn't break through his defense at all. It's like scraping a wound. Realizing that Ren is not simple, the two legendary orc warriors dare not be arrogant anymore. Quickly summon the nearby Baiman behemoth for help. Prepare to gang up on Ren, who is rapidly approaching. However, it's completely useless. Even when facing the siege of three legendary beings, Ren still effortlessly gains the upper hand, maintaining a stable advantage. Only to see Ren wielding the Judgment Holy Sword, easily blocking powerful attacks that could level a small mountain. Then, with a backhand strike, hundreds and thousands of pure white sword chi burst forth, illuminating the entire sky. The legendary orc warriors and Baiman behemoth are unable to lift their heads. Occupational class, equipment, strength, and all aspects are overwhelmingly dominant. If it weren't for Ren not having exercised for a long time and wanting to warm up with these three sandbags, without going all out, the battle would have ended long ago. Even so, the two legendary orc warriors and Baiman behemoth are also on the verge of collapse. Blood flows from their bodies like pillars. How can this human be so strong? Wasn't it just a new province of the imperial province of Shakan, not the Lance province? Why is there such a powerful individual appearing? Feeling the unfathomable strength of Ren, one of the legendary orc warriors turns pale. His eyes are filled with confusion and fear. Stop talking nonsense. Hasak, use whatever trump card you have quickly. Otherwise, we will all die. Another legendary orc warrior shouted. In the next second, two legendary orc warriors used their respective methods. Either by using skills or potions. Temporarily elevate their own strength by one level. Immediately, full of confidence, they launched a counterattack towards Ren. However, the result completely dumbfounded the two of them. Even though the power of their combat techniques increased several times, they still couldn't shake Ren's defense. No matter how they attacked, Ren easily blocked them with his sword. Count Ren is so strong. Watching the intense battle between Ren and the legendary orc warriors, the nobles and soldiers in the city of Dillon were also stunned. One person suppressed two legendary orc warriors and a mid-level legendary beast, Baiman. It still looked relaxed and effortless. This strength is really amazing. With such a super strong ally, there is no need to worry about repelling the orc army. Thinking of this, the morale of the people also soared. They forcefully blocked the fierce and ferocious attacks of the orc army. Unknowingly, they boosted the morale of the defenders of the city of Dillon. At this moment, Ren, who had finished warming up, was ready to end this battle. Cross of Light Slash. Activate the bright battle chi within the body at full power. Ren wields the Judgment Holy Sword, swinging it several times in a cross pattern. Two dazzling light blades, resembling crosses, shoot out. They shine like real light. Incredibly fast. Before the two legendary orc warriors can react, they are pierced through by these two sword chi attacks. He. With faces full of unwillingness and confusion, the two legendary orc warriors instantly turn into a pile of broken corpses. Completely devoid of life. One move kills two legends. Ren turns his gaze towards the giant beast, Baiman. This thing has tough skin and strong defense. Not only is it huge in size, but its vitality is also extremely vigorous. It is difficult to quickly kill it. In order to resolve it with one strike, Ren decides to use his most powerful technique in his hand. Judgment of Light. The Holy Sword. The next second, a giant physical energy sword, emitting an endless aura of light, appears above Ren's head. This move is a variant technique evolved by Ren based on the 7-star level technique, Holy Sword Judgment. Based on the powerful characteristics of the bright battle chi, it combines 6 energy holy swords of the same quality as epic level weapons into one, boosting its attack power to the extreme. The moment the giant bright holy sword condenses, Ren wields the Judgment Holy Sword and slashes forward. The giant energy sword moves accordingly. With a sharp wind pressure, it swiftly slashes towards the Baiman on the ground. If this strike lands solidly, the giant Baiman will definitely be cut in half instantly, like a watermelon. Roar. Feeling the intense aura of death approaching, fear fills the eyes of the Baiman, whose pupils are the size of houses. Immediately using its ability to manipulate the earth, it tries to burrow into the ground to evade the attack. However, it's too late. Just as it burrows halfway, the giant energy sword, as if capable of splitting mountains and breaking cliffs, is already close. The Baiman is about to be killed with one sword strike. Suddenly, a magic scroll emitting a strong magical aura appears above the Baiman. It automatically tears open. A semicircular shield made of translucent crystal lattice appears out of thin air, enveloping it. The 9th ring defense magic spatial barrier is activated. Chapter 165 Immortal Body, Blessed by Divine Power. Bang! A giant energy sword released by Ren falls. It strikes the shield composed of semi-transparent crystal lattice, emitting a deafening roar. However, the shield remains completely undamaged, firmly blocking Ren's killer move. The Supreme Commander of the Orc Army has made a move. Seeing this scene, the first thought that comes to Ren's mind is this. After all, the person capable and motivated to save Baiman Beast from his hands is none other than the wolf woman with legendary peak strength. Before Ren can figure out the location of that wolf woman, Bloody Moon Slash. An extremely agile figure suddenly appears behind Ren. In her hands are 2 silver-blue curved blades, enveloped in blood-like substance that seems tangible, like a blood moon. With lightning speed, she fiercely slashes towards Ren's neck. The power contained in it is enough to split a mountain in half. The cutting force is extremely powerful. Obviously, the person making the move is none other than the Supreme Commander of the Orc Army, the wolf woman Melita. It must be said, the timing of this wolf woman's attack is extremely cunning and fast. She didn't leave Ren any room to dodge. Can only take it head on. Divine Shield. Feeling a strong sense of crisis coming from behind, Ren reacted quickly and decisively. Immediately triggered the 7-ring defense magic inherent in the Judgment Knight set. At the same time, fully activated his magic, outlined a spell model in his mind, and released an 8-ring protective arcane spell, Advanced Barrier. 2 circular energy shields, 1 gold and 1 blue, enveloped him one after another. Defense power was maximized. Ren completed this series of actions in less than a second. A fierce collision occurred. Buzz. Blood Moon Strike landed on the double-layered shield surrounding Ren. Intense collision and impact, causing the surrounding air to tremble. The next second, an incredibly powerful hurricane swept in all directions. The 2 energy shields around Ren instantly dimmed. However, the assault of the werewolf Melita was successfully blocked. His carefully planned lethal strike fell through. A trace of surprise couldn't help but appear on Melita's wild face. Go to hell obediently. Blood Moon Dance. Coming back to his senses, the werewolf, filled with murderous intent, launched a more fierce attack towards Ren. The dual blades in her hands, like antlers on a gazelle, attacked various vital points on Ren's body. The attack was swift and fierce. Like pouring rain, it was impenetrable and offered no respite to Ren. However, Ren was not a pushover. Immediately, he fully activated the bright fighting chi and displayed the 7-star battle technique, the Holy Flame Sword Manual, engaging in a fierce battle with her. In less than a minute, they exchanged blows hundreds of times. The shockwaves from their clashes turned the surrounding area for dozens of miles into a white ground. They continued fighting like this for over 10 minutes, with no clear winner. However, after this period of fighting, Ren had more or less figured out the details of this she-wolf. He belonged to a legendary profession, and his combat power was far beyond that of ordinary professions. Being able to fight against him for such a long time, this she-wolf was naturally not simple. Based on his observations, she was most likely a legendary profession called the Undead Berserker. This legendary profession was created by the half-god orcs based on the Berserker profession. It had two main characteristics. First, bloodthirsty rampage. Unlike normal berserkers, who would greatly enhance their physical attributes after using it, the rampage of the undead berserker not only did not have the drawback of a drastic decrease in rationality, but it was also a permanent effect that could be continuously active. Moreover, the more severe the injuries, the greater the increase in strength. I heard that the highest increase can reach 10 times. Second, undying body. This is a special expertise exclusive to the undying berserker profession. It allows one to possess a life force comparable to that of a cockroach. Even when on the brink of death, one can still gain 5 seconds of damage immunity. This expertise, when combined with the bloodthirsty rampage, which grows stronger as injuries worsen, can be considered an explosive counterkill technique. There was once an orc who held this legendary profession and used it to defeat a legendary dragon 3 ranks higher in strength. Indeed. This legendary profession is also very famous on the Roland continent. Not just the profession. The equipment on this wolf girl is also extremely luxurious. Not to mention the epic gear she wears. The 2 silver-blue curved blades in her hands are also a pair of legendary weapons. This wolf girl's identity is definitely not simple, Ren thought to himself. Being able to hold a legendary profession, coupled with luxurious equipment. Even a fool can tell that this wolf girl must be an important figure in the werewolf clan. Perhaps even a royal princess. Of course. It doesn't matter to him what her identity is. Ren didn't speculate much either. What he is more concerned about now is how to quickly defeat this wild and fierce wolf girl. Her strength is not weaker than his in the slightest. Without using time pause. He doesn't have the confidence to take her down. Not right. Even if time is paused, it may not necessarily be able to be resolved. After all, the opponent is a deathless berserker profession, entering a near-death state with 5 seconds of damage immunity. And his time pause only lasts for 3 seconds. In other words, even if he uses time pause, he cannot instantly kill him with one move. On the contrary, after the time pause ends, he will still have to face a powerful opponent with a 10-fold increase in strength and damage immunity buff. Moreover, who knows what powerful cards this wolf woman, who doesn't look simple at all, still has up her sleeve. Maybe he will end up failing. It seems that I must find a way to trigger the near-death effect of his deathless body, Ren thought to himself. As for how to do it, he already has some ideas in mind. Previously, just in case, he had set up some traps nearby. Now they can come in handy. Having made up his mind, Ren fights against the wolf woman while moving towards the area where the boundless void maze is set up. Fighting and retreating. The focused wolf woman, Melita, did not notice anything wrong with Ren behavior. Now is the time. After spending a few minutes leading the wolf woman to the maze area, a gleam flashes in Ren's eyes. Without hesitation, he launches a fierce attack. In the hands, the great sword of judgment dances wildly. Countless bright sword chi slashes towards the werewolf Melita without any cost. It tightly entangles her, making it impossible to break free. At the same time, the prearranged third-level magic, Infinite Void, is activated. The hidden locks in the interlayer of the concealed space appear. In the next second, a self-contained void space quickly evolves and takes shape, enveloping a radius of dozens of miles around. Seeking flowers. Magic lock? It blocks all of Ren attacks. Melita, who notices the drastic change in her surroundings, can't help but widen her eyes, revealing a look of shock. Before the rise of the human race, the orc and elf races fought for the position of the dominant race in the Roland world. Therefore, in the orcs' records, there is a very detailed description of the magic lock, one of the highest magical achievements of the elven race. As the princess of the werewolf clan, she naturally recognizes it. You despicable humans. Realizing that she has fallen into a trap, Melita's gaze towards Ren becomes even more filled with killing intent. However, she has not lost her rationality because of this. This magic lock is capable of generating an independent void, obviously not simple. Being trapped within it, fighting against Ren, whose strength is on par with her own, it is obviously very disadvantageous for her. Therefore, Melita was very decisive. She flew towards the border of the independent void, attempting to escape from the enveloping range of the magic lock before it fully unfolded. 0-0. Want to run? Dream on. Seeing this, Ren unleashed all firepower. Half-dragon transformation activated. The substantial dragon power spread. Ren's original body, which was nearly 2 meters tall, directly grew to a towering 5 meters. At the same time, golden dragon scales grew on his skin. 2 majestic golden dragon horns also grew on his head. Even his pupils turned into vertical snake-like pupils. However, although his appearance changed drastically, he was not ugly. On the contrary, he had a sense of majesty and divinity. After completing the transformation, Ren's overall attributes tripled. A continuous surge of power rushed up, buffed with great blessings. Ren swung the Judgment Holy Sword in his hand. 6 energy swords emitting endless sharpness condensed, slashing towards Melita. Sword of Judgment. Under the enhancement of the half-dragon transformation attributes, the power of this strike had almost reached the limit of legendary realm. Feeling the immense threat behind her, Melita's expression changed drastically, and she had to stop and defend with all her might. Relying on her luxurious equipment and her own formidable strength, she successfully blocked this attack at the cost of minor injuries. However, this delay allowed the boundless void magic lock to fully form. At this moment, she had become a trapped turtle in a jar. The surrounding scenery turned into void. Dozens of spatial rifts appeared out of thin air, attacking the werewolf Melita. Damn it. Realizing this, Melita's expression became extremely gloomy. While dodging and defending against the attacks of the spatial rifts, she searched for the weakness of this magic lock. But Ren obviously wouldn't let her have her way. He manipulated the magic lock to harass her, making her exhausted. While taking advantage of the effect of the half-dragon transformation, he madly unleashed countless powerful and bright sword energies to attack her. Double-pronged approach. Naturally, Melita was overwhelmed. Her injuries quickly increased. If this continued, in no time, she would undoubtedly be worn down to death by Ren here. Understanding this, a resolute look appeared in Melita's silver eyes. She used her ultimate trump card, Divine Blessing. The Supreme Lord God Gashu, you are the Master of War. Chapter 166. All cards are played, the collapsed Silver Wolf Princess. Supreme Lord Gashu, you are the Master of War, the protector of all beings and creatures. Please bestow upon us your immortal divine power, and help your faithful followers win the victory in war. Melita defended against attacks while reciting prayers. As the princess of the werewolf clan, the owner of the Orc Empire's arena with 100 consecutive victories, she had once gained the attention and admiration of Gashu, the main god of the orcs and the king of war. She had 3 chances to borrow Gashu's divine power. She had already used it twice before to overcome certain crises. If it weren't for the current life-threatening situation, she would absolutely not use this last chance. The vast and ancient prayers echoed continuously in this void. The werewolf Melita began to emit the aura of immortal divine power. Her momentum rose rapidly. In the blink of an eye, she crossed the boundary between man and god. 21st rank. 22nd rank. 23rd rank. With the blessing of immense divine power, this legendary peak werewolf temporarily reached the 23rd rank in strength, becoming a semi-divine great existence. The strength of her aura caused even the cracks in space to collapse and burst into fireworks. Damn. 367 saw the astonishing transformation of the werewolf, and Ren couldn't help but reveal a look of shock on his face. Her strength directly increased by a major realm. It's impossible for eating Jinkala to be so outrageous. This is cheating, right? Coming back to his senses, Ren was also glad that he hadn't acted recklessly before and directly revealed his trump card. He used the monthly time pause to temporarily halt the attack of this werewolf. Otherwise, the opponent with an undying body withstands his fatal blow, and then uses this method to obtain half-divine grade power. He could easily be crushed to death. Even with the protection of the 12 trials in this world, it's not certain that he can keep his life. After all, the demigod has already stepped into the realm of gods with 1 foot. Its strength is far beyond that of a legendary existence. Even killing him 12 times is not impossible. Just as Ren was feeling scared in his heart, Melita, who temporarily gained half-divine grade power, also made a move. Only to see 2 silver-blue curved knives in her hands enveloped in the radiance of divine power. She swung forward. Swoosh. 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 The boundless void evolved from the magic lock was instantly torn apart, creating cracks several kilometers long. If this continues, in less than 10 seconds, this magic lock will be completely destroyed. By then, Ren will have to face the attacks of this demigod werewolf directly. What will be the outcome? No need to say much. Face-to-face PK, no tricks. Legendary powerhouses can never defeat a demigod. 1 strike determines victory or defeat. Understood this point, Ren decided to make a final attempt. He still has an ace up his sleeve. If even the final ace cannot defeat this she-wolf, he should consider running away. Otherwise, he might really fall here. With a decision in his heart, Ren decisively activated the monthly time pause. Under the influence of an inexplicable force, with Ren at the center, the surrounding 10-kilometer radius fell into a state of stillness. The demigod she-wolf was no exception. After controlling her, Ren did not waste any time during the time pause and directly rushed to the opponent. Then he took out the 9th ring magic scroll Destruction Thunder, which he had confiscated from Orion, from his spatial ring. Locked onto the she-wolf Melita. Immediately, he tore open this magic scroll. The next second, countless black-purple thunderbolts emitting an extreme destructive aura appeared out of thin air in the boundless void, transforming into thunder pillars with a diameter of hundreds of meters, and struck towards Melita. Due to being in a time pause state, Melita couldn't dodge at all. She couldn't even defend. She could only accept the strike of this 9th ring magic, Destruction Thunder, without any awareness. After 3 seconds of time pause, regaining her ability to move, Melita looked confused. What on earth is going on? When did these Destruction Thunders appear? However, soon, she didn't have time to think about these things. Because under the fierce impact of the Destruction Thunder, her body suffered extremely severe injuries. Unbearable pain came from all over her body. Ah ah ah. Melita couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. It continued until the Destruction Thunder magic dissipated before stopping. Ren checked the results of the battle, only to see that within the boundless void, the previously imposing she-wolf Melita had fallen to the ground and was motionless. However, there were still obvious signs of life on her body. Clearly, she had not died. It has to be said, this she-wolf's vitality is truly tenacious. In a situation with no defense whatsoever, even a single target attack of a 9-ring magic couldn't kill her. However, she currently looks quite miserable. All of her epic-level protective equipment is dim and lifeless. Clearly, they were completely destroyed by the destructive thunder just now and have lost their effectiveness. Her leather armor has become tattered, revealing quite a bit of skin. Her aura has also fallen from a half-divine grade, becoming exceptionally weak, giving the feeling of a candle flickering in the wind. It seems that she has completely lost her ability to fight. However, Ren did not act rashly. Although this wolf girl was severely injured by his time stop plus 9-ring magic scroll attack, he did not believe that she had completely lost her ability to resist. Don't forget, the legendary profession she serves is mostly the undead berserker. The more severe the injury, the higher the output. Although the opponent is now heavily injured and on the verge of death, this also means that her output has reached its peak. At the same time, she may still be in a damage immunity state. If this wolf girl still has any trump cards left, he would be reckless to make a move. Who knows, it might backfire. He didn't want to die on the eve of victory, wasting his life in vain. Therefore, Ren restrained his intention to end the battle with a strike, choosing to observe the situation first. As for using the lock of space to attack and probe, that is impossible. Because after the crazy attacks of the half-divine grade existence, this third-order lock of space has already been damaged. Stop talking. Attacking with the lock of space is impossible. Even the evolved independent void has faint signs of collapse. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. 10 minutes later. Silver Wolf Princess Melita still didn't move. Her life force became weaker and weaker. Her eyes tightly closed. Seemingly due to the severity of her injuries, she completely fell into a coma. Let's test it out. Seeing this, Ren immediately activated the 7-ring magic of the Judgment Knight Set Angel Guard, summoning 10 15th Order Holy Light Angels. Under the command of Ren, these Holy Light Angels entered the lock and flew to the side of the Silver Wolf Princess Melita. They grabbed her hands and feet, stretching them out. Then they began to remove her clothing. Realizing this, Melita couldn't help but curse Ren for his despicable and shameless actions. That's right. She was indeed pretending to be unconscious. When she was trapped in the Thunder Sea before, she endured the severe pain and activated Gush's divine power to protect her whole body. That's how it was. She only ended up with serious injuries. But she didn't fall into a critical condition. However, due to her strength being reduced to that of a demigod, she was brought back to her original form. Coupled with her severe injuries and immense consumption, continuing to fight Ren head-on would clearly be disadvantageous for her. The chances of winning were slim. Therefore, she pretended to be unconscious on purpose, attempting to make Ren lower his guard, planning to strike hard when Ren came to capture her. She still had a trump card, a 9th ring magic scroll called Advanced Exile Spell. This magic had no killing power and its attack speed was relatively slow. It needed to be used at close range to ensure accuracy. But its effect is extremely powerful. Once it hits, even a half-divine grade expert will be instantly banished into the cracks of endless space and completely lost, unable to return to this world. As for whether Ren will choose to capture her, Melita is not worried about this question. Capturing the Orc Army Commander alive and killing the Orc Army Commander are obviously more meritorious to capture alive, because in this way, the Kukan Empire will have the opportunity to obtain confidential information about the Orc Empire army. As long as there is a chance to capture her, she believes that the human will definitely not miss it. The overall plan is very well conceived. But she never expected that the human would be so cautious. It's simply being overly cautious, not falling into any traps, and even sending summoned creatures to strip her clothes off, using such disgusting methods to test if she is really unconscious. At this moment, Melita directly cursed Ren ancestors for 18 generations in her heart. As the Silver Wolf Princess, the most prominent rising star of the werewolf clan, and the pride of the Sangren Empire, when has she ever suffered such humiliation? She understood that her plan had completely failed. Melita immediately stopped pretending. She opened her eyes and swung the 2 curved blades in her hands, instantly killing all the holy light warriors around her. Chapter 167, Princess Silver Wolf is captured, and the Orc army is destroyed. It's definitely a pretense. Seeing the unconscious she-wolf suddenly rise up, Ren showed no surprise on his face. He had suspected it before. Now, the actions of this she-wolf undoubtedly confirmed his speculation. You despicable humans, come out and fight me to the death. Melita shouted angrily, her 2 legendary curved blades dancing wildly, attacking everything around her. Under such fierce attacks, the already severely damaged magic restraints immediately began to crumble. This she-wolf is really cunning. Even at this point, she still doesn't give up, hoping to lure me out. Ren shook his head and laughed helplessly. He wasn't a hot-headed brute. Without knowing what cards the other party had in their hands, he would be foolish to put himself in danger. Using his innate ability as a companion angel, he summoned a holy light angel of the same level as himself, 19th rank, to engage in a fierce battle with the she-wolf Melita, continuously depleting her stamina and fighting spirit. After more than 10 minutes, the condition of the she-wolf Melita worsened. Her injuries became more severe, and she was on the verge of death, triggering the 5-second invincibility effect of her undying body. Unfortunately, it was useless. Although the she-wolf took advantage of the invincible buff and launched a reckless full-scale attack, she forcibly inflicted heavy injuries on the 19th rank Holy Light Angel, causing it to be forcibly sent back to the heavenly mountain plain by the power of the contract. But Ren himself remained unharmed. After the 5-second invincibility ended, Without hesitation, Ren released the long-planned 7-ring spell, Advanced Sleep Spell. At this moment, Melita, who was in a dying state, was in extremely poor physical condition. Her reaction speed plummeted. She was directly hit by this spell. There is no doubt. This wolf girl instantly fell down, completely plunged into a deep coma. Unless Ren dispels the spell, or waits for the spell effect to disappear in 10 days or so. Otherwise, this wolf girl will never wake up. Finally done. Ren breathed a sigh of relief. It must be admitted. This wolf girl is the strongest opponent he has encountered so far. Using all his cards, battling wits and courage. Only then did he successfully take her down. After the battle, Ren immediately began to search for spoils. He suffered quite a bit in this battle. Not to mention that extremely precious 9-ring magic scroll, Destruction Thunder, was gone. It made him feel quite heartbroken. He naturally had to make up for these losses from the wolf girl. This wolf girl indeed had a trick up her sleeve to try to deceive me. 1 minute later, inside the wrist guard of this she-wolf, Ren discovered a magic scroll engraved with numerous mysterious magical inscriptions. Using his knowledge of arcane arts, after some identification, Ren recognized the magic inscribed on this scroll, the Greater Banishment Spell. This 9th level magic is extremely famous, capable of banishing almost anything. There are rumors that a demigod mage once used this spell to banish an incarnation of a deity. Thinking of this, Ren suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Once again, he felt fortunate for his caution. Damn it. If he were really deceived by this she-wolf, he would be completely finished. Even if he had 12 lives, it would be useless. Permanently lost in the endless space cracks. Unable to return to the main material plane. He carefully stored this extremely dangerous magic scroll in his spatial ring. Ren then took off the she-wolf's spatial ring. It took some effort to open it. Unfortunately, he didn't find any surprising treasures inside. However, there were quite a few magic crystals. At least several 100 million of them. And they were all of high quality. Obviously, these magic crystals were obtained by the orc army through plunder. Otherwise, who would carry so many high-quality magic crystals with them for no reason? Now they're cheap for me. Ren had a smile on his face. These several 100 million high-quality magic crystals were worth at least several tens of billions of gold coins. It can be imagined how huge of a fortune this was. In addition to the 2 legendary curved swords he took from the she-wolf, all epic-level equipment was destroyed. This wave can be considered a big harvest. He collected all the loot he had plundered. Ren casually took out a set of clothes and covered the she-wolf, Melita, to conceal her exposed body. Then he bound her with a magic chain. After doing all this, Ren finally removed the 3rd-level magic lock. The boundless void collapsed. The semi-transparent crystal ball, which served as the core of the lock, reappeared. However, compared to before, this magic crystal ball had several cracks. It went from being brand new to a battle-damaged version. Not to mention being scrapped. But it would also be difficult to use it for anything significant. He casually put it away. Ren held the unconscious she-wolf in one hand and flew back to the city of Dylon. At this time, the city of Dylon was filled with the sound of battle cries. Human soldiers and hundreds of thousands of orc soldiers were engaged in a bloody battle of offense and defense. Even the Governor Laska, who was in command, took action. Activate the Golden Dragon Bloodline. Initiate Semi-Dragon Transformation. Join forces with the previously escaped Ren-sanctioned Baiman Beast to fight as one. Block its attack on the walls of Dylon City. However, due to the Baiman Beast's enormous size and tough skin, even though Governor Laska is stronger in terms of raw power, it is difficult for him to inflict fatal damage on it. He can only rely on his own agility to slowly wear it down. It can be said that the battle is quite difficult. Judgment of Light. Seeing this scene, Ren naturally wants to help his father-in-law. He raises the Sword of Judgment high. Condensing a giant energy sword over 100 meters long, he slashes it towards the Baiman Beast below. This time, no one comes to the rescue. As expected, the Baiman Beast is directly pinned to the ground by Ren. Its head is split open directly. Countless blood and brain matter flow out from it. Lord Marquis Ren has returned. It seems that Lord Ren has captured the commander of the orc army. Great. We have won this great battle. Long live Lord Ren. The sudden fall of the Baiman beast instantly attracts everyone's attention. After understanding the situation, the people inside Dailon City immediately cheer and rejoice. Uh-oh. Lady Melita has been captured by humans. Retreat. Retreat the entire army. Lady Melita has been defeated. If we don't run now, our entire army will be wiped out. Upon discovering that their highest commander has been captured, all the orcs' faces turned pale. Morale instantly plummeted. Those who reacted quickly turned their heads and fled quickly into the distance. Kill. 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 Attack the entire army, kill all these orcs. Seeing this, Governor Laska decisively issued the order to counterattack. Shortly after, leading the charge, they rushed towards the orc army. The human soldiers in the city also charged out with great momentum, like unleashed tigers. As for the orcs, their elite forces were completely wiped out. The orc soldiers had no fighting spirit and only wanted to escape. It was chaos. They were simply no match for the human soldiers. After a siege and pursuit, almost the entire orc army of hundreds of thousands was wiped out. Only less than 30,000 orcs managed to escape in the chaos. Achieving this glorious victory, Governor Laska did not forget the great contributor, Ren. He specifically held a celebration banquet for Ren. He also prepared to write a letter to His Majesty Emperor Cocaine, requesting rewards for Ren's meritorious service. After a series of toasts and mingling, Governor Laska asked Ren how to deal with that wolf woman. If we were to follow his plan, we would have already resorted to torture, forcing her to reveal all the confidential information about the orc army. However, that wolf woman is Ren's spoils of war, and he can't overstep his authority. Let's give her some basic treatment and lock her up in the dungeon. I plan to try and extract confidential information about the orc army from her. Understanding the implied meaning of his father-in-law, Ren readily agreed. He still had to save face for his father-in-law. Yes. This matter is very important. If you can extract crucial military information from her, maybe your rank as a viscount can be promoted again, becoming a duke. Laska said with a smile. After reaching a consensus, the two of them quickly took action. They had the therapist treat the injuries on the wolf woman's body, ensuring that she was no longer in a life-threatening condition. Then, they locked her up in the dungeon of Dillon City. Due to being affected by Ren's advanced sleep spell, she remained in a state of deep sleep. As long as no one lifted the spell, there was no need to worry about her escaping. The next day, in the early morning, after a night of rest, Ren had fully recovered. After having breakfast, he went directly to the dungeon where the wolf woman was imprisoned. At this moment, Melita was still in a state of deep sleep. He checked her physical condition and confirmed that her chi was still depleted. Only then did Ren lift the spell and wake her up from her slumber. Melita slowly opened her eyes. She glanced around her surroundings, quickly realizing her current situation. It was obvious that she had been captured by this human in front of her. What is your name? What is your identity? Ren asked directly. Upon hearing this, there was no trace of emotion in Melita's silver blue eyes. Utterly calm, she stared straight at Ren, as if trying to firmly remember his face. There was absolutely no intention to answer. Clearly, she had no intention of cooperating with Ren questioning. How troublesome. Seeing this, Ren did not show any signs of anger on his face. He had already anticipated this situation before coming. The identity of this wolf woman was obviously not simple. It would be a dream to easily make her talk. After a few more attempts, confirming that conventional methods were completely ineffective, Ren decided to use some unconventional means to make this wolf woman cooperate and reveal all the information she knew. Chapter 168, Creating Epic Equipment, The Desperate Silver Wolf Princess. Next, Ren began to use spells. He wanted to pry open the mouth of this she-wolf. However, completely useless. Ren used several advanced mental arcane arts, but couldn't break through the she-wolf's mental defenses. The opponent always had a poker face. There wasn't even the slightest change in her gaze. As for using torture to torment her, Ren didn't even consider it. for any seasoned legendary professional. Those so-called tortures were child's play. No way. Ren had no choice but to temporarily give up. Once again, he released the high-level sleep spell, causing her to fall back into a deep sleep. Dylon City, Lord's Mansion. Why won't that she-wolf speak? Upon hearing this, Governor Laska also felt a headache. This was difficult. From the current situation, this she-wolf, who possessed legendary peak strength, was obviously a tough nut to crack. It was almost impossible to obtain confidential military information from her about the Orc Empire. Unless a half-divine grade mental mage took action and directly read the information from her brain. Ren, you handle it yourself. If it's really impossible, there's no need to force it. Laska spoke up. The meaning of his words was clear. He no longer expected to obtain confidential information about the Orc Empire from this she-wolf. Upon hearing this, Ren didn't say anything further. In fact, he wasn't very concerned about whether he could dig out information from this she-wolf's mouth. In his opinion, this she-wolf had more valuable uses. After chatting with Governor Laska for a while, Ren left the Lord's Mansion. He found the best magic blacksmith shop in Dylon City. Spending some gold coins, he borrowed the forge of the magic blacksmith shop. Ren took out the top-grade magic materials from his spatial ring, mithril and adamantite. He was ready to forge magic equipment. Although this was his first time doing it himself. But he had previously obtained mastery in top-grade magic arrays and advanced forging from system rewards. For him, forging magic equipment was not a very difficult task. Even if it was to make epic-grade equipment, he had quite a bit of confidence. Ignite the forge. The scorching flames of magic rise from it. As time passes, the temperature inside the forge continues to rise. Taking advantage of the heat of the furnace, Ren begins to design the magical equipment he will forge later. The magical equipment he wants to create is very special. It is neither a weapon nor armor. Instead, it is a special accessory called the suppression ring. This is specifically designed for the legendary peak wolf woman. The wolf woman has always been uncooperative. He also doesn't want to waste time. He plans to bring it back to the Habsburg family for his own children. To prevent her from rising up and harming his wife and children. He plans to use the suppression ring to suppress her power and misconduct. Of course. To achieve this effect, the quality of the suppression ring cannot be low. It must at least reach epic quality. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible to completely suppress the power of a peak legendary strongman. Even if that peak legendary strongman is in a state of complete helplessness. Pondering. Combining top-level magic array knowledge and advanced forging knowledge, Ren spent a day designing the initial draft of this magical item. Refining various magical metals using the forge. Then mixing and shaping them in a certain order and proportion. Then, using a carving pen and using mithril metal liquid as ink, he drew various top-level magic patterns inside it. In the process of practice, continuously modifying and perfecting the design of the suppression ring. 20 days later, after consuming a large amount of precious materials, Ren finally made a finished product. It was 5 silver rings similar to collars. They shimmered with the unique magic radiance of epic equipment. A simple test. The effect is very good. Whether it is the suppression of power or the prevention of misconduct, it meets his expectations. Satisfied, he nodded. After collecting these rings, Ren immediately walked towards the dungeon where the wolf woman was imprisoned. Lord Ren. The soldiers guarding the entrance and exit of the dungeon salute Ren respectfully. He nodded slightly. Ren walked straight into the interior of the dungeon. He arrived at the cell of the wolf woman, Melita. Melita is still asleep. For legendary professionals who are like monsters, 20 days without eating is not a big deal. Melita's life force remains stable. Even her injuries have improved a lot compared to before. Awakening her again. I advise you not to waste your efforts. I will never reveal the military secrets of the Empire to you despicable humans. Awakening again. The Silver Wolf Princess looked at Ren with a cold smile. Her tone was full of disdain and arrogance. Even as a prisoner, her pride has not dissipated. Seeing this captive wolf woman acting so arrogantly, Ren was not angry. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, I think you have misunderstood me. Actually, I'm not very interested in the military secrets of the Orc Empire that you know. You humans are full of lies. Do you think I will believe your nonsense? Upon hearing this, Melita immediately sneered in response. In her opinion, Ren saying these words was just an attempt to make her lower her guard and extract information from her. Such a trick is really clumsy. If you don't believe it, then forget it. I will prove it to you with my actions. Upon hearing this, Ren shrugged. Taking out the 5 silver rings from the spatial ring, Ren aimed them at the werewolf Melita. Seeing Ren approaching step by step, Melita's expression became increasingly ugly. Although she didn't know what the collar-like silver rings in Ren's hand were for, her intuition told her that it was definitely not something good. Damn human, stay away from me. Feel this. Melita struggled hard while shouting at Ren. Unfortunately, in Ren's eyes, these words were not threatening at all. He walked steadily towards Melita. Come on. Put on these equipments obediently. Ren picked up one of the collars, silver rings, and put it around Melita's neck. Naturally, Melita wouldn't cooperate. There was no other way. Ren had to personally restrain her body. He put the 5 silver rings on her neck and limbs respectively. Then he infused magic power into them, fully activating the 5 rings. Buzz. 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 The 5 silver rings resonated with each other, forming a top-level magic array. They continuously absorbed and suppressed Melita's power. At the same time, they transformed the absorbed power into special magic threads to control the werewolf herself. Meridians, flesh and blood, even bones, all occupied by densely woven magical threads. As long as Melita has any intention of making a violent move, these magical threads will turn into reins, making her obediently stop. What have you done to me, you damn human? Feeling the changes in her body after putting on the silver ring, Melita's gaze towards Ren instantly filled with anger and killing intent. As the highly anticipated Silver Wolf Princess of the Orc Empire, she has always been aloof and arrogant. But now she has been brought under control by a special collar worn by a human. This is simply a great humiliation. However, no matter how angry she is, she has no way to resist. With the absorption of the silver ring formation, the power she has painstakingly recovered in recent days is rapidly draining away, completely losing all ability to resist. She can't even commit suicide. You must have realized the effect of this little gift. I hope you don't have any ulterior motives. Otherwise, you will only bring trouble upon yourself. N spoke calmly. Humph. Melita's expression turned cold, and she disdainfully let out a cold snort. Her gaze towards Ren seemed like it could spew fire. If she could restore her former strength, these 5 silver rings would be completely unable to restrain her. She could easily break free from them. However, now she is completely helpless. Due to the previous great battle, she suffered extremely serious injuries, and her internal fighting spirit is less than 1,000th of her former peak. She is completely powerless to resist these 5 parasites that are drawing power from her. This creates a paradox. She needs to restore her peak state in order to get rid of this thing. And in order to restore her state, she must first get rid of this thing. To break this vicious cycle, it is obviously impossible for her to do it alone, unless a powerful external force intervenes. For example, a strong person who has entered the legendary realm could help her. Or she successfully ignites the divine fire and advances to the demigod level. By then, she will naturally be able to easily break free from the control of this special epic equipment. But the problem is, the difficulty of achieving these 2 methods is obviously too high. And Ren obviously cannot let her go. In other words, in the future, she is highly likely to be controlled by this damn human, becoming his servant and plaything. This dark future fills Melita's heart with despair. Chapter 169 Ren, have a few more, preferably 180. I didn't pay attention to the furious gaze of the werewolf Melita. Ren smiled lightly and said, I just said it. I'm not interested in the information in your brain, but I'm more interested in you. Now, accept my little gift, and you will be my woman from now on. I hope you can give birth to several children for me in the future, preferably 180. Upon hearing this, Melita's mentality completely collapsed. 180? Does he really think she's a pig that can give birth to a dozen in one litter? Melita's thoughts were unknown. Ren carefully examined the werewolf in front of him, nodding in satisfaction. Well-proportioned figure, big buttocks and round hips. Clearly suitable for childbirth. She will definitely make outstanding contributions to the population prosperity of the Habu's family in the future. You get lost. Feeling Ren gaze, Melita's heart also trembled. She really couldn't figure out Ren now. This human was completely unpredictable. Not only did he completely ignore the important information in her mind, he also wanted to take her home as a breeding machine. And judging from the situation, it seemed like he wasn't joking. Thinking of this, Melita's heart was in a panic. She wasn't afraid of death. After being captured, she had long prepared herself for a generous death. But if Ren chose to enslave her, lock her in a room as a baby-making machine, that would be even more terrifying than death. To put it bluntly, it would be better to die than to live. At this thought, Melita's psychological defense line collapsed instantly. Fine. Despicable human, you win. I'm willing to give up some information, but you must promise not to touch me, and you must not make me have children. Looking at Ren in front of her, Melita coldly spoke. I'm sorry. I won't do it. I've already said it before. I have no interest in the intelligence you know about. Whether you say it or not. But you have to give birth to a child for me, and at least 10 or more. Ren said seriously. Just kidding. What nonsense intelligence, he doesn't care about it at all. In his opinion, the wolf woman in front of him is the real treasure that can be continuously explored. To be able to cultivate to the legendary peak at such a young age. Her talent definitely reaches the legendary level. If he has a child with her, maybe he can directly give birth to a diamond-level offspring. Even offspring above diamond level is not impossible. I am the Silver Wolf Princess, the future leader of the werewolf clan, and I know many important military secrets of the Monk Empire. The intelligence I'm about to reveal is enough to help your Kuken Empire avoid significant losses. At that time, you will definitely be able to easily rise in rank. You actually chose to refuse just to make me have your child. Melita said anxiously. Ren's words really scared her. After all, this is her only bargaining chip. If this chip becomes invalid, she won't be able to balance Ren anymore. By then, Ren will forcefully take her home to have a child. She has no means to resist. Unfortunately, Ren is always too lazy to listen to these nonsense. He directly used a silence spell to interrupt Melita's words. Stop talking. You are the Silver Wolf Princess, what do I care about the important intelligence you know? I don't care about rising in rank or anything. I just want you to give birth to a child for me, obediently come home with me. Ren said straightforwardly. To Melita's ears, it sounded like a devil's whisper. It made her so anxious that tears were about to burst out. If possible, she is willing to exchange everything to make Ren spare her. However, Ren does not give her this opportunity and directly carries her out. And now, the Orc rebel army attempting to invade the province of Ren has been eliminated. There is no need to station troops to guard the city of Dillon anymore. Therefore, the other nobles of the province of Ren have long since left with their families' armed forces. After bidding farewell to her father-in-law, Governor Laska, Ren, holding this wolf girl, leads his own griffin knights on the journey back. Flying all the way. Sitting on Ren Holy Light Pegasus, Melita has an expressionless and indifferent look. In reality, she is extremely anxious. This human is playing for real. BHCJ, the noble Silver Wolf Princess is about to become a human aristocrat's baby-making tool. Maybe as soon as they arrive home, this damn human will eagerly possess her. I absolutely cannot let this human succeed. Thinking of this, Melita's brain spins rapidly, hoping to find a solution. Who knows how panicked Melita is at this moment. Ren, however, is in a very pleasant mood. After being away for so long, he can finally return home. Over 2 hours later, Ren and the others successfully return to the Habs manor. Father, grandfather, has returned. Seeing Ren return safely, all the descendants of the Habs family have happy faces. Ren is the pillar of the family. The glory and status of the Habs family relies solely on Ren. As long as Ren is still here, the Habs family can endure for a long time. Let Hilda lead the Griffin Knights back to the camp. Ren takes the Silver Wolf Princess Melita to an uninhabited room. Then he calls for maids to bring hot water and help the Silver Wolf Princess bathe and change clothes. Experienced a great war. And then went without bathing for over 20 days. This she-wolf is dirty all over. Must clean up before eating. Regarding the arrangements made by Ren, Melita naturally resists. She knows that once she is cleaned up, the next step might be to be sent to Ren bed. However, the arm cannot twist the thigh. She is currently wearing a suppression ring, and her entire strength is suppressed to the extreme. Even resistance is restricted by the suppression ring. She simply cannot resist the actions of those maids. After about half an hour, this silver wolf princess is thoroughly cleaned. The maids dress her in the silver gray princess gown specially prepared by Ren. Then they send her into Ren room. As time passes, the sky gradually darkens. After finishing dinner with his wife and children, Ren, with an expectant heart, returns to his room. Not bad. Very beautiful. Looking at Melita, who is clean and wearing a long dress, Ren nods in satisfaction. He strides towards her. He is ready to enjoy this delicious dish. Don't come over. Seeing Ren approaching her, the silver wolf princess's heart is completely in chaos. Completely lacking the proud and confident wild appearance from their first meeting. Instead, she looks like a weak and powerless woman. Ignoring Melita's words, Ren walks up to her with a smile. Then he grabs her chin with his hand, forcing her to lift her head. Without any further ado, he directly kisses her. Feeling the sensation transmitted by his lips, the silver wolf princess can't help but widen her eyes. Her silver blue eyes are filled with panic and helplessness. Chapter 170, The Demi-Artifact, the Destroyer Staff, surrendering the unruly wolf girl. Kissed for 10 minutes. Only then did Ren let go. Damn human, I will definitely kill you. Melita, who was forcibly kissed, looked at Ren with anger on her face. She wished she could immediately crush Ren to pieces. This was her first kiss. And it ended like this? However, the suppression ring was still in effect. Therefore, even though her anger was raging inside her, the silver wolf princess couldn't make a dangerous move to harm Ren. Miss Wolf Girl, it seems you haven't realized the reality yet. Hearing Melita's roar like a wildcat, Ren showed a playful smile on his face. Immediately, without any hesitation, he lowered his head and kissed her again. Feeling Ren's actions, Melita felt completely hopeless. She realized that she couldn't stop Ren at all. Even struggling was futile. Although Ren didn't physically bind her, but that damn silver ring constantly suppressed and drained her power. Her current strength was at the level of an ordinary person. Ren could easily control her. Let her obediently listen and assume any position Ren desires. Thinking of this, in Melita's silver blue beautiful eyes, a mixture of shyness and anger immediately appeared. As the Silver Wolf Princess, a well-known delicate flower of the Beastman Empire. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been proud and looks down on any pursuit from the Beastmen. She simply doesn't bother with any Beastman's advances. But now, she is being controlled and taken advantage of by a human. It can be foreseen. Even more terrible things will happen next. She might even have to bear children for this human in the future, giving birth to 100 or even 180 children. When I took up the legendary profession of the Undying Berserker, I made a solemn oath never to reveal the information about this profession. If you continue to humiliate me like this, I will deliberately trigger this oath and end it myself. By then, you, who have obtained the inheritance information of this profession, will also be in big trouble. When Ren released her again, Melita quickly spoke up. Her eyes were filled with coldness and seriousness. Obviously, she had made up her mind completely. Even if she falls into the river Styx forever and cannot be reborn, she will never allow herself to be bullied by Ren like this. Oh. Then tell me, how will I be in big trouble? Curiously, Ren played with the wolf ears on top of the Silver Wolf Princess's head, casually speaking. The nerves in the ears are extremely sensitive. Feeling her ears being played with, Melita's face immediately turned slightly red. She wanted to resist, but she couldn't. This is the most important confidential information of the Orc Empire. If you were to learn about the inheritance information of the undead berserker, you would immediately be locked by the great shaman's spell. At that time, the Empire will send 2 or more demigod powerhouses to hunt you down. Melita said coldly. She hoped that by doing this, Ren would understand the weight of the threat she posed. Stop playing with her and don't toy with her anymore. Oh, is that it? Upon hearing this, Ren showed no concern at all. He played with his ears and then turned to play with the tail of the Silver Wolf public relations officer. Aren't you afraid of death? Do you even know how powerful demigods are? Seeing Ren's actions, Melita became furious. She was threatening him. But this human treated her like a toy. And he had a nonchalant expression on his face. Anyone would be angry in this situation. Of course I know. Demigods, stepping half a step into the realm of gods, beings who ignite divine fire. Powerful enough to easily kill legendary-level existences. Ren replied calmly. You know that, so why do you dare to ignore my words? Melita said coldly. In her opinion, this damn human was deliberately messing with her state of mind. Seeing that the Silver Wolf Princess, who was a prisoner, dared to speak to her like this, Ren felt a little displeased. No need to say it. This bad habit must be corrected. Both hands moved together. A few minutes later, Melita gritted her teeth and stared at Ren, her eyes almost spewing fire. If looks could kill. At this moment, Ren would have been riddled with holes. This damn guy. He actually dared to bully her like this. Miss Wolf, who are you trying to scare? So what if demigods are powerful? The strongest race on the Roland continent now is us humans, not you orcs. If the demigods of your orc race dare to retaliate against us humans, they will come but won't be able to go back. And in a few more years, I can also ascend to demigod status. Your words have no threat to me at all. Stop talking nonsense. Let's get down to business. The night is beautiful tonight, perfect for procreation. As he spoke, Ren pulled with his hand, and the belt of Melita's princess dress instantly came undone. No. Spare me, I am willing to sign a loyalty contract with you and become the sharp blade in your hands. With my talent, I will definitely be able to ascend to demigod status in the future. At that time, you can have a subordinate of half-divine grade. Sensing Ren's actions, Melita immediately panicked and shouted, No. I don't need a subordinate of half-divine grade. I'm more interested in having a child with you. Ren stared at Melita without blinking, as if appreciating a peerless work of art. It must be said. The Silver Wolf Princess's appearance and figure are truly outstanding. Her skin is a wheat color, giving off a special beauty of agility, health, and wildness. Coupled with the attributes of being a princess and a beast-eared girl, her allure instantly reaches its peak. Because the other party is an orc. Both sides are mortal enemies. Ren has no psychological burden for what he is about to do. After all, the actions of the orc army after capturing human cities are even more outrageous. Burning, killing, and looting are child's play. Some orcs even eat humans. Especially children. They are the favorites of those orcs with cannibalistic habits. I am willing to make the River Styx oath and be forever loyal to you. If you let me return to the Orc Empire. Wait until I officially become the leader of the werewolf clan, or even the emperor of the Orc Empire, and you can also control a powerful force through this. Feeling Ren's fiery gaze, Melita hurriedly spoke again. I don't need that. I just want you. She made another move. The cord at the collar of Princess Melita's dress disappeared. In the depths of the Orc Empire's treasury, there is a semi-divine artifact called the Destroyer's Staff. Please give me flowers. As long as you are willing to spare me, I can help you steal it and present it to you. Seeing Ren's actions becoming more and more excessive, Melita had no choice but to increase her bargaining chip again. This condition can be said to be extremely tempting. After all, that is a semi-divine artifact. Strictly speaking, a semi-divine artifact still falls under the category of legendary weapons. But because it has divine power infused into it, the semi-divine artifact possesses a trace of the power of a divine artifact. Its power far surpasses that of legendary weapons. It has incredible power. It can be said to be a super equipment that countless extraordinary individuals dream of. However, Ren didn't have the slightest interest. It's not that his mentality has become inflated to the point where he looks down on semi-divine artifacts. It's that he doesn't believe Melita can really steal this thing. The Orc Empire's treasury is heavily guarded, even a fool knows that. Even if it's a half-divine grade expert, they can't even think about infiltrating and stealing treasures from it. The Silver Wolf Princess is clearly making empty promises to him. He has encountered this kind of trickery many times when he was a worker in his previous life. He can't be fooled again. Whether it's a semi-divine artifact or not, I don't care. Let's have a child together. Ren held Melita's face in his hands and said. Seeing Ren being so stubborn, she thought about having a child with him. Melita was completely frustrated. You get lost. If you touch me again, I will immediately trigger the Styx vow and commit suicide to show you. Upon hearing this, Ren paused for a moment. Then he continued his actions. Feeling this, Melita's face grew colder. Her gaze towards Ren became sharper and more dangerous. And Ren also met her gaze. Both of them were engaged in a psychological battle. Whoever loses in this standoff will be at a disadvantage. This confrontation lasted for more than 10 minutes. In the end, Melita, who was willing to die, was defeated by Ren's words. I have a scroll of the 9th ring divine art resurrection. You're dead. I can use this scroll to resurrect your body. Although the power of this divine art may not be able to retrieve your soul from the Styx, resurrecting your body is more than enough. At that time, I can still make you have a child. As he spoke, Ren also took out the scroll of the resurrection divine art from his spatial ring, proving that what he said was not false. This scroll was an item obtained from the previous system upgrade gift package. It had been kept until now without being used. Unexpectedly, it came in handy in this situation. Shameless. Despicable. Disgusting. Upon hearing this, Melita trembled with anger, her delicate body shaking. She didn't expect this human to be so insane. Even in death, he wouldn't let her go. He even wanted to resurrect her body. If possible. She really wanted to punch this human in front of her to death. Completely crush him into a pulp. Unfortunately, she didn't have the power to do so right now. Under the suppression of the ring, she couldn't even attack Ren. Hee. Who told you to threaten me with the Styx vow all the time? Hearing Melita's angry scolding, Ren spread his hands and spoke with a helpless tone. You win, okay. Chapter 171, Broken Jar, Broken, Exclusive Made Silver Wolf Princess. Besides having a child, what else do you want me to do? Feel free to say. Taking a deep breath, Melita stared at Ren and spoke coldly. Although she was completely at a loss. But having a child was her bottom line. If this despicable and shameless human insisted on insulting her, then she could only choose to trigger the Styx oath and commit suicide. By then, even if Ren used a resurrection scroll, he would only get a living vegetable. Upon hearing the words of the Silver Wolf Princess, Ren did not respond immediately. Instead, he bowed his head. Feeling Ren movement, Melita's eyes widened and her body tensed. You really haven't learned your lesson. If you continue to speak to me in this threatening tone, don't blame me for using some means to punish you. As for what I want you to do, since you don't want to have a child, then just be my exclusive maid. Wherever I go, you have to follow and serve me. 693. Pour tea, tidy up, warm my bed, and call me master. Raising her head again, Ren looked at the blushing Melita and made his request. Impossible. Despicable and shameless human, wanting me to become your servant. You're dreaming. Melita said angrily. She was the noble Silver Wolf Princess, a legendary peak-level powerhouse. She had always been the one being served by others. When had she ever served others? This was a great insult to her. Didn't you say that besides having a child, you can do anything? But now you refuse to do anything. So, are you choosing to have a child with me? Ren asked in response. Upon hearing this, the furious Melita was suddenly speechless. She stared at Ren, almost grinding her back teeth to pieces. Why did this human only think about being intimate and having a child? It was truly hateful. Don't stay silent. Otherwise, I'll take it as you're ready to serve me, Ren deliberately spoke up. Hearing Ren's words, Melita couldn't stay silent any longer. I am willing to be your maid. Melita gritted her teeth and said, taking a deep breath to calm her emotions. Both sides harm each other, so let's choose the lesser evil. Compared to giving birth to a child for this human, being a personal maid is a bit easier to accept. Upon hearing this, Ren couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, the theory of broken windows from the previous life is still very effective. First, make this arrogant Silver Wolf Princess realize her situation. Then propose a condition that she cannot accept, and finally reveal one's true request. In this way, the probability of acceptance will greatly increase. The reason for taking such a roundabout approach is twofold. First, because I'm afraid this Silver Wolf Princess might really lose her mind and choose suicide. Second, the system just notified me that using coercive means to have a child will not receive rewards, it must be voluntary on the woman's part. That's why Ren chose to take it slowly, step by step, lowering the psychological bottom line of this silver wolf princess. To change her attitude. Of course, his patience is limited. If the silver wolf princess continues to resist, Ren doesn't mind giving up the system rewards and forcing the situation. To fiercely whip this wild little mare. By then, if she really wants to commit suicide, then so be it. For someone who commanded an orc army and caused a lot of human bloodshed as a wolf woman, he has no psychological burden at all. Oh, by the way. Besides being a maid, write down all the information you know about the orc army for me, Ren spoke up again as if remembering something. No problem. Melita, whose psychological defense line had been completely broken, seemed to have given up completely. She agreed without hesitation. Seeing Melita being so straightforward, Ren showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. However, he didn't think much about it. He brought pen, ink, and paper and handed them to Melita. There was no ink. Melita picked up the feather pen and began to write. Ren watched silently on the side. After more than 10 minutes, Melita finished writing. Ren picked it up and took a look. Wow. What is this written? It's not the language of the orcs, nor is it the language of humans. It looks like some kind of ghostly symbol. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Ren put down the paper in his hand and turned to look at Melita, calmly speaking. There's no other way, I can only write like this. These confidential information have been protected by the Empire's great shaman with extremely special magical means to prevent leaks. If I were to write it directly, I would immediately suffer some kind of curse attack and die on the spot. Therefore, I can only use this ancient script for encrypted writing, to pass the magic curse's leak detection. But I can guarantee that what I write is absolutely fine. If you don't believe me, I can make a magical oath. As for how to recognize these ancient scripts, it's up to you. Melita explained helplessly with a face full of resignation. You see. This kind of ancient script is rarely used even today. And even fewer people understand it. The difficulty of accurately deciphering it in a short period of time can be imagined. Of course. If you are willing to release the suppression and let me regain my power, I can withstand the attacks of that strange magical curse and write it directly. Melita spoke again. A hint of cunning appeared in her eyes. In her opinion. With her actions, she had already taken the initiative. As long as Ren desired to obtain her information, he would definitely agree to her request. When she regained her strength. Even if she couldn't match Ren in strength, she could still send a distress signal to the werewolf clan through her hidden special means. When the powerful members of the werewolf clan come to rescue her, at that time, it will be Ren's turn to suffer. By then, she will take back all the humiliation she has suffered from Ren. It sounds wonderful. However, reality is cruel. Woo-woo. Melita let out a weak whimper. Once again, she was punished by Ren. 10 minutes later. Ren finally finished the punishment and released Melita. He put away the paper filled with ancient writing. I'm glad you obediently wrote down the information, but I don't like your tone. Just now, you agreed to be my personal maid. Is this how you speak to your master? This time was just a minor punishment. If you do it again, you know the consequences. Ren spoke indifferently. 3.1. Hearing this, Melita's face was full of resentment. But she didn't dare say anything. Afraid of suffering from this human's hands again. She looked like a complete pushover. Seeing the appearance of the silver wolf continuing to provoke her might instead trigger her rebellious mentality. Rest well. Tomorrow you officially start working. Don't mess up, or don't blame me if you end up having a child. Leaving these words behind, he got up and turned to leave. In the room, only Melita remained. Phew. Seeing Ren disappear before her eyes, Melita immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Her whole body relaxed. Clothes. Melita had no intention of falling asleep at all. Lying on the bed, her silver blue eyes stared blankly at the night outside the window, not knowing what she was thinking. Chapter 172. The Silver Dragon Girl is pregnant, legendary item ring of the shapeshifter. The next day. Early morning. Ren entered the room where the Silver Wolf Princess was staying. Melita seemed to have not slept all night. As he walked in, Ren saw Melita lying on the bed, staring blankly. She looked like a lifeless fish without any dreams. My exclusive maid. I've already woken up, and you're still not up. Is it me who serves you, or you who serves me? It seems I have to teach you a lesson. Ren spoke up. No. Upon hearing this, the lifeless Melita suddenly reacted. She instinctively protected herself with her hands, curling up into a ball, afraid of being attacked by Ren. Considering it's your first day on the job and you don't know the rules, I'll let it go this time. But if you make the same mistake again, you'll be punished for both offenses. Seeing the proud wolf girl being scared by his words, Ren found it amusing in his heart. He didn't continue to dwell on this matter. Ren called a few maids to help Melita wash and change. Using his knowledge from his previous life, he specially made a unique maid outfit for her. The style was quite good, perfectly highlighting Melita's beast girl attributes, making her look even more beautiful. Not bad. Looking at Melita in her special maid outfit, Ren nodded in satisfaction. With excellent appearance, strong abilities, and a noble status, having such an exclusive maid was truly prestigious. 1 week later, Ren sat in the study, dealing with various matters related to territories and family affairs. As the exclusive maid of Ren, the Silver Wolf Princess stood behind, waiting on him. Melita, give me a shoulder massage, Ren suddenly said after finishing the last task. Okay. Melita, who had already become accustomed to the life of a maid, walked over upon hearing this. She immediately reached out her small hand to massage Ren. However, just as she bent down, Ren's hand slipped into her collar. Ah! Startled by the sudden attack, Melita couldn't help but let out a scream. You are my exclusive maid. Did you forget something when you answered just now? Ren asked while his hand was still moving. Do you need me to help you remember? No. No need. After a moment of hesitation, Melita still called him master. She was made to say it 2 more times. And only then did Ren let her go. Adjustments must be made slowly, lowering the bottom line step by step, like boiling a frog in warm water, making her gradually accustomed. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The mighty onslaught of the Orc army had been restrained. The Kukan Empire launched a full-scale counterattack with all available military forces. After winning several battles, they reclaimed a significant amount of territory. The threat of the Orc army had completely receded from the province of Lance. Therefore, during this time, Ren life was indeed very leisurely and comfortable. Every day, apart from dealing with family estate affairs, he engaged in intimate activities with his wives. Under his diligent cultivation, Princess Elsa, Serena, Emic, and 13 other wives became pregnant one after another. Even the silver dragon maiden, Angeli, who had been married for a long time without any movement in her belly, showed signs of pregnancy. If nothing unexpected happens, 10 months later, the Habs family will welcome a highly talented heir with pure bloodline of the silver dragon. Perhaps his first diamond-level heir is about to be born. Thinking of this, Ren is filled with joy and excitement, feeling extremely good. There is a smile on his face every day. Another month has passed. Oriane, Frenna, Tina, Jessica, Lifa, and Katie have been pregnant for 8 or 9 months. Among them, Oriane, Lifa, and Katie, who became pregnant first, are not far from giving birth. 2 weeks later, Lifa and Katie gave birth one after another. They gave birth to Ren heirs. Detected the birth of the host's 160th child. The magic aptitude of this heir is average, the fighting spirit aptitude is extraordinary, and the evaluation is gold level. Reward: 100 years of fighting spirit cultivation, rare level talent proficiency in writing. Detected the birth of the host's 161st child. The magic aptitude of this heir is high, the fighting spirit aptitude is high, and the evaluation is silver level. Reward: 30 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 10 years of magic cultivation. Both of these children have good aptitudes. One is gold level, the other is silver level. In this situation, the rewards given by the system are naturally not bad. The 2 children have provided Ren with a total of 130 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 10 years of magic cultivation, and a rare level talent. All rewards are claimed. Ren cultivation instantly improved significantly, especially in terms of fighting spirit realm. It is estimated that with an increase of about 200 years of fighting spirit cultivation, he can break through to the 20th stage, legendary peak. After absorbing the cultivation, Ren checked the effect of that rare level talent. Rare level talent proficiency in writing. Effect: after possessing this talent, you will have the ability to understand the majority of the world's languages. Even when encountering unfamiliar languages, you can quickly comprehend. Note: this talent can be fused with the talent of proficiency in languages to advance to the epic level talent proficiency in all things. This talent comes at just the right time. Ren's face showed a hint of joy. He had been recently worried about not being able to decipher the information written in ancient texts by the Silver Wolf Girl. Now, with this talent, this problem instantly ceased to be a problem. He could directly understand the meaning of those ancient texts through this unreasonable talent. 1 week later, following Lifa and Katie, Orion was also sent into the delivery room. This was the first child of this legendary fox woman. To be honest, Ren had high expectations for this child. Quietly waiting outside the delivery room. After about 20 minutes, a loud baby's cry came from inside the delivery room. Detected the birth of the host's 162nd child. The magical aptitude of this offspring is epic, and the martial spirit aptitude is superlative. It possesses a hidden bloodline, Fox royal clan, awakened, naturally possessing extraordinary abilities such as high charm, mastery of illusion, and strong mental resilience. Evaluation: Platinum level. Reward: 500 years of martial spirit cultivation, 100 years of magic cultivation, legendary item Ring of Transformation. Platinum level offspring. Hearing the system prompt in his ear, Ren's eyes were filled with joy. Orion's first child did not disappoint him. The 6th platinum level offspring of the Habs family was born. Such a high aptitude offspring. Naturally, the rewards given by the system were extremely generous. In addition to the guaranteed 500 years of martial spirit cultivation, there were also 100 years of magic cultivation and a legendary item. The cultivation rewards need not be mentioned much. The most noteworthy is that legendary item. Ring of Transformation, legendary level. Effect: Perfect Transformation Magic, 9th Circle Magic. After use, you can perfectly transform into the majority of creatures in the world, including dragons, and possess all the abilities of that creature. Even ordinary deities cannot see through it. Duration: 1 hour. Unlike normal legendary equipment, this legendary item does not have many fancy functions. Its only purpose is transformation. Perfectly transforming into any creature. Even deities find it difficult to see through. And after transformation, you can also gain the extraordinary abilities inherent to the transformed creature. Just like Sun Wukong's 72 transformations. Chapter 173, Breaking Through the Legendary Peak and Transforming into a Legendary Red Dragon. This legendary prop is very useful. Ren's eyes lit up. In an instant, he could think of many possible scenarios for its use. In terms of battle, it could transform into legendary magical creatures with innate powerful abilities. For example, dragons, hydra, sea monsters, and so on. And not to mention the assistance aspect. Transformation disguise, exploring special terrain. This legendary item can exert amazing effects. It can be considered as a versatile existence. I snapped back to reality. Ren couldn't wait to claim his reward. In the next second, a continuous stream of fighting spirit merged into his body. After more than 10 minutes, Ren's aura instantly surged by a large margin. His cultivation realm broke through the limit of the 19th stage and reached the 20th stage. He had reached the peak of legend. As long as he broke through again, he would officially step into the realm of demigods. Next is the cultivation of magic. 100 years of magic cultivation merged into Ren consciousness C. His total magic power increased significantly. His realm broke through from the early stage of the 17th rank to the middle stage of the 17th rank. Let's make a rough estimate. To break through to the 18th rank, it would take at least another 500 years of magic cultivation. Finally, there are the legendary items. A flash of light. A platinum-colored ring, engraved with numerous magic patterns, appeared out of thin air in front of Ren. Obviously, this is the ring of shapeshifting. He put it on his finger. Ren immediately understood how to use it. With a thought, his body began to visibly change at a rapid speed. Enormous flesh wings, dark red dragon scales. After a few seconds, a legendary red dragon measuring over 100 meters in length appeared in the backyard of the Habs Manor. For the first time, he transformed into a real dragon. This magical experience made Ren somewhat excited. He immediately began to try using this unfamiliar and massive body. Boom boom boom. The flesh wings trembled. The legendary red dragon transformed by Ren soared into the sky. However, controlling the body of a giant dragon for the first time, he had no experience. He didn't master the balance well. Accidentally, he crashed into a distant hill. Boom boom boom. Such a loud noise. Instantly, it startled Janice and the others. Seeing the suddenly appearing red dragon, they all thought it was an invading enemy. They immediately sounded the alarm and activated the estate's defense measures. Valkathi, who possessed legendary level strength, was the first to come out, ready to drive away this red dragon. Seeing the actions of his wives, Ren couldn't help but laugh and cry. He didn't expect that playing with transformation would actually cause such a big misunderstanding. He quickly transformed back to his original appearance, seeing the legendary red dragon turn into the form of her husband. Janice and the others were filled with shock on their faces. However, they didn't let their guard down. After all, transformation magic exists in this world. Who knows if the person in front of them is a dragon transformed by magic? Ren explained it all. Only then did his wives confirm his identity again. After the commotion subsided, Ren used the ring of the shapeshifter to transform into several different forms. Nine-headed snake, beam and behemoth, six-winged angel, and so on. Finally, Ren had a sudden idea and tried to transform into a golden dragon. Unfortunately, he ultimately failed. Obviously, this legendary dragon species that surpasses ordinary dragons has exceeded the limits of the ring of the shapeshifter's abilities. After some testing, Ren had almost figured out how to use the transformation ability of this ring. After the transformation, there will be no change in one's own realm and level, but the combat power will fluctuate with the transformed creature. To perfectly control the body after transformation, some adaptation exercises are needed. In this situation, it is very necessary to choose some transformed creature forms that may be frequently used for early adaptation. Half a month later, in the study of the Habs Manor. Master, please have some tea. Melita, wearing a specially made maid outfit, obediently placed a cup of tea in front of Ren. Until today, she has been Ren exclusive maid for 4 months. In just 4 months, this proud silver wolf princess has been tamed by Ren to be extremely obedient. At least on the surface. There's no way. Whenever she makes a mistake, Ren will punish her. This punishment is always that. If she doesn't learn her lesson, Ren will resort to the ultimate punishment, giving birth to a child. After suffering many times, even if this silver wolf princess is still proud in her heart, she doesn't dare to provoke Ren. The tea today is brewed well. After taking a sip of tea, Ren praised. He naturally knew about the changes in the silver wolf princess. Obviously, his training has already had some effect. Thank you for the praise, Master. Melita had a standardized smile on her face as she spoke. Then, she couldn't help but remind, Master, have you deciphered the information I wrote for you before? If you can't do it, I can help. Since I can't beat you anyway, as long as you temporarily release the suppression of my power. Before Melita could finish her sentence, Ren interrupted, who said I haven't deciphered it. I've already finished it a long time ago. As he spoke, he flicked his finger and took out the paper Melita had written from the spatial ring. In addition to ancient characters, there were also many translation annotations on it. How is this possible? He glanced roughly. Melita's face immediately changed. Ren had deciphered all the intelligence information she had written. There's nothing impossible. Ren had a calm expression on his face. A relaxed and simple appearance. And indeed, it was the truth. After obtaining the innate ability to understand written language, it took him less than a week to decipher all the ancient symbols on the paper. However, although Melita didn't know if Ren had cheated, she couldn't figure it out. How did you manage to do it? Coming back to her senses, Melita couldn't help but ask Ren. This kind of ancient script had almost disappeared. She also obtained relevant books from an ancient relic by accident. That's how she learned this script. In her opinion, Ren definitely couldn't decipher it. But reality was completely opposite to what she thought. This is not something a little maid like you should know. You just casually interrupted me while I was dealing with matters for the master. I need to punish you, a maid who doesn't understand the rules. As soon as he finished speaking, Ren reached out and pulled Melita into his embrace. He began to indulge in tasting the Silver Wolf Princess's red lips. Mmm. 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 Melita's face turned crimson. In these 4 months, she had experienced this kind of punishment many times. She had gradually become accustomed to it. The punishment lasted for more than 10 minutes. Only then did Ren let her go. Looking at Melita in front of him, with a flushed face and a dazed look in her eyes, Ren felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. After his efforts during this period of time, the Silver Wolf Princess had become accustomed to his intimate contact. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the Silver Wolf Princess would bear his child. Chapter 174 Birth of 4 Golden Heirs in a Row, The Difficulty of Being Promoted to a Demigod. The paper written by Melita contains a lot of important information. From the hidden trump cards of the Orc army to the deployment of subsequent military operations, it has everything. The importance of this information is understood. After deciphering it, Ren immediately went to the governor's office. He handed it over to his father-in-law, Laska. Debit City. In the reception hall of the governor's office. Is this information reliable? Holding the parchment that recorded the information, Laska asked excitedly. It's no wonder he's excited. The authenticity of this information is really important. If it's true, it could be the key to deciding the war between the 2 empires. The Cocaine Empire might be able to end the war with this. Completely crush and even annihilate the Orc army. It's absolutely reliable. This is the information I dug out from the mouth of that she-wolf with great effort. That she-wolf is the princess of the Orc Empire's werewolf clan, with a very high status. Facing the anxious inquiry of his father-in-law, Governor Laska, Ren didn't hesitate and gave a definite answer. Very good. Ren, you have done a great job this time. If this information really plays an important role, our Emperor of the Cocaine Empire will definitely reward you generously. Upon hearing this, Laska nodded. From what Ren said, the credibility of this information is extremely high. It must be sent to the imperial capital as soon as possible and handed over to the Emperor. The military situation is urgent. After exchanging greetings with Ren, Governor Laska quickly mounted his flying mount. Head to the nearest teleportation node to the imperial capital. After seeing off his father-in-law, Laska, Ren had no intention of staying at the governor's mansion. The task is done. It's time to go home. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Following Orianne, Lifa, and Katie, it was now the turn of the 3 late pregnant women, Freya, Tina, and Jessica. A week later, Freya and Jessica were pushed into the delivery room one after another. They gave birth to Ren offspring. Detected the birth of the 163rd child of the host. The magic aptitude of this offspring is average, the fighting spirit aptitude is extraordinary, and the evaluation is gold level. Reward: 100 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 20 years of magic cultivation. Detected the birth of the 164th child of the host. The magic aptitude of this offspring is extraordinary, the fighting spirit aptitude is high, and the evaluation is gold level. Reward: 100 years of fighting spirit cultivation, an inheritance level equipment, the Flame Magic Book. The aptitude of these 2 children exceeded expectations. Both are gold level offspring. As a result, the rewards given by the system are naturally quite generous. The 2 children provided a total of 200 years of fighting spirit cultivation and 20 years of magic cultivation for Ren, as well as an inheritance level magic equipment. However, his current fighting spirit realm has already reached the 20th stage. To break through to the next realm, the demigod realm, an enormous amount of fighting spirit cultivation is undoubtedly needed. These 200 years of fighting spirit cultivation are completely inadequate. After absorption and fusion, it is likely that even a small realm advancement cannot be achieved. Therefore, Ren chose to convert it into magic cultivation before claiming it. After perfectly integrating the 220 years of magic cultivation, the magical power in Ren consciousness instantly surged. His magic realm advanced from the mid-stage of the 17th stage to the late stage of the 17th stage. With an additional 300 years of cultivation, he can break through to the next realm. As for that heirloom-level magic equipment, the Flame Magic Book, Ren took a look. He found that the attributes of this equipment were very good. Not only does it provide a bonus to fire damage, but it also has over 20 fire-based spells inscribed on it. From the 1st circle to the 5th circle. It can be said to be quite comprehensive. If it is handed over to a mage, it will greatly enhance their combat power. I'll give this flame magic book to Jessica, Ren thought to himself. This is a reward for the child Jessica gave birth to. In addition, Jessica is now a 10th level Grand Mage. No matter how you look at it, Jessica is the most suitable candidate to use this heirloom level magic equipment. 1 week later, Tina also went into labor. This is her second child. In her previous pregnancy, she gave birth to a child with an epic level fighting spirit talent, and awakened the bloodline of the Golden Dragon. Therefore, Ren is also quite hopeful for Tina's second child. Quietly waiting outside the delivery room. After about half an hour, 2 loud cries of babies came from inside the delivery room. Tina gave birth. And she gave birth to a pair of twin brothers. Detected the birth of the 165th child of the host. The magical talent of this offspring is superlative, the fighting spirit talent is superlative, hidden bloodline, golden dragon bloodline, semi-awakened, mastering the golden dragon physique, fierce aura, dragon might, and other extraordinary talents, evaluated as gold level, reward, 100 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 10% increase in concentration of golden dragon bloodline. Detected the birth of the 166th child of the host. The magical talent of this offspring is superlative, the fighting spirit talent is superlative, hidden bloodline, golden dragon bloodline, semi-awakened, mastering the golden dragon physique, fierce aura, dragon might, and other extraordinary talents, evaluated as gold level, reward, 100 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 10% increase in concentration of golden dragon bloodline. I don't know if it's because the nutrients are dispersed. These 2 brothers have a talent 1 level lower than their older brother. Their bloodline has not fully awakened either, and is in a semi-awakened state. Obviously, the concentration of the golden dragon bloodline in the body is not high enough. Both of them have a gold level evaluation. This disappointed Ren, who was full of expectations. However, the rewards given by the system are still very good. In addition to a cultivation of 200 years of Do Qi, there are also 2 rewards that increase the concentration of the golden dragon bloodline by 10%. These rewards don't need much explanation. They are all things that have appeared before. Receive the cultivation rewards. Ren silently recited in his heart. Whoosh. The next second, a vast and pure Do Qi energy continuously merged into his body. After complete integration, the total amount of Do Qi in Ren body increased significantly. In terms of cultivation realm, it slightly advanced a step forward. However, if he wants to break through to the mid-stage of the 20th rank, he still needs about 500 years of Do Qi cultivation. It's too difficult. Indeed, the later the stage, the more Do Qi is needed for breakthrough. Ren couldn't help but sigh in his heart. From the current situation, in order to reach the limit of the 20th rank and qualify for promotion to a demigod, he needs at least 3,000 years of Do Qi cultivation as a foundation. This difficulty is truly astonishing. Without cheats or great opportunities, perhaps only those super geniuses with legendary cultivation qualifications have a chance to touch the realm of demigods. Fortunately, I have a system cheat. Coming back to his senses, Ren began to receive the 2 rewards that increase the concentration of the golden dragon bloodline. Chapter 175, The Legend of Destiny, an incomparably powerful domain skill. Receive an increase in the concentration of golden dragon bloodline. Ren silently recited in his heart. As his words fell, the golden blood representing the golden dragon bloodline in his bone marrow immediately grew visibly at a rapid speed. In less than half an hour, the concentration of the golden dragon bloodline in Ren body increased from 30% to 50%. The concentration of dragon blood surged. Ren essence of life naturally shifted further towards the transformation into a golden dragon. More features related to the golden dragon began to appear on his body. There was even a golden dragon energy shadow behind him. An hour later, those astonishing anomalies completely disappeared. Phew. He opened his eyes, slowly exhaling a breath of stale air. Ren felt that his physical condition was better than ever before. He inspected his transformed body. It must be said, this harvest was very significant. The concentration of the golden dragon bloodline increased from the original 30% to 50%, officially entering an awakened state. This raised his physical qualities by nearly 10 times. His affinity with the holy light increased by more than 20 times. His lifespan also increased from 10,000 years to 20,000 years. In addition, The innate talent abilities he previously obtained from the Golden Dragon bloodline were greatly strengthened. Their power increased by 1 to 3 times. At the same time, he also gained a new ability, Golden Domain. Golden Domain. Effect: constructs a sacred domain with a diameter of 5 kilometers centered around oneself. Within the domain, you will gain almost infinite energy, a threefold increase in all attributes, and the ability to control the power of the domain to suppress the enemy's strengthened actions. What the F***CK? It's actually a domain skill. Ren couldn't help but curse. His face was filled with joy. You see? A domain is an extremely powerful ability that only transcendent beings who have reached the legendary realm can obtain. Once the domain is opened, you become the god of that domain. You can manipulate all the energy within the domain for attacks. As for the opponent, they can't even absorb external energy. Their attributes will also be suppressed by the power of the domain. This addition and subtraction. The outcome of the battle can be imagined. It can be said. With this skill, even those of the same level are no match. It is not impossible to fight against higher-level opponents. Note, Tianming Legend is also a legendary realm. However, compared to ordinary legends, one must complete a world-class feat or create a completely new legendary profession to enter Tianming Legend, which is equivalent to a super boss template, possessing physical attributes and specializations far surpassing normal legends, and even a lifespan that is more than double that of normal legends. The Golden Dragon is a legendary dragon species, born into the realm of Tianming Legend. No wonder, it has a domain skill inherent in its bloodline. Reading through the inheritance information obtained from the Golden Dragon bloodline in his mind, Ren couldn't help but sigh at the unfairness of the world. Countless efforts, even lives, are required for ordinary beings to obtain things. For a legendary dragon species like the Golden Dragon, which stands above the clouds from birth, it is just an ordinary thing. The difference is clearly visible. Fortunately, he also possesses the Golden Dragon bloodline. Otherwise, he would have to lose his balance mentally. After digesting all the system rewards, with greatly improved strength, Ren walked towards the delivery room with a joyful mood. Half a month later, in the study of the Habsburg Manor, Ren was busy dealing with affairs. Melita stood behind him. Her silver blue eyes stared at Ren without blinking. Her eyes were full of doubt. How did this human cultivate? He clearly didn't cultivate much. Why did his strength increase so rapidly? Although her strength was suppressed and unable to recover due to the suppression environment, her perspective as a peak legendary expert had not disappeared. During the time she spent with Ren, Melita discovered that Ren cultivation speed was very abnormal. Progress was extremely fast. In just a few months, his cultivation realm broke through from the 19th stage to the 20th stage. On the same level as her. This puzzled Melita greatly. As an exclusive maid, she was always by Ren's side. They were only separated at night. In this situation, she naturally knew what Ren was doing every day. Dealing with family and territory affairs, educating children, accompanying his wives, and engaging in intimate activities with his wives at night, and so on. But she never saw this guy seriously cultivating. However, that's how it is. This guy's cultivation level unexpectedly keeps rising. It's simply outrageous. This makes it hard for her, who has worked so hard to cultivate. Besides that, she also discovered that Ren has an unusually strong enthusiasm for getting married and having children. In the past few months, Ren has held 3 weddings. Since the battle against the Orc army, Ren's reputation has spread completely. Capturing the legendary Peak Wolf Girl. Killing 2 legendary Orc warriors plus a Baiman giant beast. Such dazzling achievements have greatly increased his prestige within the Kukan Empire, becoming a hero in everyone's eyes. In this situation, there are simply too many imperial nobles who want to marry Ren. If it weren't for Ren having high requirements for his partner and rejecting many noble marriage proposals, he would probably be a groom every day these past few months. Those 3 carefully selected marriage candidates. Bouquets. The quality can be said to be very high. Each one possesses extraordinary cultivation talent. Under Ren guidance, these 3 newlywed wives quickly became pregnant. Along with them, Laligia is also pregnant. The Habs family suddenly gained 10 pregnant women. Could it be that this human can improve his cultivation through childbirth? Recalling Ren actions these past few months, Rita speculated in her heart. Otherwise, How could this human's cultivation improve so quickly? However, she reviewed all the knowledge she had learned and couldn't find any relevant records of such abilities. Unable to contain her curiosity, Melita couldn't help but ask Ren. Guess. Putting down the feather pen in his hand, Ren smiled and said. But he didn't give a direct answer. In fact, this matter can be considered a semi-public secret. At least his wives all knew. After all, having lived together for so many years, it's natural that they wouldn't be completely unaware of the situation with their bedmate. Of course, this is also the result of Ren not deliberately hiding it. The system is his biggest secret. If he could explain the abnormal improvement in his cultivation with the talent ability to grow stronger by giving birth, it would help conceal the existence of the system. For him, it would actually be a good thing. Forget it. Melita rolled her eyes. At the same time, she became even more convinced that the human in front of her possessed the special ability to increase cultivation by giving birth. Daring to speak to the master like this. I must punish you properly. Melita exclaimed. The next second, Ren pulled her into his arms. Smack. 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 Accompanied by crisp sounds. Ren heavily slapped the silver wolf princess's little but more than 10 times. In the blink of an eye. Another 2 months had passed. During this time, the Kukan Empire's army and the Orc army were deadlocked. They had their victories and defeats. The important intelligence that Ren submitted seemed to have not played the expected role. Could it be that His Majesty the Emperor of Kukan doesn't believe the intelligence I submitted? Ren speculated in his heart. If that were the case, then he couldn't do anything about it. After all, he couldn't force His Majesty the Emperor to believe this intelligence. And if he doesn't believe it, the one who suffers the most is His Majesty the Emperor. At most, he would just receive fewer rewards. Therefore, Ren was very open-minded about it. Every day, he leisurely gave birth to his wives, taking care of his own territory. Completely unaffected by the war. Until September. The situation suddenly underwent a huge change. Chapter 176 Laws and Wonders, World Runes. The Kukarn Empire's Grand Army suddenly achieved a decisive victory. The Orc army suffered a major defeat. It turns out that the intelligence provided by Ren did not go unnoticed. On the contrary, in recent times, the high-ranking officials of the Kukarn Empire have been closely monitoring the movements of the Orc army to verify the authenticity of that intelligence. With complete certainty, the high-ranking officials of the Kukarn Empire then acted based on the information. They specifically set a trap for the Orc army and deliberately created an illusion of defeat. Please enter the trap. Unaware of the leaked confidential information, the Orc army was unprepared and suffered a direct blow. The result, needless to say, was disastrous. The Orc army was almost annihilated. Even the 3 semi-god Orc beings who secretly followed the army as a trump card fell. Although the other 2 managed to escape with half their bodies intact. They also suffered extremely serious injuries. At least 233 will need more than 10 years to recover from their injuries. Such heavy losses. Even though the Orc Empire is vast, it cannot withstand some setbacks. That is precisely the case. The Orc Empire, which suffered a great loss, directly chose to abandon its follow-up plans. No more troops will be sent. In other words, this war has come to a complete end. Without the obstruction of the Orc army, the Kukarn Empire's army easily recaptured all the lost territories. However, in this war, the Kukarn Empire is not the winner either. Because the Orc army left behind a huge mess for the Kukarn Empire. The provinces that were trampled by the Orc iron hooves are now in ruins. The population, economy, and so on, have all suffered great damage. The losses amount to several trillion gold coins. It can be foreseen. The Kukan Empire will need to invest a significant amount of time and resources in disaster relief in order to restore these provinces to their former prosperity. While the rulers of the Kukan Empire are busy with the aftermath. Ren, on the other hand, doesn't pay much attention to this. After all, these matters are too far away from him. They have nothing to do with him. Instead of focusing on this, it's better to pay more attention to his wives. Calculating the time. Angelina, Princess Elsa, Serena, and others are about to give birth. The Habsburg family is about to welcome 14 newborns. Therefore, Ren has been in a good mood recently. Smiling every day. Half a month later. Princess Elsa, Serena, and Emic will give birth on the same day. 20 minutes later. 3 clear cries came from the delivery room. Detected the birth of the host's 167th child. The magical aptitude of this offspring is epic, and the fighting spirit aptitude is high. The evaluation is platinum level. Reward, 500 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 200 years of magical cultivation, world rune seal. Detected the birth of the host's 168th child. The magical aptitude of this offspring is high, and the fighting spirit aptitude is epic. The evaluation is platinum level. Reward, 500 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 200 years of magical cultivation, 9-star combat skill, invincible divine shield. Detected the birth of the host's 169th child. The magical aptitude of this offspring is average, and the fighting spirit aptitude is super epic. The evaluation is gold level. Reward, 100 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 30 years of magical cultivation. What the hell? Listening to the system prompt in his ear, Ren couldn't help but burst out with excitement. There's no way. This wave of baby boom has really surprised him. 3 children. 2 platinum level offspring and 1 gold level offspring directly. It's simply unbelievable. Obviously, the goddess of luck has finally smiled upon him, giving him a stroke of luck. In this situation, the rewards given by the system are also extremely generous. The minimum reward for fighting spirit cultivation is as high as 1,100 years. Apart from that, there is also 430 years of magical cultivation, a world rune, and a 9-star combat technique. As for magical and chi cultivation, there is no need to say much. The most crucial are the world rune and the 9-star combat technique. According to the information provided by the system, the world rune is a miraculous object born from the laws of nature. It possesses unimaginable power. If one comprehends the mysteries of all the world runes, they can become the omniscient and omnipotent ruler of the world. Even a single rune has great utility. Whether used for forging legendary weapons or as the foundation of top-tier magic arrays, it can greatly enhance their power. One can imagine how valuable it is. As for the 9-star combat technique, the invincible divine shield, it goes without saying. The quality of combat techniques on the Roland continent is divided into 1 to 9 stars. 9 stars being the highest. Such a level of combat technique is only learned by a few core members of the imperial royal family. Its preciousness is self-evident. Claim the rewards. Returning to his senses, Ren suppressed the excitement in his heart and impatiently recited in his mind. The next second, an immensely pure and powerful chi appeared in his Dantian Sea of Chi. It took more than 10 minutes. Only then did Ren completely digest this 1,100 years of chi cultivation. His cultivation realm directly advanced from the early stage of the 20th rank to the middle stage of the 20th rank. He was not far from the later stage. Next was magical cultivation. He absorbed all 430 years of magical cultivation. Ren magical realm smoothly broke through to the 18th rank, becoming an intermediate legendary mage. At the same time, countless memories and information about the invincible divine shield merged into his brain, rapidly assimilating and comprehending. It was as if he himself had painstakingly practiced it hundreds or thousands of times. After the integration of these 3 rewards, a black stone with mysterious runes suddenly appeared in front of Ren. Clearly, this is the world rune, sealed. Hold it in your hand. Use your mental power to comprehend it. Ren discovered that this world rune possessed the power to seal almost everything. Even intangible things like space can be blocked. Its sealing strength is so high. Even a demigod would find it difficult to break through. It really is a good thing. Nodding in satisfaction, Ren carefully put it away in his personal space ring. Another half-month passed. 10 wives gave birth one after another, giving birth to Ren offspring. The Habsburg family has once again added 10 newborns. Perhaps it's because of recent good luck. These 10 children all have good aptitude. 4 are yellow 2.1 gold level, 6 are silver level. There are no bronze or black iron level offspring. In this situation, the rewards given by the system are naturally quite good. The 10 children provide a total of 580 years of chi cultivation and 70 years of magic cultivation for Ren. Converting those magic cultivations into chi. After fully integrating them, Ren Qi realm successfully broke through to the late 20th stage. At this rate, I am not far from breaking through to the demigod realm. Feeling the increasingly powerful force within his body, Ren smiled with satisfaction. As his wives gave birth one after another. Among this wave of pregnant wives, only Angelina has yet to give birth. Ren is full of anticipation for this pregnancy. This is his first child with the Silver Dragon Maiden. Maybe it will give him a big surprise. Chapter 177 The Birth of a Diamond-Level Heir, a Huge Reward. In the eager anticipation of Ren in Ren. Time flies by quickly. Half a month later. Angelina still shows no signs of giving birth. Ren gradually realizes that something is wrong. Is there something wrong with Angelina's body? It's been 11 months of pregnancy. Why is there still no sign of labor? The more he thinks about it, the more worried he becomes. Ren immediately uses magic to conduct a full-body examination for Angelina. After several tens of minutes, the test results are out. According to the test results, Angelina's body is perfectly fine, everything is normal. The fetus in her womb is also very healthy. However, it seems to still be in a developmental stage and has not reached the time of maturity. It should be because Angelina herself is a pure-blooded dragon. After pondering for a moment, Ren suddenly has a guess in his mind. As one of the top transcendent races in the Roland continent, the dragon race is naturally powerful. But at the same time, they also have a flaw, which is their low fertility. Humans give birth once every 21 years. But for the dragon race to conceive a pure-blooded dragon, from pregnancy to laying a dragon egg, this process takes at least several decades. Although the gestation period for offspring from the union of humans and dragons should not be as exaggerated, it is definitely longer than that of normal humans. After finding out the root cause of Angelina's prolonged labor, Ren feels completely relieved. At the same time, his anticipation grows stronger. After all, the gestation period is so long. This means that the child in Angelina's belly is definitely extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months have passed. Today marks the 13th month of Angelina's pregnancy. According to the results of his previous magic detection, the fetus in Angelina's womb is still in the developmental stage and requires a large supply of nutrients. Therefore, during this period, Ren specifically hired a master of magic nourishing cuisine to supplement Angelina's diet. It must be said, this measure has had a significant effect. With a large supply of nutrients, the development speed of the child in Angelina's womb has noticeably accelerated. Until today, it is almost ripe and ready to be harvested. 1 week later, Angelina finally went into labor. Ren and his wives waited outside the delivery room. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 30 minutes. Wah! With this loud and piercing cry of the baby, a powerful dragon aura swept out from the delivery room. At the same time, countless elemental energies began to converge. Fire, wind, earth, water, ice elements. These elements transformed into a torrent of energy, rushing into the delivery room like swallows returning to their nests. Seeing this scene, Ren, Janet, and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes. Coming back to their senses, Ren was filled with joy in his heart. Such an astonishing birth omen. This child is definitely extraordinary. And the system prompt also confirms his speculation. This is a diamond-level offspring. Detected the birth of the 170th child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is legendary, and the martial spirit aptitude is super. Hidden bloodline, silver dragon, already awakened, naturally possessing a fierce aura, dragon might, high affinity for advanced elements, strong mental resilience, extraordinary physique, and other talents. Evaluated as diamond level. Reward, 1,500 years of martial spirit cultivation, epic level martial spirit aptitude, 20% increase in comprehension of the law of light, and perfect insights for advancing to the demigod realm. Nest. Hearing this system prompt, Ren's face was filled with excitement. The first offspring with a diamond level evaluation was born. And the system reward did not disappoint him. Compared to the platinum level offspring, there was a significant qualitative change. The minimum cultivation reward increased from the original 500 years to 1,500 years. It tripled, not to mention the other 3 rewards. The epic level martial spirit aptitude, 10% increase in comprehension of the law of light, and perfect insights for advancing to the demigod realm were all astonishing in value. Among them, the epic-level martial spirit aptitude could greatly increase his martial spirit aptitude, allowing him to join the ranks of the geniuses in cultivation. At the same time, it greatly increased the quality of the system's reward for martial spirit cultivation, increasing the speed of breakthroughs by 10 times on the original basis. Not to mention the comprehension of the law of light. The later the stage, the more important the comprehension of the law becomes. This is the key to breaking through the realm of gods. Only with a high enough comprehension can one condense a divine nature and divine occupation, thus holding up the divine kingdom and becoming an eternal and immortal god. He had used the opportunity to comprehend the law of light several times before, and only reached a level of 12% comprehension. This reward instantly increased his comprehension of the law by 20%. One can imagine how valuable it is. As for the perfect insights for advancing to the demigod realm, his martial spirit cultivation was already approaching the limit of that stage, about to break through to the realm of demigods. This perfect insight came just in time, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Ren did not rush to claim all the rewards. He wanted to see how to perfectly advance to the demigod realm, deciding whether to seize this opportunity to challenge the realm of demigods once again. After all, the foundation determines the height of the future, and this promotion will lay the foundation for becoming a god in the future. There is no room for carelessness. Mastery of the perfect promotion experience in the realm of demigods. Ren silently recited in his heart. The next second, a highly complex and profound stream of information merged into his mind. So that's how it is. After receiving this information, Ren immediately understood how to perfect his promotion to the realm of demigods. To achieve a perfect promotion to the realm of demigods, there are 3 rigid requirements. First, the comprehension of a single law needs to reach 30% or above. Second, one's own cultivation of chi and magic needs to reach the 20th stage of perfection, strengthening the body and soul to the limit. Third, a top-level divine fire construction method is required. Except for the second requirement, it seems that I have met all the criteria. Recalling the information in his mind, Ren felt delighted. Including the just rewarded 20% comprehension of the law, his comprehension of the law of light has already reached 32%. Fully satisfying the first requirement. As for the third requirement, the reward for the perfect promotion experience in the realm of demigods comes with a top-level divine fire construction method called Infinity. He doesn't need to search for it himself. Which means, I just need to improve my chi and magic. Thinking of this, Ren suddenly understood. Wah, wah. An incredibly loud baby's cry rang out from the delivery room once again, temporarily putting aside the thoughts of receiving other system rewards. Ren walked quickly towards the delivery room. He couldn't wait to see what his first diamond-level offspring looked like. Chapter 178, The Gods Take Home? The Shock of the Silver Wolf Princess. Enter the delivery room. At this moment, Angelina is playing with the child. I don't know if it's Ren illusion. Originally, Angelina seemed somewhat naive and innocent. After giving birth, she seems to have matured a lot. She is filled with maternal radiance. Ren, look how cute little dragon is. Seeing her husband walk in, Angelina raises the child in her hands and proudly says, "This child is the embodiment of our excellent bloodline. Of course, he is adorable." As he speaks, Ren carefully examines the child referred to as Little Dragon by Angelina. There are 2 small dragon horns on top of his head. There is also a small tail behind his buttocks. The tender little face is covered with silver-white dragon scales. Only the facial features are not covered by dragon scales. It doesn't look terrifying. Instead, it has a kind of enchanting beauty. He reaches out and holds the child in his arms. Ren discovers that this child possesses a tremendous magical power equivalent to that of an intermediate mage. In other words, this child is a natural prodigy. No wonder he is a diamond-level successor, truly extraordinary. Perceiving this, Ren couldn't help but feel emotional. You see, the vast majority of ordinary prodigies can only reach the level of an intermediate prodigy in their entire lives. And his child has achieved it at birth. It has to be said. People are really infuriating. His own son is so extraordinary. Naturally, Ren is also very proud in his heart. Angelina, come, drink these medicinal meals. After playing with the child for a while, Ren brings in a bowl of fragrant magical medicinal meals from outside and personally feeds Angelina. This is a great contribution to the Habs family. It must be taken care of. Feeling her husband's attentive care, Angelina's love for Ren deepens in her heart. Night falls. After Angelina and the child have fallen asleep safely, Ren goes to the seclusion room, preparing to receive the remaining system rewards. Leaving the exclusive maid, Melita, who has been following by his side, waiting outside the seclusion room. Closing the door. Activating the shielding magic array. Epic level spiritual aptitude. Sitting cross-legged on the cushion in the center of the seclusion room, Ren silently recited in his heart. Whoosh. The next second, Ren felt an extremely special life energy suddenly appear, continuously transforming his body. Impurities in his flesh, bone marrow, and organs were expelled frantically. At the same time, the meridians in his body were rapidly expanding and strengthening. After the strengthening was complete, Ren felt like he had been reborn. He had a completely refreshed feeling. Receive the comprehension of the law of light taught. As the voice fell, countless pieces of information about the law of light continuously poured into Ren's mind. During this process, Ren's comprehension of the law of light also deepened rapidly. It lasted for more than 10 minutes. This wave of information about the law finally ended. At this moment, Ren's comprehension of the law of light had reached 32%. After these two rewards were fully integrated, Ren began to integrate his spiritual cultivation. The system's spiritual cultivation years are calculated based on one's own aptitude. 1 year of epic level spiritual aptitude is roughly equivalent to 10 years of super level spiritual cultivation. In this situation, previously, Ren needed about 1,500 years of spiritual cultivation to reach the peak of the 20th stage. Now, it only takes 150 years. By receiving 150 years of spiritual cultivation, his own cultivation will be elevated to the legendary perfection. Then, Ren converted the remaining 1,350 years of spiritual cultivation into magical cultivation, integrating this immense magic power. His magical realm suddenly advanced from the 18th stage to the mid-19th stage. The total amount of magic power doubled. The strength of his soul increased by 20%. It's still quite a bit short. Feeling his own level of magical cultivation, Ren sighed. If he could directly elevate his magical realm to the peak of the 20th stage, he could start working towards ascension and become a demigod. But it's almost there. As long as there are 1 or 2 more waves of baby booms, his magical realm should be able to reach the legendary pinnacle of perfection. By then, he will be able to officially complete the breakthrough and perfectly ascend to the next realm, adapting to the surge of his own power. With a joyful mood, Ren walked out of the seclusion room. Feeling the aura emanating from Ren, Melita, who was waiting outside the closed cultivation room, was shocked. Her expression was as if she had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Has this human really consumed some kind of heavenly treasure? Before entering, he was only at the peak of the legendary mid-stage. But after a few hours, he directly reached the perfect peak of the legendary stage. This cultivation speed is simply unbelievable. Are you even human? Under the shock, Melita blurted out without thinking. Upon hearing this, Ren was speechless. Is she insulting him? Such disrespect towards the master must be punished. No doubt about it. Ren directly pulled Melita over. And then, he fiercely spanked her buttocks. He only stopped when the Silver Wolf Princess let out a shameful whimper. After teaching this disobedient maid who dared to insult her master, Ren hummed a tune and walked towards his room. Melita covered her burning buttocks, following closely behind. However, the shock in her heart still hadn't dissipated. Ren cultivation speed is truly too fast. Too fast to be normal. Even if this human really possesses the unique talent of becoming stronger by giving birth, it shouldn't be this extreme. Otherwise, this talent would be too heaven-defying. Even those so-called omnipotent gods couldn't possess such an extreme ability. Could it be that this human has been taken over by a powerful fallen god? Melita had a sudden idea. Such things have happened before. On the Roland continent, there were mortals who accidentally obtained the divinity of a fallen god. After unintentionally absorbing it, their own soul and will were suppressed by the divine thoughts of the god in the divinity. The god took over the mortal's body and was resurrected. Because the divine spirit that took over the mortal's body had a very high cultivation level, their cultivation speed naturally became extremely fast. This perfectly matches Ren's abnormal cultivation speed. However, upon careful consideration, Melita felt that it didn't seem like that. After all, she had never felt the unique temperament and immortal aura that comes from a god who has experienced countless ages on Ren. Combined with his usual behavior, she could be sure that this human had definitely not been possessed by a deity. Thinking of this, Melita's mind was completely confused. What on earth is going on with this guy? Her whole body was a puzzle. Melita's thoughts that flashed through her mind were unknown. Returning to the room, Ren lay directly on the bed, letting Melita give him a full-body massage. During this process, there was frequent physical contact between the two. But Melita didn't pay attention to it. Having been by Ren's side for so long, she had long been accustomed to this level of physical contact. After dozens of minutes, the full-body massage was completed. The nominal master Ren did not give any new instructions. Melita then returned to her own room to rest. Lying on the small bed, recalling her experiences after being captured by Ren, Melita's eyes were filled with complexity. She had already realized the danger. In a state of complete powerlessness, her heart seemed to have weakened considerably. In addition to staying by Ren's side for such a long time, she was inevitably influenced by him. Subconsciously, she had gradually adapted to the role of a maid. She acknowledged herself as the possession and spoils of this human. The most obvious change was that the hatred in her heart towards Ren gradually dissipated. Although Ren defeated and captured her, turning her from the lofty silver wolf princess into a lowly maid, she no longer felt the intense desire to skin him alive and pull out his tendons. Apart from that, she no longer resisted or felt angry about Ren punishment games. Sometimes, when Ren tasted her lips, patted her buttocks, it would even evoke a strange feeling in her heart. The various changes in herself made Melita sense a dangerous atmosphere. However, sensing it was of no use. She was now Ren captive, with all her strength suppressed to the level of an ordinary person by that damn suppression ring. Without the intervention of a powerful external force, she couldn't escape from the palm of this human noble. And even if she did escape, she would have nowhere to go. After all, she leaked a large amount of confidential information from the Orc Empire. Once she escaped, Ren would undoubtedly publicize this matter. By then, her fate would probably be 1,000 times worse than staying by this human's side. Thinking of this, Melita let out a heavy sigh, a helpless expression appearing in her silver blue eyes. It seems that she can only resign herself to her fate for now. Chapter 179, Reward from the Emperor, Legendary Equipment Winter and #039's Wrath. 1 month later. On this day, messengers from the Imperial Court of the Cocaine Empire arrived at the Habs Manor. They were ordered by Emperor Cocaine to invite Ren to the Imperial capital to receive rewards. After all, Ren had previously ambushed a detachment of Orc troops and captured their highest commander, extracting important intelligence from him. This greatly contributed to the expulsion and annihilation of the Orc army by the Empire. Such a great achievement. Emperor Cocaine naturally could not turn a blind eye. Whether it was to spend a fortune to buy a horse's bone or to win over Ren, this powerful individual, Emperor Cocaine would definitely reward Ren generously. If it weren't for the mess left behind by the Orc army that needed to be cleaned up recently, the Emperor would have sent court messengers long ago. Due to the emergence of a large number of noble military achievements in this major battle, Emperor Cocaine decided to hold a reward ceremony. The time is 1 week later. It seems like I have to go on a long journey. After seeing off those court messengers, Ren thought to himself. Although he felt it was troublesome to travel such a long distance to attend the reward ceremony. But since the Emperor himself sent the invitation, he naturally had to give face. He arranged the family affairs and explained to his wives that he was going to the imperial capital to receive the Emperor's reward. Ren then set off with more than 10 of his most elite Griffin Knights. The imperial capital of the Cocaine Empire, Zydra City, is located in the northwest direction of the Lands province, about 500,000 kilometers away. Even if the Holy Light warhorses were at full speed, it would still take 1 or 2 months to reach. In this situation, Ren naturally couldn't choose to fly there himself. Otherwise, by the time he arrived at the imperial capital, the food would have gone cold. According to the map given by his father-in-law, Governor Laska, it showed that, located west of the Lands province, more than 50,000 kilometers away, there is a large commercial city called Angelo, which has a super-large teleportation array that leads directly to the imperial capital. Ren prepared to go to the city of Angelo and directly take the teleportation array to the imperial capital. Full speed ahead. 3 days later, Ren and the others arrived safely in the city of Angelo. As a well-known commercial city of the Cocaine Empire, Angelo City is very prosperous. The streets are bustling with people. There are shops on both sides. All kinds of strange and rare things are available. It's overwhelming. However, Ren and the others did not come here for shopping. They didn't stay long. Led by Ren, the group went straight to the Lord's mansion in the city center. The teleportation array that leads directly to the imperial capital is inside the Lord's mansion. This long-distance teleportation array has extraordinary strategic significance. In addition, it requires a large amount of magic crystals to be used each time. Generally speaking, it is rarely activated. Ordinary transcendents do not have the qualifications to ride such a top-level teleportation array. However, Ren is obviously an exception. Presenting the document that proves his identity as a Duke of the Empire, the Lord of Angelo City personally came out to welcome him. After learning about Ren's purpose, he immediately ordered the activation of the teleportation array. The whole process was respectful and courteous, accompanied by a strong blue light. The figure of Ren and his group disappeared into the teleportation array. The world spun, space shifted. In the blink of an eye, Ren and the others arrived at the Lord's mansion in the imperial capital, Zydra City. After passing the identity check, Ren and the others immediately headed towards the palace courtyard in the center of Zydra City. As the residence of the Cocaine Emperor, this palace courtyard is naturally magnificent, stretching over tens of thousands of acres. The area is comparable to a small city. The security measures are extremely strict. Even the guards responsible for guarding the gate have at least 12 skilled individuals. After presenting the invitation and confirming their identity, Ren was led by the royal guards to a magnificent palace complex. This is the noble villa built by the Cocan royal court, specifically used to entertain high-ranking nobles who visit the royal court. Every corner exudes an air of nobility and luxury. Upon entering, Ren noticed that there were already quite a few people inside. Obviously, most of these people, like him, are imperial nobles who have come to attend the reward ceremony. However, he didn't recognize anyone inside. Ren didn't pay much attention to it. After a quick glance, he went straight to his assigned residence, waiting for the reward ceremony to begin. 4 days later, the reward ceremony ordered by Emperor Cocan began as scheduled. Outside the central council chamber of the Cocan royal court, under the guidance of the palace guards, the imperial nobles, dressed in magnificent and solemn attire, entered in an orderly manner. The order of entry is based on their rank. As an imperial duke, Ren entry order is relatively early. Half an hour later, when everyone had entered the council chamber, a middle-aged man wearing a purple and gold crown and holding the highest scepter walked in accompanied by a group of royal guards. Obviously, this person is the Emperor of the Cocan Empire. Although he is a Duke of the Cocan Empire, this is the first time Ren has seen the Emperor in person. After carefully observing, Ren realized that His Majesty the Emperor is truly extraordinary. He exudes an extremely domineering and majestic king's authority from head to toe. His aura is like an abyss, making it impossible for anyone to see through. If his speculation is correct, this Emperor is an extremely powerful half-divine grade expert. Regarding this, Ren is not surprised. After all, the Cocan Empire is one of the top forces in the Roland continent. As the highest leader of this vast empire, one can imagine how many precious cultivation resources this emperor possesses. As long as one's aptitude is not too poor, it would be difficult to have a low cultivation level. While Ren was observing, the emperor walked to the throne at the top of the central council chamber. "Greetings, Your Majesty," everyone bowed in unison. The Cocan emperor waved his hand in acknowledgement. Then, a smile appeared on his dignified face as he began his speech. "Welcome to the palace, everyone, to participate in this reward ceremony. A year ago, the despicable and shameless orcs launched an invasion war against our Cocan Empire." He spoke for about 20 minutes. Only then did the emperor stop. Next, they formally entered the reward segment. Viscount Lanny Caslake bravely killed enemies, led troops to defeat tens of thousands of elite orcs, raided the orc army's logistics, and burned billions of kilograms of food and forage. Special grant of 600 square kilometers of territory, 100 sets of heritage-grade equipment, and 1 billion imperial gold coins. Viscount Naomi Nold valiantly killed enemies, led troops to slay 200,000 orc army, recaptured 10 cities. Special grant of the Earl's title, 1 epic-grade equipment, and 500 million imperial gold coins. Count Bernard Cantor, leading from the front, killed a legendary orc warrior in the front lines, defeated the orc auxiliary army. Special grant of the Marquis title, 3 epic-grade equipment. As the Minister of War read out the military achievements, one noble of the Empire after another stepped forward to receive the Emperor's rewards and titles. It wasn't until over an hour later that Ren finally heard his own name. Marquis Ren Habs bravely killed enemies, made outstanding contributions to the Empire. Single-handedly killed 2 legendary orc warriors, Abiman Behemoth, captured the highest orc commander of the auxiliary army, the Silver Wolf Princess, and extracted crucial military secrets from her, making an indelible contribution to the victory of the battle. Special grant of the Duke's title, legendary equipment Winter's Wrath, and 10 epic-grade equipment. Chapter 180 Pretend to be drunk and try to take down Princess Silver Wolf. Upon hearing the Minister of Military Affairs announce his name, Ren immediately stepped forward and walked towards Emperor Cocaine. At this moment, all eyes in the Central Council chamber converged on Ren, filled with envy. There was no way around it. The rewards that Ren received were incredibly generous. You see, in the vast Cocaine Empire, there were less than 15 dukes. One can imagine the preciousness of this ducal position. This was not only an honorary title, but also represented immense privileges and benefits. In addition to the legendary equipment, Winter's Wrath, and 10 pieces of epic-level equipment. It directly turned the previous military nobles into dust. Amidst the envious gazes of everyone, Ren received the noble medal and magical scroll representing the ducal position from Emperor Cocaine. As for the legendary weapon, Winter's Wrath, and the 10 pieces of epic equipment, they would be delivered by the palace guards after the reward ceremony. Ren would express his gratitude to Emperor Cocaine for his reward with some flattering words. At the same time, he would demonstrate his loyalty to the Empire. Afterwards, Ren returned to his original position with a satisfied smile. 10 minutes later. All the imperial nobles who have made great contributions have been rewarded and honored. Next is the Victory Celebration Banquet. This banquet is to celebrate the victory of the war and the annihilation of the invading orc army. At the banquet, many people deliberately approached Ren to strike up a conversation, attempting to establish a relationship with him, the newly appointed duke. Faced with the numerous noble alliances and attempts to win him over, Ren completely refused with a smile. With the rapid improvement of his cultivation, his vision has also become higher. Ordinary women, he simply doesn't look at them. And with his current strength and status, marriage alliances are not necessary. After all, marriage is about mutual benefits. But these nobles clearly don't have what he needs. The banquet ended. Ren quickly obtained the legendary equipment, Winter's Wrath, and the 10 pieces of epic equipment from the palace guards. After receiving all the rewards, he had no intention of staying in the Kukane Palace for long. He directly set off on the journey home with his Griffin Knights. Returned to the city of Angelo through a long-distance teleportation array. Ren and his group rode flying mounts and flew towards the province of Lance. On the way, they hurriedly traveled. With nothing to do, Ren took out the legendary equipment bestowed by Emperor Kukarn, the Fury of Winter. He cast a 5-ring arcane spell on it, the magic item identification spell. Fury of Winter, legendary ring. Passive effects. Frost immunity, the wearer gains strong resistance to ice and is immune to ice magic attacks of the 7th ring and above. Endless Winter, when using ice magic, the power is increased 5-fold. Eternal Freeze, adds a freezing effect to ice magic, with a certain probability of freezing the opponent when using ice magic attacks. Triggerable magic. Extreme Blizzard, 7th ring magic, summons several blizzards with extremely low temperatures to strike the surrounding area within a 5-mile radius. Absolute Zero Ray, 7th ring magic, summons an absolute zero temperature ray to attack the enemy, causing massive ice damage. Fury of Winter, 9th ring magic, creates an absolute zero temperature area in the designated area, causing any matter within the space to be frozen and disintegrated into the most primitive particles. Note, using this magic will cause the equipment to overload and break. Please use with caution. I have to say, the attributes of this legendary equipment are very good. Although it's not a top-tier item, it is definitely a fine piece among legendary equipment. That emperor is quite generous, Ren thought with some surprise. I thought that the legendary equipment that could be taken out as a reward would have mostly ordinary attributes. Who would have thought that it would unexpectedly be quite good? This instantly made his impression of Emperor Kukarn even better. He put on this legendary equipment on his left ring finger. With a joyful mood, Ren continued to fly towards the province of Lance. 3 days later, Ren successfully returned to the Habs manor. Seeing her husband return, the wives hurriedly came out to welcome him. To welcome Ren back and help him freshen up. My dear, how was your harvest this time in the imperial capital? Tina couldn't help but ask. Janice and others also looked at him curiously. The harvest was quite big. Ren didn't hide anything. He directly recounted the rewards given to him by Emperor Kukarn. Upon hearing that her husband became a Duke of the Empire, and also obtained a legendary equipment and 10 epic-level equipment, Janice and others were also extremely excited. This matter must be celebrated properly. After coming back to their senses, Janice and others all spoke up. This is a huge, joyous occasion. With these rewards, the future of the Habs family will surely be even brighter. The status and power can be further elevated. Ren also expressed agreement with the wives' ideas. This matter indeed deserves a proper celebration. After reaching a consensus, the Habus family immediately began preparing for the celebration in a busy and orderly manner. Arranging the venue, purchasing high-end drinks, sending out invitations, and so on. However, Ren did not intervene too much in these trivial matters. He entrusted everything to Jenny and others to handle. He dealt with the affairs of the territory every day and trained his exclusive maid, Melita. He lived a comfortable life. During this process, Ren was surprised to find that this maid was becoming more and more cooperative with him. Completely without the previous resistance. Could it be that this silver wolf princess has completely come to her senses? Thinking of this, Ren suddenly felt a burst of heat. If that's the case, he would soon be able to have this silver wolf princess bear his child. Based on her own qualifications, perhaps she could give birth to a second diamond-level heir for him. However, in order to prevent himself from guessing wrong and ruining his previous efforts, Ren did not impulsively make a move. Flowers, please. Instead, he silently waited for an opportunity. Half a month later, a grand celebration was held in the Habus manor. Nobles from the Lance province all came. Even nobles from surrounding provinces who did not receive invitations also came in droves. Obviously, everyone wanted to get close to Ren, this newly appointed imperial duke. Originally, it was expected to entertain over 300 people. But the number of people who came to the banquet directly exceeded 1,000. Although most of these people did not receive invitations, but they came from afar to offer blessings and gifts. Ren couldn't directly drive them away. There was no other way. He had to temporarily expand the banquet venue to accommodate these unexpected guests. As for drinks and food, there was no need to worry. To prevent any problems, they had already prepared several times the amount. There was more than enough to entertain the people present. This banquet lasted for a full day and night. As the absolute protagonist of this celebration banquet, Ren has been toasted by everyone. He drank a lot. In addition, these drinks are all magic drinks brewed from magic plants, very intoxicating. Ren is also drunk. All the intoxicated guests were arranged in the guest rooms of the mansion. With the support of the exclusive maid Melita, Ren stumbled towards his own room. His body pressed against Melita's. Regarding this, Melita couldn't help but feel speechless. Ren is a legendary peak-level powerhouse. He is only one step away from the realm of demigods. If he didn't want to get drunk, these drinks would have no effect on him at all. In fact, even if he is drunk, a powerhouse like Ren can dispel all the alcohol in his body with a single thought. However, Ren just didn't do that. This guy is definitely doing it on purpose. Melita was very sure in her heart. As for why, obviously, it was to take advantage of her. During the support process, this guy had close contact with her, and she didn't know how much advantage he took. However, even if Melita knew that Ren was pretending, she still didn't expose him. In case this master gets angry and humiliated, she would suffer even more terrifying punishment. After spending more than 10 minutes, Melita successfully sent Ren back to his room. Helped Ren onto the bed. Tucked in his shoes, socks, and blanket. Master, rest well. Melita naturally spoke. She has been calling her that for almost a year. It has become very natural. Just as Melita was about to leave and return to her own room, Ren, who seemed drunk, suddenly reached out and grabbed Melita's small hand. Ah! Being suddenly attacked, Melita instinctively let out a cry. And then, before she could react, she was pulled into the bed. Not even 2 minutes passed. A beautiful symphony began to play in the room. Chapter 181. Determined to become a god, Princess Silver Wolf is pregnant. The next day, in the early morning, the sun rose from the east. Ren woke up from his sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found Melita staring at him intently with her silver blue eyes filled with anger. "Good morning, my little maid," he greeted calmly. "How did you sleep last night?" he asked without any panic. Melita immediately exploded. This despicable guy was pretending as if nothing had happened. And he dared to ask if she slept well last night? Didn't he have any idea how well she slept? "Didn't we agree," she said. "I became your exclusive maid, so you wouldn't force me to have a child? You're not keeping your promise." Melita looked at Ren coldly and spoke. She struck a pose as if she was going on strike. "When did I ever promise you that?" Ren admired the angry expression of the Silver Wolf Princess and calmly retorted. He didn't admit to saying that. Upon hearing the words for 9-7, Melita was instantly speechless. Because she realized that Ren had never formally promised her. Previously, Ren had said to her that he didn't want to have children, so she could be his exclusive maid. But he never said that once she became a maid, he would never touch her. This guy was deliberately misleading her, making her make a wrong judgment. "I was drunk last night, and it wasn't intentional. And now you've become my woman. When I ascend to demigod, I can remove the suppression ring for you, allowing you to regain your strength and continue your cultivation. You know my cultivation speed." Seeing that Melita was about to explode, Ren immediately interrupted her ultimate move. This move was effective. Although Melita knew that Ren being drunk was just a poor excuse. But this excuse served as a fig leaf for both parties. Of course. The most crucial thing was that Ren said he would remove the suppression ring for her. As the Silver Wolf Princess, the most talented woman of the werewolf clan in this generation. Since childhood, she had aspired to become a god and become an eternal and immortal deity. Who would have thought that before she could become a god, she would be captured by Ren and become a maid serving others? "I thought that I would never be able to regain my strength and the right to practice in this lifetime." But then Ren said to her. "Really? Are you really willing to lift the restrictions for me?" Melita was both excited and somewhat incredulous. "Of course." Ren assured her repeatedly. He really meant it. Even if Melita regained her strength, it wouldn't matter. In his hands, there would be no waves stirred. Moreover, by that time, Melita might already be the mother of his child. She might have given birth to several already. Completely unaware of Ren's sinister intentions in his heart. After hearing Ren's straightforward promise, Melita's anger subsided a bit. Of course, she was still somewhat angry. After all, Ren took advantage of her while she was drunk last night and had his way with her. Although Ren often punished her during her time as a maid, this level of intimacy couldn't be compared to close-distance contact. If it were when she was just captured, she would have triggered the Styx vow and committed suicide long ago. She would never have let Ren, a human, off so easily. However, last night, faced with Ren attack, she hesitated. She couldn't bring herself to resist until the end. Most importantly, she didn't feel much aversion to it in her heart. She didn't have much resentment towards Ren either. Her own weak behavior made the proud Silver Wolf Princess feel uncomfortable. What are you going to do?" Melita, lost in her thoughts, suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Ren. "What's there to be shy about? Everything that should have happened has already happened." Melita burst into tears. At noon, Melita fell into a deep sleep, her silver hair scattered casually. Her little face was peaceful. She no longer had the wild aura she had before. Instead, she looked somewhat cute. Looking at Melita's sleeping face, Ren felt a sense of conquest in his heart. A legendary peak-level werewolf princess became his woman. To be honest, last night, he deliberately got drunk to test her. If Melita had fiercely resisted, he wouldn't have forced her. However, Melita didn't put up much resistance throughout the whole process. In this situation, The meat that's within reach naturally cannot be left uneaten. After covering Melita with a blanket, Ren got up and went to eat breakfast. Several hours later, when he returned again, he had a fragrant and magical meal in his hands. Melita has experienced many hardships. She needs to replenish her body. At this moment, Melita has already woken up. You haven't eaten anything for half a day, are you hungry? Eat while it's hot. Saying that, Ren was even prepared to feed Melita directly. I'm not eating. Don't forget your promise to me. Seemingly resentful of Ren's actions just now, Melita turned her head directly and refused Ren feeding. I definitely won't forget. You are my woman now, I won't go back on my word. Of course, responsibility is relative. I've put in so much, you also need to give me a child. Putting down the magical meal in his hand, Ren smiled and spoke. It's impossible. I absolutely won't help you have a child. Give up on that idea. Upon hearing this, Melita's face immediately changed, and she decisively refused. Although she had already been consumed by Ren. Refusing to have children was her last stubbornness. It was also her final pride, resistance, as the Silver Wolf Princess. Well, there's nothing I can do. If you're not even willing to have children, then you definitely don't sincerely want to be with me. Then our relationship will remain as enemies. When it comes to enemies, I don't have the habit of keeping promises. Ren spread his hands and said. You. Upon hearing Ren say this, Melita's anger immediately flared up. Don't be angry. I don't want it to be like this either. But I can't trust you if you don't bear children for me. As long as you are willing to truly become my woman, I will treat you as my wife without discrimination. Not only can you regain your strength and continue to cultivate, but you don't have to be a female servant anymore. That's settled then. No further nonsense. Ren was very domineering in helping Melita make a decision. Melita widened her eyes, her face full of anger. But she couldn't resist the harassment of this shameless guy. In the blink of an eye. Over a month had passed. During this time, Ren often played small games with Melita. Of course. He didn't neglect impregnating his other wives either. Under his diligent efforts, Valkathi, Elise, Oriane, Freya, and Tina all became pregnant one after another. But Melita, who endured the most, still had no reaction. This puzzled Ren. After some investigation, it was discovered that every time after Melita's encounter with Ren, she would secretly bathe. In this situation, even with his super reproductive talent, it was impossible for her to get pregnant. After understanding the reason behind this, Ren immediately punished Melita severely to ensure a successful pregnancy. Next, Ren not only increased the frequency of seed delivery to Melita, he also kept her by his side every day, not giving her any chance to act. This set of actions left Melita helpless and powerless. This continued for over a month. Finally, Melita's worries came true. She began to show signs of pregnancy. Loss of appetite, nausea, and vomiting. I'm not pregnant, am I? Melita's face changed drastically, her emotions complicated. Noticing Melita's abnormality, Ren immediately conducted an examination. The results of the examination were very pleasing. Melita was indeed pregnant. It's over. Upon hearing this bad news, Melita was completely dumbfounded. She stood still, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. Chapter 182, Epic Level Talent Immortal Soul, Warcraft Tide Attacks. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. Melita's belly has gradually grown larger. Feeling the small life gradually forming in her womb, Melita's thoughts have undergone a significant change. From initial resistance and unwillingness, she has now completely accepted reality. After all, her current power is suppressed and restrained, no different from an ordinary person. Even if she doesn't want this child, she has no choice but to give birth. In this situation, if she doesn't accept reality, what else can she do? And Ren. He has also improved Melita's treatment significantly. Although Melita is still officially a maid, she is actually treated like a lady. Not only does she no longer have to serve Ren tea and water every day, there are several maids serving by her side. Ren even specially brought in many high-level magic potions to help regulate her body. Like this. Soon, 3 months have passed. At this time, Larissa, Charlene, and others' bellies are already over 5 months pregnant. if nothing unexpected happens. They will give birth in the near future. The Habsburg family is about to welcome a large number of newborns. Half a month later, Larissa is the first to be pushed into the delivery room. Ren waits at the door. 20 minutes later, accompanied by the cry of a baby, a strong water elemental fluctuation emanates from the delivery room. Faintly, the sound of waves can still be heard. Detected the birth of the host's 171st child. The magical aptitude of this offspring is epic, and the martial spirit aptitude is super. Hidden bloodline, mermaid royal family, atavistic awakening, naturally possesses water elemental control, commands merfolk and other extraordinary talents. Evaluation is platinum level. Rewards, 500 years of martial spirit cultivation, 100 years of magic cultivation, advanced talent enhancement card. Bloodline atavism? Listening to the system prompt in his ear, Ren's eyes are filled with excitement. He thought it would be good enough if Larissa could give birth to a golden level offspring. But he didn't expect that Larissa's belly would be so powerful. She directly gave birth to a platinum level offspring with a bloodline atavism. Let's start with a bang. Such a highly qualified offspring. The rewards given by the system are naturally quite generous. Apart from the guaranteed 500 years of Do-Chi cultivation, there is also 100 years of magic Do-Chi and an advanced talent enhancement card. There's no need to say much about the 500 years of Do-Chi cultivation and 100 years of magic cultivation. The most crucial thing is that advanced talent enhancement card. Advanced talent enhancement card. Effect, after use, it can optimize and upgrade one's own talent, raising its quality to epic level. As everyone knows, talent quality is divided from low to high into ordinary, rare, epic, legendary. The higher the quality of the talent, the more outstanding the ability it provides. An epic level talent, even for legendary powerhouses, is of great help. One can imagine its high value. And the effect of this advanced talent enhancement card is to specifically enhance one's own talent ability, raising it to epic quality. Wow, this is great. Seeing the effect of this talent enhancement card, Ren's eyes lit up. Among the many talents he currently possesses, only a few are epic level. If he could add one more, it would definitely greatly increase his combat power. Thinking of this, Ren immediately couldn't wait to claim the reward. He converted all 500 years of Do-Chi cultivation into magic cultivation. A total of 600 years of magic cultivation. After they all merged, the magic power in his sea of consciousness instantly increased by a large amount. His magic realm also advanced from the mid-stage of the 19th rank to the limit of the 19th rank. It is estimated that with another 300 years of magic cultivation, he will be able to break through to the 20th rank. After the cultivation fusion was completed, a flash of light. A purple card engraved with countless mysterious runes appeared before Ren's eyes. Obviously, this is the advanced talent enhancement card. As for how to use this advanced talent enhancement card, Ren already has an idea in his mind. He was preparing to use it on the ordinary level talent of resilience that he had obtained a long time ago. After all, he now lacks no means of combat, and his physical strength is also very high. The only shortcoming is his soul strength. In this situation, improving the quality of the talent of resilience is undoubtedly his best choice. Without hesitation, Ren picked up the advanced talent enhancement card and used it on the talent of resilience. The next second, a surge of origin energy filled with the breath of laws appeared in his consciousness. Under the influence of this origin energy, the talent rune representing resilience became perfect at a visible speed. Even more profound. About 10 minutes later, that surge of origin energy was completely depleted. An epic level talent enhanced by resilience was freshly baked. Talent indestructible soul, epic. Effect, after possessing this talent, your soul purity increases tenfold, and you have a trace of indestructible characteristic. Even if your physical body dies, you can possess the bodies of surrounding creatures in the form of a soul, regain a new life, and at the same time, you are immune to mind magic below the 7th rank and have strong resistance against higher level mind magic. Damn. Ren was also instantly shocked. There's no way. The effect of this epic level talent is really amazing. Not only does it greatly enhance his soul strength and resistance to mind magic, it also gives him the ability to possess souls. Even if his physical body dies completely, he can resurrect by seizing the bodies of other creatures. This undoubtedly greatly improves his ability to survive. even if he encounters peerless experts who can kill all 12 of his lives. He can start over again through this talent. With the 12 trials plus indestructible soul, even the descent of gods would find it difficult to kill me. Thinking like this, Ren felt a strong sense of security. 1 month later. Following Lalesia, Layla, Anna, Cecilia, and the other 9 wives also gave birth to Ren offspring one after another. The Habs family once again added 9 newborns. Perhaps Lalesia's pregnancy depleted her luck. The aptitude of these 9 children is relatively average. 2 are at the gold level, 6 at the silver level, and 1 at the bronze level. In this situation, the rewards given by the system are naturally quite disappointing. The 9 children provided a total of 290 years of chi cultivation and 30 years of magic cultivation for Ren. After converting those chi cultivations into magic power, after all the fusion, Ren's magic realm barely completed a breakthrough. Promoted to the 20th rank. To fully advance magic cultivation to the 20th rank, at least another 3,500 years of magic cultivation is needed. Perceiving the situation in his consciousness, Ren inwardly sighed. Such a huge amount of cultivation. Even with extremely good luck. If all the offspring are platinum level, it would still require 7 of them to be gathered. If luck is not good, then. However, no matter how difficult it is, Ren will never choose to settle for a breakthrough. He must do his best. After all, the demigod realm. Even at the same rank, the strength varies. The biggest factor for this is the divine fire condensed during the promotion to demigod. As the power source of every demigod, the importance of the quality of the divine fire is beyond doubt. If the divine fire is regarded as a power plant, the highest quality divine fire is like a top-level, large-scale super power plant, with tremendous development potential. And the lowest quality divine fire, undoubtedly, it is like a randomly assembled, small-scale power plant, with limited development potential. Difficult to undergo technological upgrades, break through to a higher realm. The huge difference between the two is visible to the naked eye. Although the difficulty of condensing the former is thousands of times that of the latter. But as a man with a golden finger, he naturally chooses the best. In order to quickly accumulate enough magic cultivation to push his own magic realm to the 20th rank, Ren increased his sowing efforts once again. However, not long after, he received bad news. There were anomalies within the Magic Beast Mountain range. A large number of high-level magic beasts ran out from within the Magic Beast Mountain range and attacked the Habsburg family's territory. Chapter 183 The King of Warcraft appears, half-divine grade lava dragon beast. Monster Tide? Upon receiving this news, Ren felt a sense of unease. At the same time, he was also somewhat puzzled. You see, under normal circumstances, the monsters in the Monster Mountain range rarely venture out of the mountains. Even if they do, the number is definitely not large. But this time, tens of thousands of high-level monsters were running out in groups. They were even accompanied by a large number of mid to low-level monsters along the way. This situation is clearly very abnormal. There must be some special reason behind this, Ren made a judgment in his mind. As for what the reason is, the current intelligence is limited. He cannot make any speculations. However, Ren did not dwell on this issue. The immediate priority is to mobilize and prepare for battle, to prevent these monsters from entering the Rhine region. Otherwise, these monsters will undoubtedly cause massive destruction in the Rhine region. The most crucial point is that there are semi-divine grade monster kings within the Monster Mountain range. Although most of these monster kings prefer to stay in their own territory and rarely wander around. But if they were to appear in this wave of monster tide, then things would be troublesome. Thinking of this, Ren did not dare to be negligent. He immediately summoned all members of the Habuz Night Order, preparing to personally lead the team and build a defense line at the border between the Monster Mountain range and the Rhine region. With Ren's strong support, the number of members in the Habuz Night Order has already exceeded 10,000. Even the weakest among them possesses the strength of a third order. Among them, the most elite Griffin Knights number over 200. Each of them possesses the strength of a 9th order. There are also 10 individuals who are 10th order or above. As the saying goes, it takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but only a moment to use it. Ren gave a command. An army of over 10,000 transcendent knights assembled and set off, riding on swift warhorses. They hurriedly headed southeast in a grand manner. 3 hours later, under Ren leadership, the army successfully arrived near the Warcraft Mountains. Based on the intelligence gathered by scouts, Ren led his soldiers to construct defenses on the inevitable path, preparing for battle. Another 2 hours passed. Boom. Boom. The sound of massive running and trampling grew closer, coming from the Warcraft Mountains defenses. The Warcraft tide is coming. Upon hearing this commotion, Ren quickly made a judgment. Immediately, he notified his soldiers to prepare for battle. Receiving the command, all the knights raised their lances at a 45-degree angle, leaning forward. Neat and uniform. Assuming a charging formation and posture. As time passed, the sound of running and trampling grew closer. 5 minutes later, the first Warcraft beast rushed out from the forest, followed by the second, third, and fourth. In less than 10 seconds, hundreds of Warcraft creatures had run out, and their numbers were rapidly increasing. It seems that this wave of Warcraft tide is quite large. Seeing this scene, Ren thought to himself. However, he wasn't too worried either. Although there were many of these Warcraft creatures, most of them were low to mid-level. His knights would definitely be able to handle them easily. Knights, charge. With a command, all members of the Habsburg Knight Order activated their fighting spirit together. Charge. 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 Accompanied by the neighing of warhorses, tens of thousands of fully armed transcendent knights moved in perfect unison, like an indestructible wall of bronze and iron, launching a charge towards the Warcraft creatures ahead. This scene was truly spectacular. 10 seconds later, the Habsburg Knights collided with the wave of demons. Chi. 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 In an instant, blood splattered, flesh flew. Tens of thousands of extraordinary knights, with an unstoppable force, killed all the demons along the way. With one wave of charge, they killed thousands of demons. However, the scale of this wave of demons was too large. Killing 1,000 low-level demons was just a drop in the bucket. After eliminating these 1,000 demons, more demons emerged from behind. In this situation, the pressure faced by the Habsburg Knights was naturally immense. Occasionally, demons broke through the defense line. There was no other way. Ren could only dispatch the most elite Griffin Knights to patrol the sky and kill the demons that broke through the defense line. After all, even the lowest level demons could easily slaughter ordinary people. Not to mention those demons capable of breaking through the Knights' defense line. Each one was extraordinary. These demons rushing into the Rhine region posed an absolutely enormous threat. Double lines of defense were set up to prevent any escapees. Ren himself was not idle either. He occasionally took action to kill the stronger demons in the wave, to alleviate the pressure on his knights. However, as time went on, the quality of the demons that appeared became higher and higher. There were even a large number of advanced demons above the 10th rank. If it weren't for the fact that the Habsburg Knights had all practiced the chi-sharing secret technique, which allowed them to concentrate the chi of dozens of people onto one person, unleashing a power that surpassed their own limits, I'm afraid the defense line would be instantly breached by these advanced demons. However, even so, the casualties of the Habsburg Knights were increasing rapidly. Regarding this, Ren naturally couldn't just sit idly by. This was his hard-earned fortune. If he suffered too many losses, he couldn't bear it. Without hesitation, Ren immediately triggered the 7th level magic of the Judgment Knight set, the Angel Guard, and his own innate talent as a companion angel, summoning a 20th level Holy Light Angel and 10 15th level Holy Light Angels to support the Habs Knight Order. With the addition of this powerful reinforcement, the casualties of the Habs Knight Order immediately decreased significantly. The originally precarious defense line suddenly became stable. But it's not over yet. Ren once again triggered the 7th level magic of the legendary ring, Winter's Fury. Several giant blizzards, reaching hundreds of meters in height, quickly formed, covering the area where the demons were most concentrated. Under this terrifying magical attack, comparable to a small-scale catastrophe, in the blink of an eye, thousands of demons were frozen into ice sculptures, losing their vitality. Victory! 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 Seeing the scene of their lord displaying his might, the Habs Knight Order's morale instantly soared. As if injected with chicken blood, they were determined to kill all the remaining demons in one go. Manuas. And when those demons saw many of their companions dying, they couldn't help but feel fear. The intensity of their assault on the defense line instantly weakened significantly. Adding and subtracting. If nothing unexpected happens, this grand-scale demon tide will soon come to an end. However, at this moment, an accident occurred. Roar! A supersized demon, covered in flowing lava, with a dragon head and horns, rushed out from the demon mountain range, emitting an incredibly powerful divine pressure. A half-divine grade magma dragon beast? Army. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from this demon, Ren's pupils suddenly contracted, and a serious expression appeared on his face. It's just what I feared. The master of this demon tide is obviously this half-divine grade magma dragon beast. As a hybrid of a lava giant dragon and a legendary demon, it possesses talents no less than that of an ordinary giant dragon. Its combat power is extremely strong. Not to mention, it is also a half-divine grade. This is big trouble. Chapter 184 Fierce Battle Against Demigod Monsters, a Lore Blow. This lava monster should have just recently broken through to the demigod level. Ren immediately made a judgment after carefully sensing the opponent's aura. This can be considered fortunate in an unfortunate situation. After all, the difference in combat power between a newly promoted demigod monster and an established demigod monster is still quite large. Just recently promoted to a demigod monster, its strength is at level 2. With the many trump cards in his hand, he should be able to fight against it. Just as Ren was observing. Roar! The lava dragon beast roared and launched an attack without hesitation. The next second, a giant lava fireball containing extremely powerful explosive energy spewed out from its mouth. Howling, it smashed towards Ren. The power contained in this attack is comparable to 7th level magic. If left unchecked, everything within a 5-kilometer radius will be burned to ashes. By then, the Habs Knights will undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. Advanced Elemental Barrier. Understanding this, Ren immediately triggered the legendary equipment, the Ether Crystal Ball, which comes with a 7th level magic for defense. The next second, a purple light curtain formed by the 4 elemental energies of earth, wind, fire, and water condensed out of thin air. When the giant lava fireball fell onto the light curtain, it was directly decomposed into the most basic elements. After blocking this attack, Ren immediately rushed towards the lava dragon beast. Swinging the Judgment Holy Sword in his hand, countless beams of light sword energy attacked it. He was ready to lead it away from the defensive line, to prevent the aftermath of the battle from affecting the members of his Knight Order. It has to be said, this demigod-grade lava dragon beast is really tough. Ren light sword energy slashed on it, but it couldn't cause any decent damage. Most of the sword energy was blocked by the lava armor covering its body. The few that broke through its defense could only cause superficial wounds. However, although the damage is not strong, Ren has achieved his goal. This wave of sword energy baptism successfully attracted the attention of the lava dragon beast. Roar! A roar! The lava dragon beast immediately rushed towards Ren, with the momentum of thunder. Wherever it passed, everything was shattered by its impact. The astonishing high temperature carried by its body turned the ground into magma. It looked extremely terrifying. If one were to get too close to it, even refined steel would instantly turn into molten iron. Ice Ray. Seeing the lava dragon beast rushing towards him with a fierce momentum, Ren remained calm. Without hesitation, he activated the magic of the legendary ring, Wrath of Winter. The next second, a deep blue beam with a diameter of 1 meter shot towards the lava dragon beast. This beam of light contained a terrifyingly low temperature. After hitting its target, the front half of the lava dragon beast was instantly frozen. Its charging momentum was instantly halted. However, after all, it was a semi-divine grade magical beast. This powerful 7-ring ice magic was unable to cause fatal damage to it. It was even difficult to control it. In less than a second, the layer of ice attached to the lava dragon beast's body dissolved at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, Ren did not hesitate to increase the pace of his attacks. He wanted to inflict more damage on the lava dragon beast while it was still struggling to break free from the ice layer, in order to gain an advantage in the upcoming battle. Light of Judgment. Holy Sword Judgment. Fireball. Powerful magic and combat techniques were released from Ren's hands. They struck towards the lava dragon beast. But this lava dragon beast was not to be trifled with. Its battle experience was extremely rich. Sensing the approaching crisis, it instinctively activated its 8-ring defensive magic wall of lava. Summon a giant wall constructed of lava in front of oneself. Most of the attacks launched by Ren were blocked by this giant wall. A few magic spells and combat techniques managed to break through the defense. Their power was greatly reduced. Unable to inflict significant damage on the lava dragon beast. 1 second later, the lava dragon beast broke free from the ice restraints. It unleashed a barrage of advanced fire magic against Ren. But Ren did not show any weakness. He directly used a 9-star combat technique, Invincible Divine Shield, temporarily creating a super shield with defensive power comparable to a demigod artifact. He withstood all the attacks. Then, he activated his half-dragon transformation talent, activating the golden dragon blood within his body, transforming into a golden dragon. His attributes skyrocketed. At the same time, he activated the golden dragon wings to enhance his speed. Buff fully activated. Ren immediately used the law of causality, attack must hit, to counterattack the lava dragon beast. Both sides fought fiercely, with neither gaining the upper hand. The powerful shockwaves from their attacks even destroyed all the surrounding mountains and lakes. Father is so strong. Even before reaching demigod status, he can rival a half-divine grade lava dragon beast without falling behind. Seeing this scene, Hilda, the commander of the Griffin Knights in the distance, couldn't help but be amazed. There was no way Ren displayed such astonishing combat power. Half-divine grade and legendary grade may seem to only have a small difference in realm. In reality, the difference between the two is like heaven and earth. One has already stepped into the realm of gods with half a foot, while the other is still in the mortal realm. Normally, even the weakest demigod can easily defeat a peak legendary. However, Ren is able to fight on par with them, not falling behind. It's simply too fierce. Hold the line, absolutely cannot let any monster pass. Seeing his father successfully block the sudden appearance of a semi-divine grade monster, resolving the crisis of the entire army's annihilation. While Hilda was shocked, she did not forget to take over her father Ren command, issuing combat orders to the members of the Habs Knights to stop the wave of monsters. Under Hilda's command, the Habs Knights, who had become somewhat chaotic due to Ren's departure, instantly regained their original order. Orderly and coordinated, madly slaughtering all the monsters in front of them. Meanwhile, things were not going well for Ren. He realized that he may have underestimated the strength of this semi-divine grade lava dragon beast, although it had just entered the semi-divine grade. But with the blessing of its racial talent, the combat power of this lava dragon beast was several times stronger than that of an ordinary semi-divine grade monster. Even if he pushed his own combat power to the limit and unleashed all his firepower, he still couldn't take it down. It was even difficult to inflict a fatal injury on it. If things continued like this, by the time the half-dragon transformation ended, he would definitely be defeated by this lava dragon beast king. It seems that I must use my ultimate move. A decisive look flashed in Ren's eyes. He activated the Holy Shield to block the lava volcano attack from the lava dragon beast. Without hesitation, he chose to activate the monthly time pause. Under the influence of an inexplicable force, with Ren at the center, the surrounding area within a radius of 10 kilometers fell into a stagnant state. The lava dragon beast was no exception. After forcibly controlling it, Ren did not waste any time. He directly locked onto the lava dragon beast and unleashed the 9th ring magic of the legendary ring he wore, the Wrath of Winter. The Wrath of Winter ring surged with astonishing magical energy. An absolute zero temperature zone quickly formed, centered around the lava dragon beast. Under normal circumstances, the lava dragon beast could easily escape the attack range before the magic took shape. However, due to being in a time-stopped state, the lava dragon beast was completely unable to dodge or defend. It couldn't even sense the imminent danger of death. It could only watch as the Wrath of Winter, a 9th ring magic, took shape and then completely freeze its own body. Chapter 185, Conquer Half-Divine Grade Lava Dragon Beast, End of Warcraft Tide. 3 seconds later, an absolute zero zone with a diameter of thousands of kilometers, presenting a deep blue hemisphere, completely formed. Time resumes flowing. Under the effect of the Winter Wrath magic in the cold of winter, the lava dragon beast instantly transforms into a huge ice sculpture. The life force on its body is also rapidly declining. At the same time, crack. The release of this 9th ring magic is completely completed. The Winter Wrath ring on Ren finger also emits a groan of being overwhelmed. Several cracks appear on it. Obviously, it is severely damaged. This is the price of releasing the Winter Wrath magic. The reason for this is that the material of this legendary ring is relatively ordinary. It is difficult to withstand the huge energy output of the 9th ring magic. That's why, after releasing the Winter Wrath, this ring will be overloaded and damaged. If it is not repaired by a master-level blacksmith, this legendary equipment can be considered completely scrapped. However, Ren doesn't feel much heartache. To kill a semi-divine grade lava dragon beast at the cost of an ordinary legendary equipment. This deal is obviously profitable. 10 seconds later, when the Winter Wrath magic completely dissipates, Ren steps forward to check the results of the battle. Only to see that in the chilling area, the lava dragon beast has completely turned into an ice crystal sculpture, motionless. However, there are still some signs of life on its body. Obviously, it has not completely died. I have to say, the vitality of this semi-divine grade lava dragon beast is incredibly tenacious. No defense. It withstands the formidable power of the 9th circle magic, Winter's Wrath, with its physical body. Normal creatures, including legendary level beings, would have long been frozen and decomposed into the most basic particles. But this guy not only didn't turn into ice powder, but there are still signs of life in its body. This constitution is simply terrifying. However, judging from its signs of life, this lava dragon beast is almost at the point of being heavily injured and dying. Its strength is almost non-existent. The aura on its body is particularly weak. After thinking for a moment, Ren decided to get the lava dragon beast out of the ice. He wanted to see if he could subdue it during this opportunity. After all, this is a semi-divine grade magical beast. If he could subdue it, he would gain a great help. If the other party refuses to submit, he can just kill this lava dragon beast. Anyway, this semi-divine grade magical beast, after taking a hit from the 9th circle magic, is heavily injured and its combat power greatly reduced. It is simply not his opponent. Thinking like this, Ren didn't hesitate to start. He circulated his chi. Wielding the Judgment Holy Sword in his hand, he cut through the ice layer on the surface of the lava dragon beast. The ice layer created by the Winter's Wrath magic is extremely solid. Incredibly hard. It took more than 10 minutes. Ren barely managed to clear the ice near the head area of the lava dragon beast. However, this is already enough. The lava dragon beast opened its eyes. Consciousness restored. You despicable humans, have the guts to fight me fair and square. Using dirty tricks, what kind of skill is that? The lava dragon beast's eyes, the size of grinding discs, were filled with anger, staring at Ren. It seemed to want nothing more than to crush him to pieces. It refuses. This battle was lost inexplicably. Everything was fine. But then a level 9 ice magic appeared out of thin air, directly freezing and severely injuring it. Obviously, this was definitely the trick of the human in front of it. Regarding the fact that the lava dragon beast spoke, there was no expression of shock on Ren's face. As long as it reaches the legendary level, the intelligence of the monster is not much different from that of humans. Not to mention, the one in front of them is only a half-divine grade monster. Just saying a few words. Nothing could be more normal. You have already lost. Do you want to die or do you want to live? Ignoring the lava dragon beast's unwillingness to admit defeat, Ren directly spoke. He didn't have time for this guy's trash talk. Upon hearing this, the lava dragon beast naturally can't fail to hear the hidden meaning in Ren's words. Clearly, this is an attempt to subdue it. Don't even think about it. Despicable humans. Unless you can defeat me head-on, Aguilas will never submit. The lava dragon beast said with immense arrogance. Its dragon face was filled with a rebellious expression. Defeat you head-on? Are you out of your mind? I can defeat you with my innate abilities. Any problem with that? Ren calmly spoke up. The ability to pause time in this world was something he possessed and was part of his strength. He won battles using this ability. Isn't that considered defeating someone head-on? However, no matter what Ren said, this lava dragon beast refused to acknowledge its own defeat. It shouted for Ren to fight it again. Seeing the stubbornness of this lava dragon beast, Ren couldn't be bothered to waste any more words with it. If it won't submit, then it can go die. After all, the corpse of a semi-divine grade lava dragon beast has great value. The magic core, scales, heart, and so on are all top-grade magical materials. Thinking of this, Ren raised the holy sword of judgment in his hand without hesitation. He activated the radiant chi, condensing a giant energy sword hundreds of meters long, preparing to strike and sever the head of this lava dragon beast. Feeling the astonishing killing intent emanating from Ren, the raging lava dragon beast, who had been constantly roaring, couldn't help but flash a hint of fear in its eyes. It had only recently broken through to the demigod level. There was still a good life ahead for it to enjoy. How could it just die like this? However, to let it beg for mercy, it couldn't bring itself to say the words. After all, it had exchanged many harsh words with this human before. Now, begging for mercy would be too shameful. No one knew the turmoil in the heart of the lava dragon beast. Ren held his sword and made a slashing motion. The next second, the giant sword of radiant energy descended with a terrifying might, as if it could split mountains and shatter cliffs, slashing towards the lava dragon beast. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the lava dragon beast, torn between dignity and face, instantly changed its expression. Without any restraint, it shouted, "Wait. I'm willing to submit to you." In this life or death moment, it finally understood clearly. What bullshit dignity and face, staying alive was the most important. Only by staying alive could it have a future. Phew. The giant sword of energy stopped 1 meter above the lava dragon beast's head. Do you really want to submit? Ren was somewhat puzzled. Just now, it had a look of preferring death over surrender. Why did it suddenly become cowardly? That's right. But I can only serve you for 100 years. After 100 years, you must let me go. The lava dragon beast bargained. In order to preserve its life, it was willing to admit defeat. But if it remained unfree, with its life and death controlled by others, it would rather die now. Impossible. If you want me to spare your life, you must serve me for at least 100,000 years. After understanding the nature of this lava dragon beast, which is greedy for life and afraid of death, Ren chose to increase the duration of its service without hesitation, directly increasing it by 1,000 times. After all, the lifespan of a semi-divine grade monster is long. As long as it doesn't die unexpectedly, it can easily live for 100,000 years. Impossible. You despicable human, you've gone too far. Yesterday. If it gets any longer, just kill me directly. Upon hearing Ren's bold words, the lava dragon beast instantly reacted as if it had stepped on a cat's tail. Its dragon face was filled with resistance. Upon hearing this, Ren rolled his eyes. Without any nonsense, he directly showed his attitude through action. He raised his sword and was about to continue his previous action. A beheading warning. 2,000 years. 3,000 years. 4,000 years. Seeing Ren's actions, the lava dragon beast, who had originally been very stubborn, instantly softened. Without Ren saying anything, it understood and voluntarily increased the duration of its service. It kept increasing until it reached 50,000 years, and then it stopped. It didn't want to increase it any further. In its opinion, 50,000 years is already very long. If it gets any longer, it would rather die. It abandoned its dignity and saved its life. But not to become a slave to Ren for the rest of its life. Regarding this, Ren did not force it either. 50,000 years is already enough. At that time, if it hadn't fallen halfway through, it would probably have become the strongest god in this crystal wall universe. Just a half-divine grade lava dragon beast, it doesn't even qualify to be his dog. 0-0. Consensus reached. The next thing is simple. A person and a beast signed the most powerful Styx contract. From today onwards, for the next 50,000 years, Ren is the owner of the lava dragon beast. As long as it doesn't give a command that leads to death. If Ren says east, the lava dragon beast cannot go west. Otherwise, the power of the contract will pull its soul into the deepest part of the Styx, never to be reborn. After successfully subduing the lava dragon beast, Ren released it from its ice seal and returned to the front line. Father, Lord, has subjugated the half-divine grade lava dragon beast? Seeing Ren riding back on the lava dragon beast, Hilda and the others were shocked. They never expected that Ren not only defeated the half-god demon beast, but also directly subjugated it. Subduing a legendary powerhouse's half-god demon beast, this is simply unbelievable. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it no matter what they were told. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and kill all those monsters. This wave of monsters should be almost over. Speaking, Ren immediately commanded the lava dragon beast to charge towards those demons. Although heavily injured and in poor condition. But the combat power of the semi-divine grade lava dragon beast is still unmatched by ordinary demons. It rampaged through the demon horde, as if in an uninhabited land. Seeing their leader being controlled by humans and turning around to slaughter their own kind, those high-level demons were filled with fear. They no longer had any fighting spirit. They immediately turned and fled. The Habsburg Knight Order took advantage of the situation and launched a counterattack, expanding their achievements. 10 minutes later, this grand-scale demon horde came to a complete end. Afterwards, Ren took stock of the losses. The Habsburg Knight Order suffered significant casualties. Over 800 knights were killed. There were even more injured. Faced with this result, Ren didn't have much psychological fluctuation. In battle, casualties are inevitable. A casualty rate of less than 10% is the result of his full effort. He has a clear conscience. Moreover, compared to these losses, in fact, there are still greater gains. After this battle, the Habsburg family not only gained a semi-divine grade demon beast, but also obtained nearly 100,000 demon corpses. All these demon corpses will be disposed of, and selling them for several billion gold coins is not a problem. And battle is the best whetstone. After this bloody battle, the strength of the members of the Habsburg Knight Order will undoubtedly rise to a higher level. Chapter 186 Variation Bloodline Golden Succubus, Inheritable Golden Dragon Bloodline. Clean up the battlefield. Ren led his knights and began their journey back. On the way back to the Habsburg Manor, as if suddenly remembering something, Ren asked the lava dragon beast why it had stirred up a wave of monsters to attack human territory. This is because, facing the master's question, the lava dragon beast did not dare to neglect and immediately explained the reason. It originally resided in the inner circle of the Monster Mountain range. Some time ago, after much difficulty, it finally broke through to the demigod realm. However, it didn't have much time to celebrate. An injured ancient red dragon descended from the sky. This ancient red dragon possessed the strength of the 25th rank. Even though it was heavily injured, the lava dragon beast, who had just entered the demigod realm, was no match for it. After being defeated, the volcanic group where it resided was occupied by these 803 ancient red dragons. Even it was forced to make a vow to provide treasures worth billions of gold coins as offerings. Otherwise, its cultivation would never progress. That's why the lava dragon beast launched the wave of monsters, preparing to invade the human world and plunder gold coins and treasures. And the result goes without saying. Encountering Ren, this formidable opponent, it was completely wiped out. In order to survive, it could only submit to Ren. Ancient Red Dragon? Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared in Ren's eyes. Treading through iron shoes without finding a place, obtaining it without any effort. The materials needed to create the Li Yang divine sword are only lacking the heart of an ancient red dragon and the soul of a red dragon's tongue. If it is possible to slay this ancient red dragon, and take its soul and heart, he can immediately start forging the Li Yang divine sword, a top-tier legendary weapon with the power to destroy the heavens and earth. However, to slay it, with my current strength, it is definitely not enough. Ren calmly thought. According to the lava dragon beast, that ancient red dragon possesses the strength of the 25th rank. He had to use all his trump cards to fight against the lava dragon beast, which had just entered the demigod realm. Facing that ancient red dragon in the mid-stage of the demigod realm, he was afraid he would be crushed to death. Even if that ancient red dragon was heavily injured, it would be useless. The power gap was too great. Thinking of this, Ren's fiery heart instantly cooled down. Let's break through to the demigod realm first. At this stage, the most important thing was to break through to the demigod realm. After breaking through to the demigod realm, his strength would undergo a qualitative change. By then, he might have the strength to confront the ancient red dragon. He firmly remembered this information. Ren continued to lead the Habsburg Knights towards the direction of Eagle City. Returning to the Habsburg manor, Ren's life returned to its former rhythm. Dealing with territorial matters every day, accompanying his wife and children. Living a very leisurely life. Of course, he didn't forget about the matter of sowing seeds either. In order to quickly gather enough cultivation to improve his magic realm, Ren voluntarily worked overtime every night. 3 months later, under his unremitting efforts, Princess Elsa, Jessica, Lifa, Katie, and 16 other wives became pregnant one after another. If nothing unexpected happens, 10 months later, the Habsburg family will welcome 16 newborns. This made Ren very happy. As for Angelina, Lalesia, and others, they are currently in the postpartum recovery period and are not suitable for pregnancy. That is to say, all of Ren's wives who can get pregnant have already become pregnant. Besides this matter, there is also good news. Valkyrie, Eris, Oriane, Frena, Tina, and Melita, the 6 daughters, are about to give birth. Calculating the time, Valkyrie and the others have been pregnant for 9 months. Even Melita, who is the latest in pregnancy, is 8 months pregnant. Among them, the Silver Wolf Princess Melita is the first child. Coupled with her excellent aptitude, Ren is full of expectations for this child. In Ren anticipation, time flies by. 1 month later, Valkyrie, Eris, Oriane, Frena, and Tina, the 5 daughters, enter the delivery period one after another. Among them, Eris and Valkyrie, who have been pregnant the longest, almost enter the delivery room at the same time. 20 minutes later, 2 cries of babies came from the delivery room. A girl, a boy. Detected the birth of the 181st child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is legendary, and the fighting spirit aptitude is super. Hidden bloodline, Golden Enchantress, a mutated bloodline combining the bloodlines of the Golden Dragon and the Enchantress Queen, possessing innate talents such as advanced charm, advanced holy light affinity, advanced negative energy affinity, etc. Evaluation, Diamond level. Rewards, 1,500 years of fighting spirit cultivation, master level forging technique, 9-star battle skill, star-shattering strike. Detected the birth of the 182nd child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is advanced, and the fighting spirit aptitude is super. Evaluation, Golden level. Rewards, 100 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 30 years of magical aptitude. What the F***CK? Hearing the prompt sound in his ears, Ren was instantly shocked. He never expected Iris to give him such a big surprise. Directly giving birth to a diamond-level offspring. The second diamond-level offspring of the Habsburg family was born. Can my golden dragon bloodline be inherited? Coming back to his senses, Ren discovered another crucial piece of information. From the system prompt, it seemed that the reason this child possessed a legendary level magical aptitude was entirely due to a benign mutation in the bloodline. And the key factor that caused the mutation was the golden dragon bloodline he possessed. Thinking of this, Ren immediately opened the attribute panel that had not been opened for a long time. 2.2 Quickly find the bloodline section to check. Bloodline, incomplete golden dragon, bloodline concentration reaches 50%, can be inherited by the next generation, but the bloodline concentration will be greatly diluted. Take off. Ren had a joyful expression on his face. His golden dragon bloodline could finally be inherited by future generations. Although the bloodline concentration would be greatly diluted. But this was still the bloodline of a legendary dragon species. Even if it was just a negligible part, it would undoubtedly improve the quality of the future Habsburg family offspring by a large margin. In other words, he would be able to obtain more and better system rewards. This was simply a huge piece of good news. After a long time, Ren finally managed to calm down his excited emotions. He refocused his attention on the system rewards brought by these 2 children. Chapter 187 Forging Master, Princess Silver Wolf finally gave birth. Among these 2 children, one is at the golden level, and the other is at the diamond level. There's not much to say about the golden level child. The system has granted them 100 years of chi cultivation and 30 years of magic cultivation. But the diamond level child is different. In addition to a guaranteed 1,500 years of chi cultivation, the system has also given them mastery level forging techniques and a 9-star combat skill. Mastery level forging techniques. As the name suggests, once obtained, one becomes a master-level forger with the ability to create epic-level weapons and legendary-level weapons. Of course, The success rate of a master forger crafting a legendary level weapon is not high. It's already quite good if 1 out of 5 can be successful. However, even so, it doesn't diminish the value of this reward. After all, looking at the Roland continent and its billions of races, there are definitely no more than 50 artisans with such powerful forging abilities. Each one is sought after by the top forces. They are treated as honored guests by 25. You can imagine how high the value of this forging skill is. And the value of that 9-star combat skill is also not bad. According to the information given by the system, this combat skill called Star-Shattering Strike converts all the energy within the body into a power that can shatter everything in the world through a special method. With this, one can unleash the strongest killing blow. Even legendary weapons can be easily pierced and shattered. Its power is unrivaled. If one were to step into the realm of gods and use this combat skill for an attack, it truly possesses the power to shatter stars. These are all good things. Extracting the system information from his mind, Ren had an excited expression. This wave of system rewards is really amazing. No need to say. Ren can't wait to choose to receive the rewards. Convert all chi cultivation into magic cultivation. A surge of magic power from 1,630 years flooded into his consciousness. Under the push of this original magic power, Ren magic realm rapidly improved. In the blink of an eye, he went from just entering the 20th stage to approaching the late 20th stage. He was only about 1,900 years of magic cultivation away from reaching the peak of the 20th stage. After completing the cultivation fusion, the next second, information about master-level forging techniques and the inheritance of the 9-star battle skill Shattered Star Strike quickly merged into his mind. And he quickly understood and comprehended them, as if he had practiced countless times before. After becoming a master-level forger, the first thing Ren did was to create a set of epic-level magic accessories for each of his wives, which could nourish their bodies and provide protection. And according to their preferences, he customized different styles. Of course, because forging epic-level magic accessories is not easy, coupled with having too many wives at home. Even though Ren is now a master forger, it is still difficult for him to create enough epic-level magic accessories for all his wives in a short period of time. Therefore, he can only do it one by one according to the order of their entry. After learning about this, Jenny and the others were extremely moved by their husband's thoughtfulness. They each gave him a kiss, while Ren was busy forging. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Following Valkathi and Iris, Orion, Freya, and Tina, the 3 wives, also gave birth successively. Ren gave birth to 2 boys and 1 girl. Detected the birth of the 183rd child of the host. The child's magic aptitude is epic, and the fighting spirit aptitude is super. The evaluation is platinum level. Reward, 500 years of fighting spirit cultivation, a legacy level magic set elemental knight manufacturing diagram. Detected the birth of the 184th child of the host. The child's magic aptitude is high, and the fighting spirit aptitude is epic. The evaluation is platinum level. Reward, 500 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 100 years of magic cultivation. Detected the birth of the 185th child of the host. The child's magic aptitude is high, and the fighting spirit aptitude is super. The evaluation is gold level. Reward, 100 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 30 years of magic cultivation. I don't know if it's the influence of the golden dragon bloodline or just good luck, but the aptitude of these 3 children is very good. 2 platinum level and 1 gold level. In this situation, the rewards given by the system are naturally very generous. In total, Ren received 1,100 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 130 years of magic cultivation, and a manufacturing diagram for a legacy-level magic set. There's no need to say much about cultivation. As for the manufacturing diagram of the legacy-level magic set called Elemental Knight, Ren took a look and found it quite good. It provides powerful defense while also engraving more than 10 intermediate to advanced elemental magic spells in a very sophisticated manner, greatly enhancing the knight's long-range firepower output. In the legacy-level magic set, the attributes are also top-notch. It is suitable as the standard equipment for the elite knights of the Habu's Knight Order. Without hesitation, Ren converted the fighting spirit cultivation into magic cultivation. After the fusion of all, his magic realm smoothly broke through to the late 20th stage. He was not far from reaching the perfect realm. When Melita's child is born, my magic realm will definitely be able to reach the perfect realm. By then, I can start to break through to the demigod realm. Thinking of this, Ren was also extremely excited. That is a demigod. Stepping into this realm means that he has truly entered the ranks of the top powerhouses in the Roland continent. Qualified to pursue the eternal and immortal 233 god seat. 2 months quickly passed. However, Melita's belly showed no signs of movement. No signs of giving birth at all. You should know. Melita's belly has been pregnant for 11 months now. It seems that this child's aptitude is probably very good. After confirming that Melita's body was fine, Ren immediately became excited. It was the same with Angelina before. In the end, she directly gave birth to a diamond-level heir. If Melita could also give birth to one, that would be really great. In Ren eager anticipation. Time flew by. Another 2 months passed. There was still no sign of the child in Melita's belly being born. This was already the 13th month. However, Ren was not worried. Because the higher the aptitude of the child, the more nutrition it would inevitably require to develop. It was understandable for the birth to be a bit slower. Apart from strengthening Melita's daily diet with nutritional intake, Ren did not do anything else unnecessary. Quietly waiting for the birth of this baby. Another 2 months passed. This was the 15th month of pregnancy. Melita's first child finally came into the world. As expected, this child had excellent aptitude, reaching the diamond level in evaluation. Chapter 188 Complete the bloodline of the Golden Dragon and impact the realm of the demigod. The 186th child of the host has been detected, with a high aptitude for magic and a legendary aptitude for fighting spirit. Hidden bloodline, Golden Dragon Wolf, a mutated bloodline formed by the fusion of the Golden Dragon and the Wolf King bloodlines, naturally possessing the ability to transform into a dragon wolf, as well as talents such as high affinity for holy light. Evaluation, Diamond level. Rewards, 1,500 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 50% increase in concentration of the Golden Dragon bloodline, and mastery level magic scroll manufacturing technology. Sure enough, it didn't disappoint me. As Ren listened to the system prompt ringing in his ears, his face was filled with joy. The third diamond level successor of the Habsburg family was born. The rewards given by the system were also quite generous. In addition to the guaranteed reward of 1,500 years of fighting spirit cultivation, there was also a 50% increase in concentration of the Golden Dragon bloodline and mastery-level magic scroll manufacturing technology. These two rewards were of extremely high value. Especially the increase in concentration of the Golden Dragon bloodline. You should know that the concentration of the Golden Dragon bloodline in his body has already reached 50%. With this additional 50% increase in concentration of the Golden Dragon bloodline, the concentration of the Golden Dragon bloodline he possesses will directly reach 100%. Completely intact. In other words, he will obtain all the innate abilities of the legendary dragon species, the Golden Dragon, including the dragon's heritage contained in the bloodline. You can imagine how valuable this reward is. Of course, the reward of mastery-level magic scroll manufacturing technology is also not bad. After receiving it, he will gain the ability to manufacture advanced magic scrolls. As long as his magic cultivation meets the requirements and his understanding of magic is deep enough, he can even create ninth circle magic scrolls. How useful are ninth circle magic scrolls? Ren has personally experienced it. With the assistance of the world's time pause blessing, it helped him defeat several strong enemies. Before, he was still worried about how to obtain more ninth circle magic scrolls. Now, with mastery-level magic scroll manufacturing technology, he can produce them himself in the future. He can even sell them and earn a large amount of cultivation resources. He glanced over the rewards. Ren did not rush to claim the reward. He was preparing to claim the reward and push his own magic realm to the 20th stage of perfection. Then, with one breath, he would strive to break through to the demigod realm. Now is clearly not the right time. Woo-ah! Woo-ah! The sound of a baby crying came from the delivery room. Ren closed the system panel and walked in with big strides. It's a boy. Upon hearing Ren's footsteps, Melita, without lifting her head, said. At this moment, her mood was very complicated. Initially, she was unwilling to have this child. But when the child was born, she found that she didn't feel any rejection in her heart. On the contrary, Feelings of love and happiness unconsciously surged within her. This made her feel like she had changed. And the culprit behind all this was undoubtedly Ren, this human. Unaware of Melita's complex thoughts, Ren held the child and carefully examined him. This child looks just like his mother, with features such as wolf ears and a wolf tail. However, due to the influence of his golden dragon bloodline, mutations have occurred. The fur on this child's wolf ears and tail is golden. There is also a faint dragon aura emanating from his whole body, coupled with his handsome appearance inherited from Ren. He looks very handsome and cute. Goo. 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 Seemingly sensing the connection between Ren bloodline and his own, the child stared at Ren and giggled. Not afraid at all. Even reached out and climbed up Ren's arm, heading towards the top of Ren's head. Seeing this, Ren's eyes lit up immediately. This child's strength is so strong. He can effortlessly support his body and climb up. It doesn't seem like a newborn baby at all. After some exploration, Ren discovered the child's special characteristics. Although he looks like a newborn baby on the outside, but in reality, with the blessing of the golden dragon wolf's mutated bloodline, this child's physical strength is no less than that of a high-level knight. He's simply a little monster. Now he's so talented. When he grows up and starts cultivating chi, that would be incredible. By then, beating someone of the same level as a transcendent would probably be as simple as eating and drinking. Fighting against higher-level opponents would be a piece of cake. He truly is my son, he's amazing. Ren's face was filled with pride. As an old father, naturally, he hopes that his offspring can live up to expectations. Among all the children he has produced so far, this child undoubtedly has the best talent. As long as he has the resources and techniques to keep up, there is no doubt that he will achieve the legendary peak realm in the future. Even a demigod has a considerable chance of success. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. After having a child, Melita's mentality has undergone a great change. From time to time, she would stare at the child or daydream about Ren. Occasionally, a hint of tenderness would flash in her eyes. Regarding Melita's abnormal behavior, Ren naturally did not fail to notice. However, after quietly observing for a while, he believed that this was a good thing. Melita's behavior indicated that she was gradually developing feelings for him and the child. She was not far from truly returning to her senses. While taking care of the 6 children and arranging postpartum recovery for the 6 wives who had just given birth. In this way, half a month passed. After arranging things at home, Ren was also ready to start breaking through to the demigod level. He discussed this matter with Jenny, Wang Hao, and others. Amidst the blessings and prayers of his wives, Ren entered the seclusion room. He closed the door, activated the magic array to prevent any unexpected disturbances. After completing all the preparations, Ren sat on the cushion in the center of the seclusion room and began to receive the system rewards. He converted all his 1,500 years of cultivation in Do Chi into magic power and integrated it into his own consciousness. Under the influence of this immense magic power, Ren's magical realm soared straight up. In an instant, he went from the mid-stage of the 20th rank to the perfect stage of the 20th rank. At the moment when his magical realm breakthrough was completed, Ren only felt an unprecedented harmony and unity between his body and soul. The time for the breakthrough had come. Without hesitation, Ren immediately activated the infinite divine fire construction method contained in the perfect promotion experience in the demigod realm. He began to impact the realm of the demigod. Chapter 189 Promoted to a demigod, the shock of the legendary powerhouses. With the operation of the infinite divine fire construction method, Ren consciousness suddenly arrived in a pitch-black void. This is the most core space of the soul's will. The place where one's own thoughts and will are carried. Next, he will construct his own divine fire in this void. There is only one chance. If the construction fails, this space of willpower will be severely damaged. By then, unless there is a treasure specifically for repairing the space of willpower. Otherwise, he will have no possibility of advancing to a demigod. It can be said, no success, no regrets. That's why demigod powerhouses on the Roland continent are so rare. However, Ren was not too nervous. After obtaining the perfect advancement insights for the demigod realm, The demigod realm has no secrets for him. Coupled with his profound accumulation, he is 100% confident in completing this cultivation advancement. Let's begin. Taking a deep breath, Ren followed the steps in the perfect advancement insights for the demigod realm and started to act. Under his will's mobilization, the bright fighting chi in the chi sea and the elemental magic power in the consciousness sea rapidly transformed into a special law energy that was somewhere between reality and illusion. It continuously poured into the space of consciousness, gradually filling and covering this void. This step lasted for about 3 days and 2 nights. There was no other way. His accumulation was too abundant. The energy that needed to be transformed was almost 5 times that of a normal peak legendary powerhouse. 3 days later, the chi sea and the consciousness sea within Ren body completely dried up. On the contrary, the vast and boundless void of consciousness was completely filled with countless milky white energy. Law of light, manifest. Realizing this, Ren immediately began the final step. He transformed the law of light that he comprehended into a torch, materializing it in the space of willpower. Next second. Hoo. It's like gasoline hitting fire. Those milky white special rule energies instantly burst into flames and spread rapidly at an extremely fast speed. Very quickly, all rule energies are ignited. The space of will instantly turns into a sea of fire. During this process, Ren also feels an unprecedented pain. It comes from the depths of his soul, far more terrifying than the torture of being burned alive. If he hadn't experienced countless battles and had a firm will, he would probably be in so much pain that he would lose consciousness and roll on the ground. This is also the most difficult hurdle to overcome for a demigod breakthrough. Enduring the burning of the rule fire gradually transforms the soul from a mortal soul formation. Because only a divine soul with the immortal attribute can bear the divine fire. Generally speaking, this process takes about half a month. However, whether it is due to the strength of his own soul, the firmness of his will, or the influence of the undying spirit talent, Ren's soul transformation speed is extremely fast. In less than 3 days, the color of his soul has completely turned into a golden divine soul with the breath of immortality. After passing this hurdle, the next steps are simple. Ren doesn't need to do anything at all. The rule fire spread throughout the space of consciousness continuously gathers together and begins to condense into divine fire on its own. The divine fire has successfully ignited. This promotion is almost certain. Feeling this, Ren breathed a sigh of relief. Although theoretically he had 100% certainty. But until it truly succeeded, he always felt a bit uneasy. 5T. 20%. Equals. As the rule fire in the space of consciousness continues to gather, the divine fire also burns more and more vigorously. 10 days later, all the fires of the laws merge into the divine fire. Swish. The first strand of the power of the law of light emerges from the divine fire, immediately followed by the second strand, the third strand, the fourth strand. As a powerful force unique to semi-divine beings, the power of the laws fundamentally overwhelms both chi and magic, the two common types of energy. Not to mention its closer proximity to the origin of the world. After ascending to the realm of gods, the power of the laws can further sublimate into an omnipotent divine power. These strands of the power of the law of light emerge. Then, it begins to strengthen and transform his physical body, causing it to evolve towards a semi-divine body. -1. Twice. 3 times. After the transformation is complete, Ren body is 30 times stronger than before. The essence of life has been greatly sublimated, completely transcending the realm of normal creatures, possessing a hint of immortality. 21st stage, successful promotion to the realm of semi-gods. Just at the moment when Ren successfully promoted, various strange phenomena begin to appear in the sky above Eagle Town. Centered around Ren, the light within a radius of thousands of miles converges and intertwines, evoking an infinite scene of light in the high sky, clearly visible within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. What's going on? Could it be that the mage is casting a powerful spell? Such a grand anomaly. The people of the province of Lance, and even the surrounding provinces, are alarmed. Everyone is discussing and speculating about what is happening. Even those legendary powerhouses high above are paying great attention to it. compared to ordinary mortals and ordinary transcendent beings. Powerful individuals with legendary strength can clearly sense the rich aura of the laws contained within those lights. The powerful pressure emitted when these auras converge makes them feel shocked. Such astonishing aura of the laws, could it be that an extraordinary treasure has appeared? A legendary powerhouse speculates in his heart. If it really is a treasure, then its quality must definitely reach the level of a semi-divine artifact. Other legendary powerhouses also thought of this point. All the legendary powerhouses rushed towards the source of the anomaly with the speed of the legendary powerhouses. Soon, they arrived above the Habs Manor. However, none of them dared to step into it. As long as they approached within a kilometer of the manor, they would feel an extremely strong sense of crisis in their hearts, as if they could be struck fatally at any moment. Of course, some people also recognized who the owner of this manor was. Since being promoted to the Duke of the Empire, information about Ren has appeared in the hands of every noble who pays attention to the changes in the empire. Most of the legendary powerhouses present were heads of their clans. Naturally, they could not be unaware of Ren territory and residence. Combining the two, they easily deduced that this astonishing anomaly was caused by Ren. What on earth is going on? What is Duke Ren doing? Why is it causing such an astonishing aura of laws? The legendary powerhouses present were full of questions, as if thinking of a certain possibility. A legendary mage wearing an indigo robe flashed a hint of shock in his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim. Could it be that Duke Ren has reached the realm of demigods? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A legendary warlock with white hair immediately vetoed. Although Ren had previously achieved the feat of capturing the peak legendary she-wolf, his cultivation realm was estimated to have reached the peak of legendary. But taking that step was not a simple matter. This was the first step on the path to becoming a god. The difficulty of promotion was higher than all the previous major realms combined. How many legendary powerhouses had been stuck in place for their entire lives, unable to make any progress? In his opinion, even if Ren had exceptional talent, it was absolutely impossible for him to break through this realm bottleneck so quickly. Upon hearing this, the other legendary powerhouses also nodded in agreement. Ren is too young. According to the information they had collected, Duke Ren is only 142 years old this year. All things considered, he has only been cultivating for a little over 100 years. In such a short period of time, starting from scratch, breaking through the realm of demigods all the way. This is too damn outrageous. Chapter 190, The Fourth Blessing, The Flower in the Mirror and the Moon in the Water, an Invincible W. Habs Manor. What a strong aura of laws. Melita, who had just given birth to a child for Ren not long ago, seemed to sense something. Immediately getting up from the bed, she walked towards the window. As a legendary peak powerhouse, even if her power was suppressed, her essence of life far surpassed ordinary people. Rest for a few days. Her body, which had just completed childbirth, was already almost recovered. Of course, if she wanted to give birth again, she would need to rest for a while. After all, giving birth was quite taxing on the body's essence. The higher the talent of the child, the more so. Just gave birth to a diamond-level successor. Even though Melita was a legendary peak powerhouse, she still needed to rest for 1 or 2 months to ensure that her body would not be left with hidden injuries. Pushing open the window, Melita looked up at the sky. Countless rays of light intertwined in the high sky, forming a vast and infinite curtain of light that covered the heavens, evoking various sacred scenes. This is the resonance of laws. As the Silver Wolf Princess, Melita was also well-versed. At a glance, she recognized the source of the anomaly before her. Generally speaking, when this kind of situation occurs, either a rare object or a treasure is born, or someone has ascended to the demigod realm. And it's not an ordinary demigod. Only those who have a high comprehension of laws or have achieved legendary destinies can trigger a strong resonance of the world's laws. Thinking back to Ren, who has been in seclusion for a while now, Melita instantly understood. It was obvious. Ren had successfully broken through the bottleneck of the human god realm. Promotion to the realm of demigods. What kind of monster is this human? The speed of cultivation is unexpectedly fast. Thinking of this, Melita was also extremely shocked. However, after the shock, she inexplicably felt a sense of pride and joy in her heart. As if she had achieved something great. At this moment, the others in the Habs manor were also alarmed by this grand anomaly. Ren has successfully broken through? Janice and others who knew the situation showed expressions of surprise. Half a month ago, Ren told them that he would go into seclusion to cultivate and attempt to break through the realm of demigods. With no news for such a long time, they thought he had failed. Who would have thought? Today, such a grand anomaly suddenly erupted. As time passed, more and more legendary powerhouses were attracted by the anomaly and gathered around the Habs manor. Everyone was waiting for a result. They didn't know that their promotion and breakthrough had caused a huge disturbance in the world's laws. Inside the seclusion chamber, Ren was digesting and adapting to the changes brought about by his promotion. So this is the realm of demigods? It's truly powerful. Opening his eyes, Ren sighed in his heart. After becoming a demigod, his soul and body underwent a qualitative improvement. At the same time, he automatically gained 3 extremely powerful specialized abilities. Specialization, Divine Body. Introduction, your body possesses some immortal characteristics, immune to negative effects such as diseases, plagues, curses, and instant death. Physical and elemental resistances are greatly enhanced, and aging is significantly slowed down. Specialty, Divine Soul. Introduction, your soul possesses certain immortal characteristics, immune to mental control and charm, with greatly increased resistance to soul-related spells. Specialty, Light Controller. Introduction, your understanding of the principles of light exceeds 30%, and the specialty of light's favor is sublimated. When you bathe in sunlight, all your attributes automatically increase by 200%, your healing speed is 10 times faster, and you can manipulate powerful light to attack enemies. When using skills with light attributes, their power is increased by 100% and their cost is reduced by 50%. I have to say, the effects of these 3 specialty abilities are extremely overpowered. Attributes, resistance, and abilities are all enhanced comprehensively. It directly increases Ren's strength by more than 10 times. Coupled with the power of the principles of light obtained after ascending to demigod. Without considering the world's blessings, Ren is confident that he can defeat his pre-ascension self with just one move. Apart from the changes in strength, the increase in lifespan is also enormous. After obtaining divinity, Ren body possesses a trace of immortality. His lifespan has directly increased from over 10,000 years to 150,000 years. You should know. The lifespan of an ordinary demigod is at most 30,000 years. His lifespan has directly reached 5 times that of an ordinary demigod. Please give me flowers. Seeing the tip of the iceberg, you can see how much the perfect ascension brings in terms of amplification. After ascending to demigod, I can now condense my 4th world blessing. After adapting to the surge in power in all aspects, Ren adjusts his state and prepares to condense his 4th world blessing. The world blessings he condensed before were all extremely overpowered. Each one played a huge role. Therefore, Ren is also quite looking forward to the 4th world blessing. He sinks his consciousness into the soul space. Ren begins to communicate with and sense his soul beacon located at the root of the world. Thanks to his previous experiences, Ren is very skilled at it. A few minutes later, a collection of runes, filled with an illusionary and dreamlike aura, appeared in Ren's soul space. The next second, Ren automatically knew what kind of world protection was condensed this time. Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Effect, after activating this ability, immerse oneself in an illusionary realm, where all damage received is transformed into illusions. Hiss. Ren was instantly stunned. This skill is too outrageous. All damage received is transformed into illusions. Immunity to all damage. Isn't that invincibility? Thinking of this, Ren immediately couldn't wait to try it out. After some testing, the results came out. This ability can indeed immunize damage, but it consumes one's own spiritual power. The stronger the attack, the more spiritual power is consumed. If the spiritual power is depleted, this world protection will be ineffective. One still has to suffer injuries. So it's just a limited pseudo-invulnerability. Ren was somewhat disappointed. However, upon careful consideration, it makes sense. How could there be an invincibility ability without limitations in this world? Even if there is the limitation of consuming spiritual power, Mirror Flower, Water Moon is still very overpowered. To put it bluntly, with this world protection, Ren combat power instantly increased by more than 10 times. Chapter 191 Dragon Transformation, Empire Shakes. By the way, there are still 2 system rewards that haven't been claimed yet. After condensing the 4th world's protection, Ren suddenly remembered that he hadn't claimed his system rewards yet. No need to say more. He immediately claimed all of them. The next second, information about the inheritance of the Grandmaster level magic scroll manufacturing technique rapidly merged into his mind. Processing magic beast skins, engraving magic imprints, inscribing magic models. He quickly understood the intricacies of these techniques and comprehended them thoroughly. A few minutes later, Ren successfully transformed from a complete novice in magic scroll manufacturing to a Grandmaster level expert in this field. After completing the integration of knowledge, next, it was time for the reward of increasing the concentration of the Golden Dragon bloodline. A special energy filled with the breath of the laws of life appeared in his body out of thin air. Under the influence of this energy, the golden blood representing the Golden Dragon bloodline in his bone marrow immediately grew at a visible speed. In less than an hour, the concentration of the Golden 503 Dragon bloodline in Ren body increased from 50% to 100%. The incomplete bloodline was completely replenished. His life essence completely transformed into that of a legendary dragon species. The inheritance of the Golden Dragon, exclusive to Ren, naturally opened up to him. A large amount of draconic magic and extraordinary knowledge merged into his mind, due to the astonishing amount of information contained in the dragon's inheritance. Ren spent more than 2 hours before completely absorbing it. Phew. He opened his eyes, slowly exhaling a breath. Ren felt his body filled with power. He inspected his body. It has to be said, the harvest this time was enormous. After the completion of the Golden Dragon bloodline, all his attributes increased nearly tenfold. His affinity with the holy light reached an absurd level. With a single thought, he could command the holy light power in the surrounding space, as if he were the master of the holy light element. In addition, all the innate abilities he had obtained from the Golden Dragon bloodline before were transformed into passive instincts. No need to consume his own energy to activate them anymore. At the same time, he gained a new ability, Dragon Transformation. Dragon Transformation. Effect: activate one's own bloodline and transform into the form of a golden dragon. Under this form, all attributes are increased tenfold, the power of dragon language magic is increased tenfold, and the power of light attribute skills is greatly increased. Take off. Ren had a smile on his face. The golden dragon is already a legendary dragon species. At the same level, combat power far exceeds that of ordinary demigods. Coupled with the 4 bug-level world blessings he possesses, the combination of the two. Even if he has just entered the realm of demigods, Ren is confident enough to compete with those veteran demigods. It seems that the matter of hunting down the ancient red dragon can be put on the agenda. After digesting all the system rewards, with greatly improved strength, Ren walked out of the seclusion room, ready to share the good news with his wives. However, just as he walked out, Ren found that it was very lively outside. Dozens of legendary auras, strong or weak, scattered near the Habs Manor. What's going on? Why are there so many strong people gathering nearby? Could it be that someone wants to harm the Habs family? Thinking of this possibility, Ren's face immediately turned serious. A trace of cold light flashed in his eyes. If that's the case, then don't blame him for being impolite. Just promoted to demigod, with a surge in strength. He is itching for a fight right now. Dragon Transformation. The next second, Ren transformed into a golden dragon with a length of kilometers and a body like a mountain, soaring into the sky. The golden domain also unfolded accordingly. With it as the center, a pale golden semicircular domain covered the sky for hundreds of kilometers around. Under the influence of the domain power, those legendary powerhouses gathered near the Habs Manor could no longer hide. They all revealed their figures one after another. Half-divine grade golden dragon? Feeling the strong pressure emanating from the golden dragon, dozens of legendary powerhouses were filled with shock and awe. They never expected that such a big guy would be hidden in the Habs family. This is an extremely rare legendary dragon species. The combat power is terrifying. Still at the half-divine grade. If they really go crazy, everyone present will be in trouble. They won't be able to escape. We mean no harm. We were just attracted by the anomaly. In order to save their lives, Dozens of legendary powerhouses rushed to explain, afraid that this terrifying golden dragon would see them as enemies. After confirming with magic that these people were not lying, Ren instantly realized his misunderstanding. A hint of embarrassment appeared in the eyes of the huge dragon. Immediately, the dragon transformed back into human form. Duke. Ren? Seeing the appearance of this golden dragon turning into a human form, all the legendary powerhouses present were stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. Ren, the rising star of the empire, turned out to be a golden dragon? This is too unbelievable. I am human, just possessing a higher concentration of golden dragon bloodline. Sensing the meaning contained in their gazes, Ren casually explained. He didn't want to be seen as an anomaly, although he himself didn't mind. But the Habsburg family still had to make a living in the Kukan Empire. Upon hearing this, dozens of legendary powerhouses suddenly realized. In fact, they should have thought of this earlier. It's just that they were shocked by the scene before them and their minds didn't turn quickly. After all, Ren had so many children. If his true form was a golden dragon, Ren children, as second-generation dragon descendants, would definitely have very obvious dragon features. However, reality proved otherwise. I'm sorry, everyone. I just recently advanced and need to consolidate my realm, so I won't entertain you. After chatting with these legendary powerhouses for a while, Ren immediately issued an order to dismiss them. He still had to go and share the good news with his wives. He didn't have time to chat with these people. No, it's us who came uninvited and disturbed you. They understood the meaning behind Ren words. All the legendary powerhouses present chose to take their leave one after another. Although they wanted to chat with Ren a little longer, they didn't dare to defy Ren intentions. After all, they had all experienced the terrifying pressure emitted by Ren when he transformed into a golden dragon just now. Obviously, the astonishing anomaly that appeared in the sky earlier was caused by Ren promotion to demigod. This Duke Ren had truly broken through the demigod realm. Leaving shamelessly would only upset a demigod powerhouse who could easily kill them. Only a fool would do that. In less than 2 minutes, dozens of legendary powerhouses had disappeared. After sending away all the onlookers, Ren turned around and flew back to the Habs manor. My dear, did you successfully break through? Jenny and the others hurriedly approached when they saw their husband's figure, asking. I have successfully broken through to demigod. Ren nodded affirmatively. That's great. Jenny and the others had excited and joyful smiles on their faces. This is truly a momentous occasion. Although their cultivation level is relatively low, but they understand the value of a demigod. This means that their husband has truly entered the ranks of the top powerhouses in the Roland continent. With a powerhouse of this level sitting in their family, the future of the Habsburg family is bound to be glorious and bright. We must celebrate this. They understood the significant meaning behind this event. Jenny and the others immediately began to prepare for the celebration banquet. At the same time, they held grand festivities. In the central squares of every city within their territory, they laid out various wines and delicacies for all the citizens. The entire region of Rhine was filled with joy and excitement. Just as the Habsburg family was preparing for the celebration banquet, the news of Ren breaking through to the demigod level spread like a whirlwind within the noble circles of the Kukan Empire. After all, there were many witnesses due to the phenomenon. In this situation, the spread of the news naturally happened very quickly. This news spread like a deep water bomb, causing the entire Kukan Empire to tremble. Chapter 192 marries 10 talented noble girls in a row, and Princess Silver Wolf completely returns. Duke Ren promoted to demigod? How is that possible? Upon hearing this news, everyone's first reaction was disbelief. You see, on the surface, there are only 5 demigod powerhouses in the entire kingdom of Kukain. And this is accumulated over thousands of years. You can imagine how difficult it is to break through to the realm of demigods. This Duke Ren only broke through to the legendary realm a few decades ago. And now, he's promoted to demigod in just a few decades? Isn't that too outrageous? Since when did it become so easy to ascend to the realm of demigods? However, after verifying the information, all the nobles of the Kukain Empire were shocked. Because this seemingly outrageous news turned out to be true. Dozens of legendary powerhouses witnessed it with their own eyes. In other words, the 6th demigod powerhouse of the Kukain Empire has truly been born. Prepare the carriage, I'm going to the Habus family. Realizing this, Some perceptive nobles took decisive action, preparing to go to the Habu's family to congratulate them. The weight of a demigod is evident. As long as one is not a fool, they understand. This is the top powerhouse on the continent. An existence at the pinnacle of the pyramid. If one can establish a relationship with them, it would bring countless benefits to the family's development. For a while, the Habu's manor became extremely lively. It could be said to be bustling with activity. Hundreds and thousands of imperial nobles came one after another, and the reception couldn't keep up. But not receiving them would be impolite. After all, others came to offer their blessings. Rejecting them would be disrespectful. There was no other way. Duke Ren had to expand the originally internal family celebration banquet to accommodate all the nobles who came to congratulate. Only then was this problem solved. A week later, after this period of spreading, the news of Duke Ren promotion to demigod completely fermented. After all, the impact of this matter was too significant. There were only 5 demigods in the entire Cocaine Empire. Now suddenly there's one more, which would undoubtedly affect the empire's existing structure. Such a major event, everyone paid close attention to it. That's why, in a short period of time, the news of a newly promoted demigod spread far and wide within the empire. Not only among the nobles. Even the merchants and commoners knew about it. Thanks to this, within the Cocaine Empire, the name of Duke Ren has become known to everyone. It has even spread to the circles of nobles in other human empires. Nowadays, there is a constant stream of imperial nobles coming to the Habu's manor to establish relationships. There are dozens of them every day. Most of them are looking to form a marriage alliance. After all, in the noble world, marriage alliances are always the most effective way to establish relationships. As long as they are married, everyone becomes relatives. In order to climb onto Ren's powerful leg, these nobles spared no expense, directly bringing over outstanding noble girls from their families who were not originally meant to be married off. Among them, there are many high-quality beauties with exceptional talent and cultivation. In addition to sending beautiful women, these nobles also offered extremely generous dowries. It can be said that they were full of sincerity. Regarding this, Ren naturally couldn't help but be moved. After all, his golden finger requires a large number of high-quality beauties to achieve the greatest effect. Next, Ren directly entered a frenzy of taking wives. Almost every 1 or 2 days, he would marry a new wife. In just 1 month, Ren married 10 fair-skinned, beautiful, and talented noble young ladies. Other young nobles were envious and drooling. These talented noble girls are all divine-grade figures in the Cocaine Empire's noble circle. On ordinary days, it is very difficult for them to have much contact with others. Now they are all taken by Ren. You can imagine what their mood would be like. It's as if they have bitten countless lemons. They are extremely sour. This scandal has further elevated Ren's reputation. After all, whether in the previous life or in this world, matters of love and romance have always been the most eye-catching. Half a month later, on this day, envoys from the Cocaine Empire's court arrived at the Eagle's domain. They came to reward Ren on the orders of His Majesty the Emperor. For a transcendent powerhouse who has reached the demigod realm, even the esteemed Cocaine Emperor attaches great importance. After all, the deterrent power of each demigod is equivalent to a strategic nuclear weapon in the previous life. It is enough to influence the rise and fall of the empire. If other human empires were to win them over, the Cocaine Empire would suffer a great loss. Therefore, winning them over and rewarding them are basic and routine operations. This time, Cocaine Emperor directly gave Ren 2 legendary equipment, as well as rare magical materials worth billions of gold coins. Mithril, secret silver, flawless grade magic gems. Everything you could ask for. In addition to this, he also gave the River Bay area adjacent to the Rhine region and the Dork region to Ren as a fiefdom. His generosity knows no bounds. In response to the Emperor's kindness, Ren naturally would not refuse and accepted everything. After receiving this reward, the Habsburg family became rich overnight and their power greatly increased. Wealth, fiefdom, and prestige were all in place. Coupled with Ren, this top-tier powerhouse, the Habsburg family officially joined the ranks of the top families in the Cocaine Empire. However, Compared to those top families in the empire, the Habsburg family still had a lot of gaps. After all, their development time was too short. The current Habsburg family relied solely on Ren. Only when the talented descendants of the family truly grew up could the Habsburg family truly catch up with those top families in the empire. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. As time went on, this huge storm finally gradually subsided. Ren also had some free time. No longer busy entertaining those nobles all day long. Had more time to spend with his wives. On this day, at night, Ren went to Melita's room. The children were taken care of by dedicated maids. There was only Melita in the room. She was wearing a red dress, leaning against the window. The moonlight fell on her face. She looked exceptionally beautiful and holy. Hearing Ren's footsteps, Melita showed no intention of turning around. In her opinion, Ren must want her to have another child. In a situation where she had no strength to resist, and didn't want to resist in her heart. Ignoring Ren was her last stubbornness. However, after Ren walked to her side, he did not do anything to her as she had expected. Instead, he activated his magic power and cast one seal after another. These seals fell on Melita. 5 top-level magic arrays that suppressed the construction of the restraining ring began to reverse their operation, while stopping the absorption of Melita's suppressed power. They retrieved the special magic threads that entangled her meridians and bones one by one. Is he lifting the restrictions for me? Feeling this, Melita's eyes were filled with surprise and joy. To be honest, she didn't expect that Ren would really keep his promise. Gave birth to a child. After reaching the semi-god realm, he removed the suppression ring for her and restored her strength. Regaining consciousness, Melita's gaze towards Ren softened completely. These 2 years. In fact, she had completely gotten used to the life by Ren's side. At the same time, she also developed a special and peculiar feeling towards Ren. After all, Ren was her first man. Coupled with his strong power and handsome appearance, he almost perfectly met her requirements for a partner. Naturally, she couldn't have no feelings for him. However, as the proud Silver Wolf Princess, even if she became Ren captive, she still had her own pride. Naturally, she couldn't admit that she had fallen in love with a human. Therefore, she always maintained her stubborn attitude in front of Ren. Of course, this stubborn attitude didn't actually have much effect. Instead, it made Ren even more excited. However, when she saw that Ren was really willing to remove the restrictions for her, Melita's heart instantly softened. The emotions suppressed deep in her heart surged up all at once. In her eyes, Ren became even more extraordinary. This figure silently occupied her heart. Done. When the suppression ring recovers all the magic threads, Ren will remove the 5 suppression rings from Melita's body. Afterward, he took out a bottle of legendary elixir specifically for restoring cultivation and a pair of legendary curved swords from the spatial ring. This is the soul battle elixir. After you take it, you should be able to quickly restore your previous cultivation realm. These pair of legendary curved swords are your weapons. They are now returned to their rightful owner. Without rushing to take them, Melita stared into Ren's eyes and asked. You restored my power and returned my weapons. Aren't you afraid I will harm your wife and children? Upon hearing this, Ren remained calm and said, I'm not afraid. Even if you were to do that, I can stop you. And I believe you won't do that. We are already a family, aren't we? Upon hearing this, Melita stared blankly into Ren's eyes, without saying anything more. After a few seconds, she reached out and took the elixir and weapons from Ren's hand. She didn't make any promises. But this action undoubtedly indicated everything. I'm tired, let's rest. She put away the elixir and weapons. Blushing, Melita suddenly spoke up. Ren naturally understood the meaning behind Melita's words. Without hesitation, he approached her and lifted her up. Soon enough, strange sounds resembling a cat's meow echoed in the room. Today, Melita was different from her usual self. Very proactive. Chapter 193 Practice Cheating Device, Time Practice House. In the blink of an eye. 3 months have passed. Although my cultivation has already surpassed the demigod realm and reached the pinnacle of the Roland continent's pyramid. But Ren has no intention of slacking off. He continues to work diligently every day to strengthen the Habsburg family. Under Ren's diligent efforts, The 10 talented noble young ladies who had just entered the door are all pregnant. Apart from them, Angelina, Larissa, Charlene, Layla, Murphy, Betty, Anna, and Cecilia have also become visibly pregnant one after another. As for Melita, due to her powers being restricted for a long time, her own cultivation has regressed quite a bit. She is currently busy recovering her cultivation. This proud silver wolf princess seems to have completely regarded herself as Wren woman. After the restrictions were lifted, Melita became very obedient. She doesn't show any intention of running away or harming Wren in the slightest. She even took the initiative to let go of her pride and get along with Janet and the others. She wants to truly integrate into the Habsburg family. Wren naturally noticed Melita's changes. He is very happy in his heart. This shows that he has successfully conquered this silver wolf princess. Coupled with the 17 wives being pregnant, good things keep coming. During this time, Wren has a joyful smile on his face every day. Another 2 months have passed. The previously pregnant Jessica, Leafa, Katie, and the other 16 wives are already 8 or 9 months pregnant. If nothing unexpected happens, they will give birth in a short while. The Habsburg family is about to welcome a wave of large-scale baby boom. Every time this time comes, Wren is extremely looking forward to it. As if drawing a lottery. In order to maximize the chances of winning the grand prize and also for the sake of the wives' health, Wren has spent a lot of money to invite a famous half-sized chef back. Specifically, he prepares magical cuisine with mild effects and nourishing effects for Jessica and others to eat. Although I don't know how effective it is. But Jessica and others have indeed gained a lot of weight. Half a month later, the first pregnant women, Jessica, Katie, and Selena, were sent to the delivery room one after another. The delivery process went smoothly. Half an hour later, 3 cries of babies came from inside. All 3 are boys. Detected the birth of the 187th child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is high level, the fighting spirit aptitude is super level, and the evaluation is gold level. Reward: 100 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 20 years of magical cultivation. Detected the birth of the 188th child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is super level, the fighting spirit aptitude is epic level, and the hidden bloodline is incomplete golden dragon bloodline, awakened, bloodline concentration 20%, naturally possessing golden scales, extraordinary physique, and affinity for holy light. The evaluation is platinum level. Reward: 500 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 100 years of magical cultivation, and comprehension of the law of light. Detected the birth of the 189th child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is super level, the fighting spirit aptitude is super level, and the evaluation is gold level. Reward: 100 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 30 years of magical cultivation. I don't know if it's the effect of the magical cuisine or the credit of the golden dragon bloodline. Or maybe both. The aptitude of these 3 children is very high. Among them, the child born to Katie was lucky enough to awaken the golden dragon bloodline. Although it is incomplete and the bloodline concentration is not high. But it still greatly improves his aptitude. 2 gold level, 1 platinum level. The 3 children have provided Wren with a total of 700 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 150 years of magical cultivation, and 1 opportunity to comprehend the law of light. After receiving all of them, Wren fighting spirit and magical cultivation have increased to varying degrees. The comprehension of the law of light has also increased by 3 percentage points, reaching a level of 35%. The improvement in his cultivation and comprehension of the laws has also made his divine fire burn even more vigorously. The power of the derived laws has increased from the original 100 strands to 112 strands. Although it seems like a small increase, in reality, it is already quite a lot. Generally speaking, for a newly promoted demigod, it is already quite good to possess 10 strands of law power. Only because Wren has a deep foundation and uses the top-tier divine fire to construct a perfect promotion can he possess 10 times the law power of a peer at the same level. As for the uses of law power, there are many. It can be seen as a greatly weakened version of divine power. As long as it is within the scope of its law domain, it can almost do anything. Take Wren power of the light law as an example. When others use legendary magic related to light to attack him, he doesn't even need to take action. By using the power of the laws, he can easily seize control of the legendary magic released by the opponent, causing them to suffer the consequences. At the same time, he can also directly use the power of the laws to launch attacks. The attack power of 10 strands of law power is equivalent to a ninth circle magic that can destroy a large city. It can be imagined how strong the intensity of law power is, far beyond the comparison of energy such as chi and magic. Of course, because ordinary demigods possess relatively little law power, they cannot afford to waste it during battles. Generally speaking, they use the power of the laws to enhance the power of their martial arts or magic, increasing their own combat endurance. But Ren is different. The perfect promotion to a demigod has made the efficiency of his divine fire in producing law power extremely astonishing. Not only is the quantity 10 times that of peers at the same level, but the recovery speed is also the same. This undoubtedly allows him to have a significant advantage in battles against semi-divine powerhouses. 1 week later. Lifa, Princess Aisha, also gave birth. Detected the birth of the 190th child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is superlative, the fighting spirit aptitude is superlative, and the evaluation is gold level. Reward, 100 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 20 years of magical cultivation. Detected the birth of the 191st child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is epic level, the fighting spirit aptitude is legendary level, with a hidden bloodline, incomplete golden dragon bloodline, already awakened, bloodline concentration 50%, naturally possessing golden scales, dragon physique, high affinity for advanced holy light, formidable aura, dragon's might, and other talents. The evaluation is diamond level. Reward, 1,500 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 500 years of magical cultivation, and a rule level building time training house. There's nothing much to say about Lifa's child. Gold level evaluation. Considered average. It's Princess Aisha's pregnancy that gave Ren a big surprise. She directly gave birth to a diamond level offspring with a 50% concentration of golden dragon bloodline, thanks to Zhao. Such a high aptitude offspring. Naturally, the rewards given by the system are extremely generous. In addition to the guaranteed reward of 1,500 years of fighting spirit cultivation, there is also 500 years of magical cultivation and a rule level building time training house. Among them, the most valuable is the time training house. According to the information given by the system, this building can create a time acceleration zone to increase the cultivation speed of practitioners. The time ratio is 1:5. In other words, practicing inside for 1 day is roughly equivalent to 5 days outside. It can be called a cheat device for cultivation. Of course, there are drawbacks to this rule level building. This thing accelerates the effect of cultivation by speeding up time. In other words, while inside, one's own lifespan will also be consumed at a 5 times faster rate. For those with insufficient lifespan, using this thing is seeking death. However, the flaws do not hide the brilliance. For those with sufficient lifespan who want to accelerate their strength, this thing is simply a divine tool. Chapter 194 Making Magic Scrolls and Preparing to Hunt the Ancient Red Dragon. I was just worried that I didn't have enough time to study arcane arts. This law building came at the perfect time. Ren nodded in satisfaction. His magical realm had advanced too quickly. As a result, he couldn't keep up with his research on arcane knowledge. Even if his magical realm reached the half-divine grade, he still couldn't cast the ring separation spell. He could only partially cast even the 7th circle arcane arts. But with this time training house, things would be different. 1 day would be equivalent to 5 days. He could use this opportunity to catch up and quickly improve his lagging arcane knowledge. As for the issue of 5 times the lifespan consumption, Ren wasn't afraid at all. After all, after ascending to the half-god level, he had a lifespan of 150,000 years. And he was only a little over 140 years old now. He could use it to his heart's content. As for the side effects of this time training house, for him, it was no different from having none. Without hesitation, Ren immediately chose to claim the reward. The next second, 1,600 years of chi cultivation merged into his body. After complete integration, Ren cultivation realm broke through from the 21st stage early phase to the 21st stage mid phase. But after merging 520 years of magical cultivation, not even a ripple appeared. Because Ren's current magical aptitude was inferior to his chi aptitude. Only at the super level. Therefore, even after merging over 520 years of magical cultivation, it only increased Ren's magical power by a fraction. After digesting all the cultivation, Ren shifted his gaze to the time training house. This law-level building was capable of refining the soul. If used well, it would be enough to rapidly elevate the Habsburg family. It must be protected. Thinking this way, Wren decided to place it in the center of the Habsburg manor. At the same time, he set up a top-tier magic array for protection. To prevent it from being destroyed, he decided to do it, spending more than 10 days and consuming a large amount of magical materials. Wren successfully set up a top-tier spatial magic array called the Endless Maze. This magic array focused on confinement and had no killing power. No one without permission can enter this area, or they will immediately be trapped in an endless maze loop. Unless Wren releases them. Otherwise, intruders can only be forever lost in this palace. The reason why a powerful magic array with lethal force is not directly set up is because the location of this magic array is at home. If a magic array with astonishing lethality is set up, what if a child accidentally enters? To avoid such a tragedy, Wren chose to set the guardian magic array of the Time Cultivation House as an endless maze. After the magic array was set up, Wren began to place the Time Cultivation House. The next second, a white light enveloped the land in front. When the white light dissipated, a bronze house with an area of about 500 square meters appeared in front of Wren. Go inside. Wren found that there were 10 separate rooms inside. Obviously, the maximum number of people that this Time Cultivation House can support is 10. I will occupy 1 CGCB, fixed quota. 5 quotas for Janice and the others. In addition, for quotas for descendants of gold level or above. After thinking for a moment, Wren quickly divided the uses of these 10 cultivation quotas. It seems unfair to the descendants below the gold level. But in fact, it is for their own good. After all, limited by their aptitude, the upper limit of the descendants below the gold level is too low. Unable to break through the 10th rank and increase their lifespan. Using the Time Cultivation House that accelerates time. It is simply shortening their own lifespan. It's better to honestly cultivate outside. At least they can live a few more years. After figuring out how to allocate them, Wren immediately found Janice and the others to discuss this matter. When they heard that their husband had created such a magical thing as the Time Cultivation House, they were also extremely surprised. Especially Princess Elsa, Anna, and others who have high cultivation, high aptitude, and sufficient lifespan. They were extremely happy. Due to the frequent childbirth, their cultivation time is inevitably insufficient. The appearance of the Time Cultivation House happens to solve this problem. After receiving the news, Elsa and the others couldn't wait to experience it immediately. In the following period of time, the cultivation realm of Wren wives was steadily rising. After all, they had plenty of cultivation resources and time. Could their cultivation not improve? Janice, who was already on the verge of a breakthrough, successfully broke through to the 10th stage and became a great magician. As for Elsa, Anna, and the others, due to their already decent cultivation realms, they were all above the 13th stage. It wasn't easy for them to break through. With the assistance of the Time Cultivation Chamber, their cultivation improved rapidly, and the day of their breakthrough was not far away. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Following the birth of Jessica's 5 daughters, 11 wives, including Emick, also gave birth to Wren offspring. 7 boys and 4 girls. The aptitude of these 11 babies was not bad. Although there were no diamond-level offspring, there were 3 platinum-level offspring. And there were as many as 6 golden-level offspring. There were only 2 silver-level offspring. In this situation, the rewards given by the system were naturally very generous. The 11 children provided Wren with a total of 2,160 years of chi cultivation, 1,000 years of magic cultivation, as well as combat skills, techniques, and item rewards. After receiving all of them, Wren chi cultivation realm smoothly broke through from the mid-21st stage to the late 21st stage. His magic realm also broke through to the mid-21st stage. The double improvement in cultivation allowed the upper limit of the power of the rules produced by his divine fire to increase to 130 strands. His strength significantly improved. As for those combat skills, techniques, and item rewards, he kept the useful ones. All the useless ones were handed over to the system mall for recycling. A total of system currency equivalent to 320 years of cultivation was obtained. So far, the accumulated system currency of Wren has reached more than 4,300 points. It seems like a lot. But in reality, it's barely enough to buy a piece of epic-level equipment with average attributes. Ren himself can forge this kind of equipment, so naturally he wouldn't waste system currency on buying it. Therefore, he decided to continue saving it for future needs. Or keep it for future purchase of divine positions. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year has passed. During this time, Ren's schedule in Ren was very full. Thanks to the rewards from Emperor Cocaine, the Habuz family's territory has increased by more than 4 times. A large area of new land needs to be managed and handled. In this situation, Ren is naturally very busy. The time spent dealing with family territory affairs has increased from 1 hour to over 5 hours a day. In addition, he also has to accompany his wife and children, and in the evenings he is busy with planting. If it weren't for the existence of the time cultivation house, he would probably not even have time to study arcane knowledge. However, Ren has also made remarkable progress in arcane research during this half-year. Through the time acceleration of the time cultivation house, coupled with the super useful epic talent of having a prodigious memory, his learning of arcane knowledge can be described as quite fast. He has completely mastered the 7th circle of arcane arts. He has also mastered most of the more useful 8th circle arcane arts. Only the forbidden 9th circle arcane arts, due to their high learning difficulty and complexity, so far, he hasn't been able to learn a single one. Never mind. Let's just leave it at that for now. Seeing no hope of mastering the 9th circle arcane arts in the short term, Ren chose to temporarily give up. He began to use a large amount of precious magical materials to create 8th circle magic scrolls, in preparation for hunting the ancient red dragon. After all, his top-tier legendary weapon, the Fiery Sun Divine Sword, only lacks the main materials of the heart and soul of the ancient red dragon to be forged. In this situation, he naturally cannot let go of the ancient red dragon hiding deep in the Warcraft Mountains. As for whether it is not good to hunt down the ancient red dragon without any grievances, Ren expressed disdain. As a dragon species of the evil camp, burning, killing, and looting are instinctual for red dragons. An ancient red dragon that has lived for over 10,000 years. In such a long time, one can imagine how many evil deeds it has committed. To say that it is extremely wicked is not an exaggeration. Hunting down this evil dragon, he has absolutely no psychological burden. Chapter 195, The Dragon Hunting Project, The Ancient Red Dragon Appears. 1 month later. Inside the time cultivation room. 100 magic scrolls should be enough, Ren thought to himself as he looked at the pile of magic scrolls in front of him. During this time, he had been immersed in the time cultivation room, using the 5-fold time flow to produce a large number of magic scrolls. These 100 magic scrolls were the result of his efforts during this period. Each scroll contained a level 8 magic spell. When combined, the 100 level 8 magic scrolls would definitely be enough to deal with the ancient red dragon. It must be said that Ren had spared no expense in order to hunt down the ancient red dragon. You see, a level 8 magic scroll could vary in value from 10 million gold coins to 30 million gold coins, depending on the internal magic effect. Calculating based on the cheapest price of 10 million gold coins per scroll, the value of 100 level 8 magic scrolls would reach 1 billion gold coins. However, as long as he could kill the ancient red dragon, it would all be worth it. A top-tier legendary weapon couldn't be bought with gold coins. Of course, it was obvious that Ren was dreaming if he expected these 100 level 8 magic scrolls to be able to kill a level 25 ancient red dragon. He only saw them as a means of consumption. He already had a comprehensive plan in mind for how to hunt down the ancient red dragon, which far surpassed his own level. After making all the necessary preparations, Ren bid farewell to his wives and said he was going out. Then, he mounted his semi-divine grade lava dragon beast and headed towards the depths of the Warcraft Mountains. After more than a year of recuperation, the lava dragon beast, which had been severely injured by the level 9 magic spell Winter's Wrath, had fully recovered to its peak state. When it heard that Ren was going to pick a fight with the ancient red dragon, the lava dragon beast was overjoyed. It had a great hatred for that ancient red dragon. If it weren't for the ancient red dragon seizing its territory and forcing it to make the Styx Oath, it wouldn't have caused a Warcraft tide and prepared to attack human territory to plunder wealth. If it hadn't caused the Warcraft tide, it wouldn't have encountered Ren. And it definitely wouldn't have been tamed by Ren and become his pet, losing its freedom. In its eyes, all of this was the fault of that ancient red dragon. Indeed. Upon hearing that they were going to trouble the ancient red dragon, the lava dragon beast was extremely enthusiastic. Carrying Ren, it dashed towards its former territory. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the lava dragon beast, the monsters in the Monster Mountain range didn't even have the courage to make a move. Even when the lava dragon beast swaggered through its territory with Ren, they pretended not to see and trembled in their nests. The journey was smooth and unobstructed. Full speed ahead. After about an hour, the lava dragon beast brought Ren into the inner area of the Monster Mountain range. Compared to the outer area, the inner area had more abundant resources. The concentration of elements was more than 10 times higher. In this environment, powerful monsters were naturally numerous. Upon reaching the inner area, the lava dragon beast, which had previously been rampant, became much more cautious in an instant. After all, there were quite a few demigod monsters in the inner area of the Monster Mountain range. Otherwise, this treasure land would have long been occupied by other human empires. As a rookie who had just entered the demigod realm not long ago, it naturally didn't dare to be arrogant in the inner area of the Monster Mountain range. As a result, the traveling speed naturally slowed down. Fortunately, its former territory was not in the deepest part of the Monster Mountain range. The distance was still quite close. After more than 10 minutes, the lava dragon beast successfully arrived at its destination with Ren. It was a large-scale volcanic group. The number of volcanoes reached 13. Each one was several kilometers high. Dark red magma spewed out from those volcanic vents. The terrifying high temperature distorted the air. In such an environment rich in fire elements, it could be called a paradise for fire-type monsters. However, fire-type monsters were rarely seen around. Obviously, there was an extremely powerful presence lurking here. Without any surprises, it should be the ancient red dragon. You said, in which volcano would the ancient red dragon reside? Looking at the lava purgatory in front of him, Ren asked the lava dragon beast. It should be the volcano in the center. That used to be my lair, and the concentration of destruction energy there is the strongest. Facing the master's inquiry, the lava dragon beast did not dare to be negligent and quickly replied. Upon hearing this response, Ren was not very satisfied. After all, should is the word, clearly indicating uncertainty. If he couldn't pinpoint the lair of the ancient red dragon, the traps he planned for the dragon hunting mission would not be able to be set accurately. The chances of success would decrease significantly. You should know that. With each advancement in the demigod realm, strength would make a leap of 10 times. And that ancient red dragon was 4 ranks higher than him. Without relying on any external forces, it would be difficult for him to win. Even if he won, there was a great possibility that the ancient red dragon would escape. How about using magic to detect it? This thought came to Ren's mind. However, within 2 seconds, he dismissed the idea himself. Because if he used magic to investigate, it was highly likely that the ancient red dragon would detect it. By then, it would only alert the dragon. Pondering deeply, after a moment, Ren suddenly had a bright idea. He came up with a solution. Since he couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the ancient red dragon, he thought of a reverse approach. First, set up the traps, and then lure it in. Leading it out of the volcanic area would also reduce the advantage of the ancient red dragon. Seeking flowers. That's the plan. After confirming that this idea was feasible, Ren immediately started working. He found an ordinary mountain near the volcanic area. Then he took out various rare magical materials from his spatial ring and began to set them up. The magic array he was going to build this time was called Spacetime Seal. This magic array was centered around the World Rune of Sealing, a law artifact he had obtained from the system before. Its sealing ability was extremely powerful. In a short period of time, it would be absolutely no problem to trap a half-divine grade ancient red dragon and prevent it from escaping. Because he had already prepared all the materials when he was at home. Setting it up naturally is extremely fast. After about 2 hours, this powerful top-tier magic array is officially completed. After taking shape, the space-time confinement magic array is hidden in the interlayer of the void. 0. There is no sign of anything different at all. Let the lava dragon beast hide in the magic array. Then, Ren used a special method to connect the 108 ring magic scrolls to the magic array. As long as the ancient red dragon is trapped by the space-time confinement magic array, These magic scrolls will instantly trigger and launch a concentrated attack on it. The trap is set. Next is to lure the dragon out of its nest. As for how to prevent the ancient red dragon from sensing that something is wrong and falling into the trap, Ren already has an idea. Dragons are a race with a strong sense of territory. If a stranger of the same kind enters its territory, it will definitely come forward to expel and drive it away. He can disguise himself as a red dragon, pretend to compete for territory with it, and then gradually lure it into the trap. Confirming that his plan has no omissions, Ren immediately took action. Activating the legendary magic item, the Ring of Shapeshifter, which comes with a 9th level magic spell, Perfect Transformation. The next second, Ren's body undergoes a rapid transformation. Dark red dragon scales grow, obsidian-like curved dragon horns. 1 minute later, a giant red dragon nearly 800 meters long appears out of thin air. Its aura reaches the level of a half-divine grade. Transformation complete. Ren immediately flaps his huge dark red dragon wings, soaring into the sky, flying towards the direction of the volcano group, recklessly exuding dragon might. Wherever it passes, the beasts flee. Just as Ren is about to fly into the volcanic territory, roar! Accompanied by a majestic ancient dragon roar, a supergiant red dragon over a kilometer long flies out from the right volcano. Just as it appears, the high-temperature domain it carries on its body causes the atmosphere within hundreds of kilometers to boil like a hot pot. Its power is terrifying to the extreme. Obviously, this is the goal of Ren's trip, an ancient red dragon with 25th level strength. Chapter 196 Lost and Defeated? Angry Ancient Red Dragon. Kid, you've crossed the line. This is my territory, Augustus. While I'm still not angry, get out of my turf. The ancient red dragon stared at the unfamiliar red dragon that Ren had transformed into, with its huge eyes measuring over 10 meters in diameter, and spoke in an unfriendly tone. Clearly, he did not welcome Ren as a fellow of his kind. However, this was also normal. Due to their extremely selfish and evil nature, red dragons have always been solitary creatures. For them, their kind are not companions. More likely, they are rivals and enemies competing for resources. As soon as he finished speaking, this ancient red dragon unleashed its dragon's might without reservation, wanting to use this method to make the mature red dragon that Ren had transformed into understand his strength, to recognize the gap in power and then obediently leave. However, this ancient red dragon had miscalculated. Ren had come precisely for him. How could he just leave like that? I, Cardilla 327K, have set my sights on your territory. You old thing. If you know what's good for you, obediently give up your territory and hand over your treasures. Ren imitated the tone of the ancient red dragon, saying arrogantly. Upon hearing this, the ancient red dragon instantly became furious. This little guy was smaller and weaker than himself. How dare he say such things? He even wanted to snatch his territory and treasures. He was truly impatient to live. Kid, you're asking for death. In Augustus' huge dragon eyes, a raging anger flickered. Although his injuries hadn't fully healed, he believed it would be easy to deal with an ignorant little guy. Without hesitation, Augustus opened his blood-filled mouth and unleashed a breath of fire towards Ren. A dark red flame spewed out from his mouth, and it quickly attacked Ren with incredible speed. As one of the signature abilities of the Dragon Clan, the power of dragon breath increases with the strength of the dragon. And the flame breath released by a 25th level ancient red dragon is almost comparable to a 9th level magic spell. The extreme high temperature is enough to turn lava into ashes. Feeling the terrifying power of this attack, Ren naturally wouldn't stubbornly withstand it. The dragon wings behind him rapidly trembled, his body shifted several kilometers, avoiding this fierce flame dragon breath. At the same time, launching a counterattack, returning the favor with a fire dragon breath. Due to the effect of the world's protection of causality, attacks are guaranteed to hit. The ancient red dragon was hit without any suspense. The bursting flames directly caused it to take a big fall. Due to its high fire resistance, this fierce flame dragon breath caused very little damage to it. When the flames that covered the sky subsided, the ancient red dragon still looked lively and vigorous. However, the damage was not significant, but the insult was extremely strong. Originally full of confidence, wanting to teach this little guy a lesson. As a result, in the first round of the battle, he suffered a small loss. This was truly embarrassing. No, it was a disgrace for a dragon. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Augustus immediately became furious. "Kid. I'm going to kill you." As soon as the words fell, Augustus carried a chilling killing intent and rushed straight towards Ren. It was obvious. He was ready to go all out. For dragons of the same attribute and species, the dragon language magic and innate dragon breath that both sides possessed were difficult to cause fatal damage to each other. Therefore, using their powerful dragon bodies to engage in close combat was the most effective attack method. "You old guy, you're already an old bone, so just lie down in the grave. If you want me dead, you're not qualified." Facing the enraged Augustus, Ren insulted him while fighting in close combat. In the sky, the two giant red dragons collided at an extremely fast speed, occasionally seizing the opportunity, using their sharp claws to tear off a piece of flesh from each other, as if they were mortal enemies. The scene was extremely bloody. However, it only looks fierce. For a half-divine grade giant dragon with an unreasonable and terrifying physique, this level of injury is nothing more than a minor wound. It will recover soon. The two sides fought fiercely for more than 10 minutes. Due to the difference in strength and grade, coupled with the fact that Ren's use of the red dragon's body is not as good as the opponent's, the red dragon transformed by Ren quickly fell behind in this melee. "Kid, hand over your treasures obediently. Otherwise, today will be the day of your demise." With absolute advantage, Augustus said proudly. His huge dragon eyes were full of greed. "Star. The strength of the red dragon transformed by Ren is not bad. The collected treasures are absolutely abundant. If he could put them all in his pocket, it would be wonderful." Hearing this, Ren didn't say a word. He forced the ancient red dragon back with a fierce flame breath, pretending to be defeated and flying quickly towards the distance. "Don't even think about running." Greedy Augustus naturally wouldn't let the fat sheep in his hands escape. Immediately and without hesitation, he pursued the two red dragons, one chasing and one fleeing. Soon they arrived at an unnamed mountain with traps set up. Under Ren's superb acting skills, the ancient red dragon walked into the range of the magic array without any defense. Now is the time. A gleam flashed in Ren's eyes. Without hesitation, he activated the top-level magic array that had been arranged long ago. Time and space lock. The magic array hidden in the interlayer of the void appeared. In an instant, it evolved into a small independent space that was self-contained within a radius of 100 miles. The power of strong confinement enveloped it, instantly suppressing the actions of the ancient red dragon. At the same time, 108 circle magic scrolls connected to the magic array were triggered simultaneously. Ray of Dissolution, Fury of the Water, Thunderous Might. These 3 8-ring magic spells were carefully selected by Ren. Either they have attributes that restrain this ancient red dragon, or they have astonishing destructive power. Roar! The ancient red dragon didn't react at all. After forcibly enduring the attack of these 108-ring magic spells, the ancient red dragon couldn't help but let out a painful roar. It was obviously heavily injured. But it's not over yet. After the concentrated attack of the magic scrolls, the hidden lava dragon beast also made its move. It charged directly and sat on the back of the ancient red dragon. Lifting its gigantic fist with a diameter of tens of meters, it smashed towards the head of the ancient red dragon. Boom! 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 Driven by hatred in its heart, the lava dragon beast put all its strength into each punch, seemingly wanting to kill it directly. However, this 25th rank ancient red dragon is obviously not so easy to kill. Although it fell into Ren's trap and suffered several rounds of heavy blows, it was not lightly injured. But relying on its incredibly strong physique, this ancient red dragon showed no intention of falling down. Instead, its injuries triggered its ferocity. "You despicable scoundrel! How dare you plot against the great Flame Lord Augustus? Today, I will turn all of you into ashes." Coming back to his senses, Augustus, who was beaten up and covered in dirt, also realized that this was a trap specifically set for him. The anger in his heart was about to overflow. Immediately, he unleashed all his firepower. Using the power of the flame law, he broke free from the invisible confinement. Then, he stood up and flipped the lava dragon beast off his body. At this moment, Ren was outside the space-time confinement magic array, checking the operation of the magic array after it was activated. He couldn't find that annoying red dragon that led him into the trap. Augustus could only vent his full anger on the lava dragon beast. Roar! Facing Augustus' attack, the lava dragon beast showed no fear at all. It continuously launched its counterattacks. These two astonishingly large semi-divine grade behemoths used all their means, engaging in an exceptionally fierce life and death battle, each trying to bring the other to its demise. Chapter 197 Double Dragon Showdown, Super Magic Flame and Heavenly Punishment. However, the lava dragon beast is clearly no match for the ancient red dragon. The difference in strength between the two sides is too great. Even if this ancient red dragon is injured by the trap set by Ren, it still possesses overwhelming power. In just a few minutes, the lava dragon beast is being beaten down by the fully unleashed ancient red dragon. The lava armor covering its body is being destroyed. Flesh and blood splatter. If this continues, in less than half an hour, the lava dragon beast will fall in the hands of the ancient red dragon. And Ren naturally cannot allow this to happen. After all, the lava dragon beast is the demigod mount he worked so hard to tame. For this reason, he even scrapped a legendary level magic equipment. If it is killed by the ancient red dragon, he will suffer a great loss. Without hesitation, Ren immediately took action, cancelling the perfect transformation spell effect, transforming back into human form. After entering the time and space confinement magic array, he wielded the Judgment Holy Sword, mobilizing the power of the light law. The next second, a sword aura containing endless radiance energy condensed out of thin air. Just like real light. The speed of this sword aura is so fast that it is impossible to react. Ren swung it, and the next second the sword aura had already struck the ancient red dragon. This radiant sword aura. Ren used a large amount of power from the light law. Its power is enough to pierce through a mountain range. Roar! Without using any defensive measures, it took this blow head-on. Even though the ancient red dragon's body has strong defense, it still received a huge wound that stretched for hundreds of meters. Bright red dragon blood gushed out like magma. Damn bug. Intense pain surged into his mind. The ancient red dragon, suddenly suffering a heavy blow, couldn't continue attacking the lava dragon beast. Turning his head with a heart full of killing intent, he pounced towards Ren. He wanted to tear this despicable human who had ambushed him into pieces. Holy Sword Judgment. Seeing the imposing figure of the 1,000-meter-long creature charging towards him, Ren remained calm, raising his sword to face the enemy. A giant sword of light, nearly a kilometer long, took shape. With the momentum to split Mount Hua, he slashed towards the ancient red dragon. But the ancient red dragon's response was simple and brutal. After casting 2 high-level dragon language spells to enhance his own dragon scale defense, he recklessly charged forward without any intention of dodging. No intention of evasion whatsoever. Boom! The energy sword formed by Ren was directly shattered by the collision with the ancient red dragon. But the ancient red dragon only paused for a moment before continuing to pounce towards Ren. Quite formidable. The strength of this ancient red dragon's dragon body is too abnormal. To achieve an instant kill, it's impossible with my current strength. It seems that I can only engage in a battle of attrition. Thoughts swirled in his mind. Ren decisively activated his dragon transformation ability. The next second, he transformed into a golden dragon, a kilometer long, like a mountain. The golden domain also unfolded. A pale golden semicircular domain covered an area of several hundred kilometers in radius. Golden Saint Dragon? Seeing Ren's astonishing transformation, the enraged ancient red dragon couldn't help but widen its eyes, revealing a look of shock. If he wasn't mistaken, this was one of the legendary dragon species recorded in the dragon's heritage, on par with the omnipotent dragon and the rainbow dragon. A human could actually transform into a legendary dragon species. This was too absurd. It's fake. Just a worthless imitation of a side product. With such thoughts in mind, Augustus continued to pounce towards the golden dragon that Ren had transformed into. But the next second, his face was swollen. After transforming into a golden dragon, Ren's physical attributes skyrocketed by more than 10 times. Combined with the massive and resilient golden dragon body, his melee combat ability soared. He could even hold his own against an ancient red dragon in a head-on battle. They clashed dozens of times, with neither side gaining any advantage. However, Ren had assistance from a lava dragon beast and the advantage of favorable terrain with a time and space sealing magic array. The power of the sealing magic disrupted the movements of the ancient red dragon. Ren took the lead in attacking, while the lava dragon beast provided support from the side. With a three-pronged approach, even the formidable ancient red dragon struggled to keep up. The injuries on its already burdened body rapidly worsened. If they couldn't break the deadlock, Ren would eventually be worn down and killed. Understanding this, a resolute expression appeared in the giant eyes of Augustus. He immediately played his trump card, the super rank magic, Flame Divine Punishment. Super rank magic, as the name suggests, is forbidden magic that surpasses the limits of the 9th rank. Its power is capable of injuring deities. The legendary figure, the great archmage Kael'thas, created the 13th rank arcane magic, Kael'thas Ascension, which is also a super rank magic. Its power is so strong that even the magic goddess with immense divine power cannot resist it. Of course, not all super rank magic is as outrageous in power. Flame Divine Punishment is a super rank magic that Augustus accidentally obtained from some ancient underground ruins. It is of the 10th rank. After spending thousands of years researching, he barely grasped the essence of this magic. However, he has never truly used this magic before. Although the power of this super rank magic is enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, the consumption is also extremely huge. Even as a mid-level demigod, he cannot bear the energy consumption of this super rank magic. Forcing its use would permanently lower his cultivation level by several ranks. If it weren't for the current life-threatening crisis, he wouldn't consider using it. He would absolutely not use this magic. He squeezed his divine fire to the extreme. Augustus looked solemn and chanted the incantation to release this transcendent magic. The ancient and mysterious dragon language echoed in this space. In the sky. Suddenly, countless dark purple fire clouds condensed, emitting an extreme aura of destruction. The existence of these fire clouds alone caused intense fluctuations in the space-time confinement magic array. What kind of magic is this? Seeing this, Ren couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment on his face. This magic is obviously not simple at all. Just the prelude alone has such terrifying power. If that ancient red dragon is completely unleashed, that would be disastrous. Thinking of this, Ren immediately rushed towards the ancient red dragon with the lava dragon beast, wanting to interrupt the opponent's spellcasting. However, the transcendent magic, Flame Divine Punishment, has a characteristic. Once cast, it cannot be interrupted. During the chanting process, a powerful shield with defensive power equivalent to a demigod artifact will be automatically generated, protecting the spellcaster from being disturbed by resisting enemies. That's why Augustus chose to chant the incantation without any hesitation. Ren and the lava dragon beast tried several times but failed to break through this flame shield. After more than 10 seconds, "You damn insects, die." A cold and exhilarating color flashed in the dragon's eyes. Augustus, who completed the chanting of the spell, launched this transcendent magic without hesitation. The next second, boom 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 boom. The dark purple fire clouds converged into vast and mighty columns of flame, falling down like a world-ending catastrophe, completely covering the small independent space constructed by the time-space confinement magic array, leaving no space to dodge. Wherever the columns of flame passed, everything evaporated. Even the intangible space membrane was incinerated. Chapter 198, The Powerful Flower in the Mirror and the Moon in the Water, Slaying the Ancient Red Dr. Destruction. Endless destruction. Feeling the terrifying power contained in these pillars of flame, Ren's face changed drastically. Although he had transformed into a golden dragon, with extremely strong defense and magic, but he could feel that he absolutely couldn't withstand this attack. Taking it head-on would undoubtedly result in death. Thinking of this, Ren decisively cancelled his dragon transformation, reducing the area of attack he would receive later. Then, he activated the world's protection called Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Of course, he didn't forget about the lava dragon beast either. He unleashed a level 9 combat technique and put an invincible divine shield on it. As for whether it would be effective, whether it could allow the lava dragon beast to survive this unusually powerful magic attack, he was not sure. He could only leave it to fate. The next moment, Countless pillars of flame descended from the sky. Endless purple flames instantly turned this small independent space into a purgatory. The extreme heat made everything burst into flames. In less than 3 seconds, the spatial sealing magic array arranged by Ren completely collapsed under the burning of this dark purple flame. Mountains evaporated, the earth was destroyed. An area of nearly 1,000 miles was burned into a white land, lasting for more than 10 seconds. This overwhelmingly powerful super-level magic slowly dissipated. Just when the ancient red dragon thought that all enemies had been destroyed, Ren walked out from the raging fire that was enough to burn the sky and boil the sea. Not a single hair on his body was damaged. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the ancient red dragon widened his eyes, full of shock. The Flame Divine Punishment was the ultimate trump card he released at a great cost. But he didn't even hurt a single hair on the opponent. What a joke. He couldn't accept this reality no matter what. This is too outrageous. There's nothing impossible. Facing the unbelieving gaze of the ancient red dragon, Ren calmly said, "The world protection I possess, Mirror Flower, Water Moon, is the ultimate illusion technique that can turn all harm into illusion." The power of the magic released by the ancient red dragon is indeed formidable. However, it is unable to break through the invincible defense of Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Of course. In order to withstand this earth-shattering attack, Ren also paid a considerable price. His mental power was almost completely depleted. If the duration of this magic were a little longer, he would probably not be able to withstand the consumption of Mirror Flower, Water Moon. By then, he might even lose his life. There is no time to waste. Enduring the impact of the Flame Divine Punishment magic, Ren quickly launched an attack on the ancient red dragon. The Holy Sword of Judgment danced in his hand. One after another, sword chi imbued with the power of the laws of light condensed and emerged. Like shooting stars, trailing flames, slashing towards the ancient red dragon. At this moment, the ancient red dragon, who had released the Flame Divine Punishment magic, was in a very poor state. Not only was its energy depleted, but its strength had also dropped by 2 ranks. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was almost completely exhausted. In this situation, where could the ancient red dragon be a match for Ren? One after another, sword chi of the laws of light attacked, leaving Augustus completely defenseless. In less than 10 seconds, dozens of deep, visible bone wounds appeared on his body. Roar! Feeling the increasingly heavy injuries on his body, Augustus no longer had the arrogance he had before. A trace of fear flashed in his huge dragon eyes. Now, he was no match for this human at all. If the battle continued, he would undoubtedly die. Thinking of this, Augustus immediately trembled and tried to escape with his dragon wings. However, how could Ren let him have his way? Fall. The divine incantation talent was activated. The next second, a magical power that twisted reality acted upon Augustus. It completely eliminated the lift around him. If it were under normal circumstances, Augustus could easily erase this power with the power of his own rules. But now, his power of rules had been exhausted. There was no doubt. Augustus fell from the sky. Escape failed. Roar! A mournful dragon roar sounded. Augustus was also completely desperate. He couldn't win in a fight and he couldn't run away. It was obvious. Today, he was going to completely fall into the hands of this human. Thinking of this, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Augustus' eyes. Although he didn't know why this unfamiliar human had set a trap to hunt him down. Even if he died, he would not let this human off easily. Without hesitation, Augustus activated self-destruct mode, preparing to crush his own dragon crystal in divine fire, taking this human down with him. An extremely violent energy fluctuation emanated from Augustus, like a nuclear warhead about to explode, full of a destructive aura. This ancient red dragon wants to self-destruct. Ren's face changed drastically. If it really succeeded in self-destructing, then he would have been wasting his efforts. The violent energy would completely destroy the body of the ancient red dragon. By then, his ancient red dragon heart and ancient red dragon soul would be gone. It must be stopped. Time pause. Feeling the increasingly violent energy emanating from the ancient red dragon, Ren decisively activated his ultimate trump card. Under the influence of a tremendous force, with Ren at the center, Everything within a radius of 10 kilometers came to a complete standstill. The ancient red dragon was no exception. Approaching the head of the ancient red dragon, Ren raised the holy sword of judgment in his hand and fiercely struck down. Perhaps due to exhaustion, the ancient red dragon's defensive power plummeted. With just one strike, Ren successfully cleaved through the opponent's sturdy skull. A huge wound gaped on the head of the ancient red dragon. Through this wound, the interior of the ancient red dragon's brain was clearly visible. A deep red, good dragon crystal was located in the center of the brain, radiating a brilliant light. Without hesitation, Ren directly cut off this semi-divine grade dragon crystal and put it into his pocket. Just as he was about to strike again and completely crush the ancient red dragon's brain, the time-stop domain that should have lasted for 3 seconds suddenly ended. Without any awareness of what had just happened, Augustus continued to self-destruct. However, he was horrified to find that the dragon crystal inside his body had suddenly disappeared. What on earth is going on? Unaware of the time given for the ancient red dragon to react, Ren raised the holy sword of judgment and completely destroyed its brain. Even for a demigod dragon with extremely strong vitality, the brain is still a fatal weak spot. With endless questions and unwillingness, Augustus's massive body collapsed with a loud crash. Completely devoid of life, the ancient red dragon, successfully hunted. Chapter 199 Promise to become king. Solicitation from the Queen of the Andri Empire. What happened to the sudden disappearance of the time-stop domain just now? After the battle ended, Ren began to investigate the reason for the premature end of the time-stop. This matter is very important. After all, the time-stop is a major trump card in this world's protection for him. If it fails at a critical moment, it should be because that ancient red dragon possesses a higher intensity of immortality. After reviewing the situation, Ren had a guess in his mind. Every demigod possesses immortality. They can resist time and slow down the passing of their own lifespan. As their strength increases, the intensity of their immortality also gradually strengthens. And that ancient red dragon has a 25th level of strength, so the intensity of its immortality is undoubtedly quite high. Naturally, it has a strong resistance to time-based abilities. That's why his time stop only lasted for 2 seconds. It seems that I need to find a way to enhance the intensity of the time stop in the future, Ren thought to himself. Otherwise, facing immortal gods, the protection of this world would be completely useless. He kept this matter in mind. Immediately, Ren began to collect the spoils of war. The ancient red dragon is full of treasures. Among them, he values the soul and heart of the ancient red dragon the most. Activating the 8-ring arcane soul extraction, he extracted the soul of the ancient red dragon and sealed it in the soul container he had prepared in advance. Then, he dug out its heart and sealed it in a specialized magical vessel to keep it alive. After obtaining the magic materials he wanted, Ren did not choose to stop. Instead, he continued to dissect the body of the ancient red dragon. Now that the ancient red dragon had just died, it was the time when its vitality was highest. If he didn't quickly cut it up and preserve it, its vitality would decrease after some time. The effect has been greatly reduced. After more than 10 minutes, using magic, Ren cuts off valuable parts from the ancient red dragon, classifying and sealing them in magical containers, freezing them, putting them into a space ring. After completing all of this, Ren looks towards a certain place in the upper right corner of the sky and casually says, "Madam, you have been observing for so long, you should have seen enough." As the voice falls, "How did you discover me?" A lazy and magnetic pleasant female voice sounds. The void there ripples like the surface of water. A woman wearing a black magic cloak and a magic hood walks out from it, looking at Ren with interest. Under the loose cloak is a dress similar to a low-cut outfit, only covering the vital parts. The waist is exposed in the air, except for the hands and lower legs, which are covered in purple-black thin gauze. Large areas of skin in other areas are basically exposed. Burgundy long hair falls to the waist. In her hand, she also holds a legendary staff embedded with star gems. Carefully observing, even Ren, who has dozens of beautiful wives, couldn't help but be amazed by this woman. It has to be said, this woman is too beautiful. Fair skin, slender waist, ample buttocks. Her temperament is also extremely unique. Sexy and alluring, with a hint of mystery. It makes people unable to resist the desire to explore. Facing Ren's scanning gaze, this woman shows no embarrassment at all. Instead, she deliberately straightens up, highlighting her figure even more curvaceous. Then, she speaks to Ren again. Have you seen enough? Can you tell me how you sensed my presence? This is the first time someone has seen through her void stealth magic. Upon hearing this, Ren, however, has no intention of answering. Instead, he asks, "Who are you? Why were you secretly spying on me?" In the midst of conversation, he raised the holy sword of judgment with his right hand. Once he confirmed that the other party was an enemy, he would not hesitate to take action. My name is Isabella. As for the secret investigation, it was purely coincidental. That ancient red dragon was originally my prey. Isabella explained, not wanting to start a conflict with Ren for no reason. Previously, this ancient red dragon was attracted to her beauty and attempted to forcefully possess her. As a result, she severely injured it in return. If she hadn't run fast, that ancient red dragon would have died by her hands long ago. She spent a lot of time investigating and chasing after it. Who would have thought that this ancient red dragon had already been killed by Ren? JCC. I see. Upon hearing this, Ren nodded slightly. The lava dragon beast had mentioned before that this ancient red dragon had serious injuries when it seized territory. This woman's statement completely matched with that. Misunderstanding resolved. After confirming that this woman was not an enemy, Ren immediately put down his weapon, no longer assuming an aggressive posture. After all, this woman was able to defeat and severely injure the ancient red dragon in its prime. It was enough to show her formidable strength. He didn't want to offend such a powerful person for no reason. After the atmosphere eased, the two of them engaged in some communication. They exchanged names and backgrounds. When Ren learned about Isabella's background, he was also surprised. He didn't expect this hot and mysterious woman, who didn't look like a queen at all, to actually be the Empress of the Andri Empire. The Andri Empire and the Kukan Empire were both part of the 5 great human empires. However, in terms of national strength, the Andri Empire was much stronger than the Kukan Empire where he was from. Moreover, based on the intelligence he had collected before, due to the two empires' territories being adjacent. Furthermore, there are some disputes over interests. The relationship between the Andri Empire and the Kukan Empire is not very good. There have been many battles between the two empires. The grudges run deep. Ren, with your strength, it's too much of a waste for you to be a duke in the Kukan Empire. I don't know if you're interested in joining the Andri Empire. I can promise you a noble title and a piece of land as your territory. I can even marry the best princess of the royal family to you. After learning that Ren is the newly appointed duke of the Kukan Empire, Isabella's eyes lit up and she couldn't help but try to win him over. She had just witnessed Ren killing an ancient red dragon. She knew that Ren had extraordinary combat power and possessed the ability to pause time. If she could win this man over to the Andri Empire, it would weaken the Kukan Empire while greatly enhancing the empire's strength. It could be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Upon hearing this, Ren was also somewhat shocked. He never expected that Her Majesty the Queen would directly recruit him, a potential high-ranking noble of a hostile country. However, to be honest, the conditions offered by Her Majesty the Queen were indeed very generous, promising to confer a noble title, a province's territory, and marrying the best princess of the royal family to him. These conditions did make him somewhat tempted. However, upon careful consideration, Ren ultimately did not agree. After all, he only had a superficial encounter with Her Majesty the Queen. Without knowing the other party's character, he maintained a skeptical attitude towards the Queen's words. Moreover, the Kukan Empire had treated him fairly well. There was no need to change sides for no reason. A person with a reputation for being fickle is not a good reputation. Besides, if he were to join the Andri Empire with the Habsburg family, it might not necessarily lead to better development for him. On the contrary, he might face rejection from internal forces within the Andri Empire. Chapter 200, Forging the Ultimate Legendary Weapon, the Excalibur of the Sun. Thank you for the Queen's attention. However, I don't need to join the Andri Empire. I have been in the Kukan Empire for a long time and I don't want to move to another place temporarily. After considering it comprehensively, Ren refused Isabella's recruitment. Upon hearing this, Isabella's face showed a hint of surprise. She thought that the conditions she offered were already quite generous. Unexpectedly, Ren actually refused. Are my conditions not generous enough? If you are willing to join the Andri Empire, I can give you 2 high-level legendary equipment. Isabella spoke again. She raised the stakes. However, Ren, who had already considered it carefully, refused again without hesitation. Queen Isabella, there's no need to say any more. No matter what conditions you offer, I will not betray the Kukan Empire and join the Andri Empire. Ren said firmly. Of course. If this queen is willing to marry him and have children with him, joining the Andri Empire is not something that cannot be considered. No one knows what Ren is thinking. Hearing Ren's resolute words, Isabella could only give up. However, she didn't feel much anger in her heart. Instead, she appreciated Ren even more. In her opinion, loyalty is a very rare and excellent quality. If you change your mind, feel free to contact me anytime. Saying that, Isabella took out a magical item specifically used for communication from her spatial ring and handed it to Ren. Regarding this, Ren did not refuse and accepted it. After all, it was also a way out. If, due to some unexpected circumstances, he couldn't make it in the Kukan Empire, he could run to the Andri Empire and live off this queen. Seeing Ren accepting the communication item she gave him, Isabella nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, activating spatial magic, her figure disappeared directly into the void. Seeing Queen Isabella leave, Ren also had no intention of staying here. After all, he had already achieved his goal on this trip. Continuing to stay here would be meaningless. Oh, I almost forgot about the lava dragon beast. Before leaving, Ren checked the status of the lava dragon beast. I thought this guy might have been completely killed by the superdimensional magic of the ancient red dragon. Who would have thought? This guy's luck is pretty tough. Maybe it's because he previously hung an invincible divine shield for himself, or maybe it's because the lava dragon beast itself has good fire resistance and strong vitality. In short, the lava dragon beast still has a breath. There are still signs of life on its body. However, if it doesn't receive timely treatment, the lava dragon beast will undoubtedly die. Seeing this, Ren immediately took out advanced healing potions from his spatial ring and poured them into the mouth of the lava dragon beast. After feeding dozens of bottles, the signs of life of the lava dragon beast finally stabilized. Completely out of danger. The remaining injuries. With the half-divine grade monster's abnormal vitality, it will be healed after a period of rest. Summoning the Star Realm Whale. Raising the unconscious lava dragon beast and throwing it into the space inside the Star Realm. Then, Ren rode the Star Realm Whale and set off on the return journey. Smooth all the way. About 3 hours later, Ren returned to the Habs Manor. Darling, you're back. Seeing her husband return safely, Janice and the others breathed a sigh of relief. As if they had a backbone. After being affectionate with his wives for a while, to relieve the tension brought by the great battle and relax their minds, Ren took his wives to soak in the hot springs together. Janice and the others were very shy, but they couldn't do anything about their husband. They could only agree. In the misty hot springs, melodious symphonies played one after another. In the blink of an eye. It has been 2 months since Ren hunted down the ancient red dragon. During this time, Ren worked very hard to cultivate his wives. Under his unremitting efforts, Elise, Valkyrie, Orianne, Freya, Tina, and the other 8 wives became pregnant one after another. Even Melita, who was busy practicing, became pregnant with her second child. If nothing unexpected happens, 10 months later, the Habs family will welcome 9 newborns. This makes Ren very happy. Apart from this matter, he hasn't forgotten about forging the Sun God sword. The forging materials have been gathered. During this time, he has been spending a lot of money to build the top forging house. At the same time, focus on studying the manufacturing diagram of the Fiery Sun Divine Sword. Strive to thoroughly understand each step and have it memorized. The reason for this is because the difficulty of forging the Fiery Sun Divine Sword, an exceptional legendary weapon, is extremely high. Even for a master blacksmith, there is no absolute certainty. In case the forging fails, these extremely precious top-grade magical materials would all go to waste. It would be who knows when before they can be collected again. Indeed, Ren did not rush to start. Instead, he built a top-notch forging room while studying the manufacturing diagram, trying to increase the success rate of forging the Fiery Sun Divine Sword as much as possible. Another 2 months passed, spending over 1 billion gold coins. That top-notch forging room was finally completed. At the same time, Ren thoroughly studied the manufacturing diagram of the Fiery Sun Divine Sword. After bathing and changing clothes, lighting incense. After adjusting his mental state to the best, Ren prepared to start forging. He told his wives about this matter. Ren plunged into the forging room. First, he took out the magic materials that would be used and arranged them properly. Then he activated the magic array. The next second, fierce magical flames rose from the iron furnace. After more than 10 minutes, the temperature inside the iron furnace stabilized completely. Ren put the main material, starfall meteorite iron, into it. Under the scorching flames of millions of degrees of magic, the indestructible starfall meteorite iron gradually turned red and melted. When it reached a certain point, Ren lifted the large iron hammer made of refined gold beside him. Requesting flowers. Begin the tempering and forging. Bang. 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 The rapid and rhythmic sound of hammering echoed in the forging room. Refined gold, mithril, legendary fire elemental gems, star sand. Various extremely precious materials were handled by Ren. Then, they were successively fused into the starfall meteorite iron. This process lasted for nearly a month. For nearly a month, without eating or drinking, coupled with high-intensity physical activity. If it weren't for Ren's extraordinary physique, he would have long been unable to bear it. However, his hard work was not in vain. The sword embryo of the Fiery Sun Divine Sword had been perfectly forged by him. Next, as long as the ancient Red Dragon's heart and the ancient Red Dragon's soul were fused into it, this exceptional legendary weapon would come into existence. He threw the heart of the ancient Red Dragon into the iron furnace, under the high temperature of millions of degrees. Note, the translation provided is a line-by-line translation and may not flow naturally in English. Some rephrasing may be necessary for a more natural-sounding translation. The ancient Red Dragon heart showed no signs of melting. Instead, it was alive, continuously pulsating, absorbing the surrounding fire elements. Taking a deep breath, Ren inserted the red-hot sword embryo into the ancient Red Dragon heart. Sizzle. 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 Like a vampire, the sword embryo crazily absorbed the essence of the ancient Red Dragon heart. The ancient Red Dragon heart visibly withered at a rapid pace. 2 days later, the drained ancient Red Dragon heart burned in flames, reduced to ashes. At this moment, the sword embryo was almost fully formed, only lacking the infusion of spirituality. Once that was done, the forging would be complete. Without hesitation, Ren took out the container holding the soul of the ancient Red Dragon. Roar! Inside, the soul of the ancient Red Dragon roared furiously, trying to struggle and escape. However, it was all in vain. Ignoring the furious roar of the ancient Red Dragon, Ren used a spell to extract it and seal it into the sword embryo. As the soul of the ancient Red Dragon gradually merged, the intricate magic patterns on the sword embryo became brighter and brighter. At this stage, this forging could almost be declared a success. 1 week later, on this afternoon, accompanied by a resentful roar, the soul of the ancient Red Dragon completely merged into the sword embryo. The next second, a dark red pillar of fire rose from the sword embryo, soaring into the sky. Fire dragons formed by flames circled around this pillar of fire. The sudden appearance of this anomaly instantly attracted the attention of the entire Eagle City. Seeing that the source of this anomaly was the Habs Manor, everyone speculated whether Duke Ren had made another breakthrough in his cultivation realm. Unaware of the discussions among the citizens, inside the forging room, Ren closely monitored the situation inside the iron furnace. 10 minutes later, the anomaly subsided and the pillar of fire dissipated. A majestic long sword, dark red all over with a carved red dragon head on the blade, emerged. Just the slight aura naturally emanating from it caused the temperature in the forging room to rise by thousands of times, like being in the mouth of a volcano. A top-tier legendary weapon, the Fiery Sun Divine Sword, successfully forged.